Chapter 101 Reverse lightning thoughts flash scared by guns. Richard McNill couldn't bear to look directly at this scene. Richardry enough. The king who gets slapped in the face is the king who gets slapped in the face. If he has no chance to be slapped in the face, he must create an opportunity to stick his face out. At the beginning, he asked himself whether to use a gun or a knife. Where is Len? Could it be that his confidence and face were all beaten by himself? Shaking his head, the red lightning flashed, and Richard McNill flashed straight away. As for whether Wizard versus Barry Allen, regardless of digging or burying, anyway, my goal has been achieved. Not long after Richard McNill left, gunshots rang out, but it was Clyde Madong who fell to the ground. Naturally, the police could not be indifferent to Richard. A huge storm in the city. Joe West rushed to the scene as soon as he received the news, saw how Clyde Madong created the storm, and also saw the flash Barry Allen. Honestly, Joe West was freaked out. He didn't react until Clyde Madong took out his gun, and Richard consciously shot and killed Clyde Madong. The gunshot fell, and Clyde fell to the ground. At the same time, other police officers who received the news also arrived, but Joe West just wanted to say something to Barry Allen, but Barry Allen had disappeared. A turmoil can be said to be quelled by Joe West with one shot. Although the matter of Clyde Madong has been resolved, Barry Allen still has bigger problems to solve. In a cutting-edge laboratory, Cisco Raymond, Harrison Wells in a wheelchair, and Barry Allen looked straight at Caitlin Snow. Caitlin Snow said a little uncomfortable, "Okay, let me confess, it was Richard McNill who told me that Clyde Madong would come to attack the cutting-edge laboratory." In the morning, Caitlin Snow didn't tell anyone that she met Richard McNill last night. The situation was urgent just now. After Barry came over, he went out to face Clyde Madong. Weather Wizard. This is the name I just thought of for Clyde Madong. Cisco Lyman gave Clyde Madong a name and then said, "How did the electric shock maniac know that their weather wizard would attack the cutting-edge laboratory?" "He said that he forced the weather wizard to do this." Caitlin Snow hesitated. Barry Allen wondered, who is this Richard McNill or the electric shock maniac? "He once kidnapped Caitlin Snow and asked me to make him a sound wave equipment, and then disappeared." A person named Huntress in Starling City 4 inquired about his whereabouts and kidnapped Caitlin, but was later rescued by Black Canary, who used the sonic equipment I made. Cisco Lyman was a little proud, but he quickly returned to the topic after seeing no response from the crowd. "I call him an electric shock maniac because he has Richard Per powers and can release electric currents. He had Richard Per powers before the particle accelerator exploded." "Then why did he force Clyde Madong to attack the cutting-edge laboratory?" Barry Allen looked at Caitlin Snow in Richard surprise and confusion. "Well, I don't know either." Although Caitlin Snow guessed that Richard McNill might be talking about what she said last night, she still shook her head to express her ignorance. "So the electric shock maniac came after us?" Cisco Raymond concluded. "Barry, it should be for Barry." Harrison Wells pushed his glasses. "If he wanted to attack the lab, he wouldn't have notified Caitlin in advance. His target was Barry." "Me? Why?" Barry Allen asked unexpectedly. "I've never seen him." "You have," Caitlin Snow said. "He's the man with the red speed force you've seen, but he's not the one who killed your mother." "Speed force?" Dr. Harrison Wells was slightly startled. So far he hasn't mentioned the word speed force to Caitlin and the others. So it's Richard McNill. He also has the speed force. It's him. Barry Allen didn't notice the speed force. He asked Caitlin Snow excitedly. "How do you know? Have you seen him?" I saw you last night." Anyway, Richard McNill didn't hide the fact that he possessed the speed force and met Barry Allen, so Caitlin felt that it would be okay to say it. At least it would stop Barry from me. Richard understood that Richard McNill was the murderer of his mother. "I want to see him," Barry Allen said in a deep voice. Caitlin Snow said helplessly, "His phone is off. Can I notify you if I contact him?" Barry Allen nodded. Did he kill Barry's mother? Leaving aside, it is obvious that this person has the same speed force as Barry, and his attitude towards Barry is not clear, so for the sake of safety, you should be careful during this time. After all, No one knows. What will he do? Harrison Wells reminded everyone, but he was more anxious than them. A speedster of unknown origin who seems to know a lot of things, which he doesn't want to face now. His only purpose now is to keep Barry Allen safe and make him run faster. So he has to find a way to solve the trouble of Richard McNill. It should be difficult to kill Richard McNill in his current situation, but it is still possible to drive him away or make him a little trouble so that he has no time to stare at Barry. Like the Huntress or Black Canary who's been looking for him. In the villa, Richard McNill looked at Layli and Valentina and said with a chuckle, "If I didn't understand you wrong just now, do you want to leave me and go out for a walk?" Layli hurriedly explained, "Of course we don't want to leave the master. We want to find a quiet place to exercise our abilities and learn more about this world and this era. Only by constantly changing and enriching ourselves can we stay with the master forever around. If the owner needs us, we will come back as soon as possible. I want to go back to the Soviet Union, although it has been disbanded." Valentina said, "Don't be so nervous, just go if you want. Anyway, it will get boring if you hang in front of my eyes for a long time every day, and I don't want to explain so much to you every time I come to one, so take advantage of this time to learn more about history." Richard McNill said with a smile indifferently, "I have told Laura to take care of the master for us." Layli hurriedly said, Okay, let's go." Richard McNill waved his hand and urged. It just so happened that he also wanted to use Laura to see if she could have her own speed force. P.S. The speed force is too complicated and there are conflicts in its settings, so I sorted out a line to plan. I have thought about the difference between the two speed powers so that everyone can understand. It is probably the difference between a private company and a state-owned company. Although Richard McNill is a private company, it can be faster and stronger through infinite Richard per position, and it can be completely crushed. If the scale of a private company, it will become a state-owned enterprise when it develops to a certain extent. But this state-owned enterprise is not recognized by the state or the will of the world. But similar to a national enterprise, it is useless if you do not recognize it. That's probably what it means. In fact, I'm looking forward to making a lot of Richard McNill's speedsters. On the one hand, they can recharge the speed force to expand their influence. Will you like it? Chapter 102, 3 Women in One Drama and a Small Gift for Barry Allen. Starling City. In the basement of Felicity's villa, which is the base and command room of the Birds of Prey, Felicity, Laurel Lance, and Selena Kyle are wearing the same style of cool pajamas of different colors. Richard rounded by the computer looking at an open email. There was only one sentence in the email. Richard San appeared in Central City. Although there was only one sentence, the three of them watched it for a long time, and Laurel Lance spoke first. Could it be a trap by the Huntress? A year ago we collected evidence and brought her father Frank to justice and sent him to prison. But the Huntress refused to stop and was always looking for a chance to kill Frank. I received a message saying Frank applying for security and medical treatment in the prison. Could it be that the Huntress wanted to take advantage of the opportunity and used Richard McNill's news to lure us to the Central City? Catwoman Selena Kyle couldn't help humming. Even Batman is back in Gotham. If he really came back, he should go back to Starling City. After all, Felicity is her real girlfriend. How could he appear in Central City? The credibility is not high. Felicity's expression darkened and she pretended to be indifferent and said, "It's not that you don't know about the Huntress. He won't just fall in love with one woman. And after so long, he might have a new woman already." Friend. So what? You didn't break up after all? Selena Kyle said. Is there a difference? It's just a name. Even when he wasn't missing, he stayed with the Huntress every day. Did he touch, see, or take advantage of you? Felicity said angrily towards Selena Kyle and Laurel Lance Road. Tell me what I'm doing. But I didn't say anything. Laurel Lance hurriedly separated himself. You are the one who has been taken advantage of the most. Selena Kyle threw the bag to her without hesitation. Although the three of them have formed a team together for Richard Ch a long time and even lived together for convenience, and they have long known all about each other and Richard McNill. Laurel Lance still changed the topic with a guilty conscience. McNill took advantage of her more than Catwoman. Can you find out who sent this email? The other party is very experienced. After sending the email, all traces are erased. I can only confirm that the email was indeed sent from Central City. Felicity said, just look up what the Huntress is doing. Good. Felicity's fingers fluttered, and after 20 minutes, she had grasped the movement of the Huntress. She's still in Starling City, and seems to be dealing with criminals on the streets. It shouldn't be from her. It is not ruled out that she may seek help from others. Don't even think about it, Selena Kyle said in a deep voice. Felicity, you go directly to Central City to look for it. Anyway, it's really a complete set of Huntress, and you can also provide help remotely. Good. Felicity thought about it and nodded, then decided. Night gradually fell. Richard McNill glanced at the time and said to Laura, I'm going out for a while and I'm not Richard Ree when I'll be back. You go to my room to sleep at night. Laura hesitated and remained silent, but Richard McNill directly cast his speed force and left. The departure of Riley and Valentina had no effect on Richard McNill. After they left, Richard McNill dragged Laura over to study how to make her have the speed force. But he didn't have any experience in this area, so it was nothing to study for a long time progress. I just remembered that I turned on the phone, and Caitlin Snow's call came in quickly, saying that Barry Allen missed him. Richard McNill agreed. The meeting place was at the coffee shop where Iris West worked. The coffee shop was still open at this time, and Barry Allen and Caitlin Snow were drinking coffee in the corner and waiting for Richard McNill to come over. Barry, are you nervous? Caitlin Snow whispered, sitting opposite Barry Allen. Actually, he's actually quite easy to get along with, and you both have the speed force, so don't be too nervous. Barry Allen opened his mouth to speak, but Richard dimly saw a figure flash, and the next moment there was another person beside Caitlin Snow. Richard McNill. Caitlin Snow was stunned before she realized it. Is there no coffee for me? Richard McNill glanced at the table and asked Caitlin Snow with a smile. I don't know when you will come and what you like to drink. Caitlin Snow explained and got up and asked, what do you drink? I'll order. It's fine to be the same as you, Richard McNill said, watching Caitlin Snow get up and go to the bar, and then said to Barry Allen, what do you want to ask? Seeing Richard treat Barry Allen again, he was not as talkative as last time. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. When I was little, my mother. Stop. As soon as he said a word, he was stopped by Richard McNill. I've almost memorized your mother, so I don't need to say it every time. Simply put, I didn't kill your mother. Believe it or not. Why should I believe you? I only see you as a person with the same speed and the same light. Barry Allen looked at Richard McNill and asked in a deep voice. Richard McNill shook his head slightly and instantly activated the speed force. Barry Allen was taken aback and thought he was going to do it, but found that he didn't come running to him at all. But so fast. Barry Allen tried hard to keep up with Richard McNill's speed, but his eyes could only see red lightning. He's at least twice as fast as me, not twice. As soon as the startled Barry Allen thought about it, he saw that Richard McNill had returned. Open your hand, Richard McNill said to him. What? Barry Allen was a little puzzled. I'll let you open your hand and give you something nice. Richard McNill raised the corner of his mouth. Barry Allen put his hand on the table and opened it suspiciously, and then he saw Richard McNill put something 0.6 in his palm. You. Looking at the black thing that looked like girls' shorts, Barry Allen Richard consciously wanted to throw it out. This is Iris's. Are you Richard Ree? You want to throw it away? Richard McNill recalled with a bad laugh. I know you like Iris, but she seems to have a boyfriend now and you still dare not confess, so I will give you a gift, and you can do whatever you want. You. This time Barry Allen was not Richard surprised but angry. He actually took Iris's. Barry Allen Richard consciously glanced at the unaware Iris, then launched the speed force and rushed towards Richard McNill angrily. P.S. It's not that I don't like black people, it's mainly because of their looks. The vixen in Legends of Tomorrow is very pretty, But Iris, I feel it does feel a bit ugly. Chapter 103 Teasing the Flash. One red and one yellow. Two colors of lightning rushed out of the coffee shop in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two chased each other and shuttled quickly in the neon-lit city. For Barry Allen, Iris was the most important and the person he cared about the most. But this guy. Actually, did Richard see a thing in front of him, which made Barry Allen completely blown away. Looking at the red light and shadow in front of him, Barry Allen had only one thought: catch up with him. Quick! 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 Barry Allen's speed was getting faster and faster, and he was getting closer and closer to the red figure in front. But at this moment Barry Allen hurriedly braked and stopped. There were traces of rapid friction on the ground, and Barry Allen watched the red figure rush directly to the tall building in front without stopping, and then ran up along it. In the blink of an eye, the other party had already reached the roof. Barry, you can do it. He can do it, and you can do it too, as long as you run fast enough. Barry Allen has never tried to run up to dozens of floors of tall buildings. Taking a deep breath, he turned around and ran back for 10 distances before running fast in one go. Lifting his foot, he stepped on the wall of the building, controlled his body to climb up, and Barry Allen rushed out directly. It worked. Barry Allen was overjoyed to speed up and run towards the roof, but at this moment he saw Richard McNeil running down from above, faster than jumping off from above. The red lightning skipped by, and a powerful airflow swept over in an instant, making Barry Allen uncontrollably leaning backwards and falling. Ah! Barry Allen yelled Richard consciously, but after the red lightning fell, it flashed past and disappeared. Fear filled his heart, and Barry Allen struggled to control his body close to the wall. When his feet touched the wall, he rolled directly down. After rolling a few times to stabilize his body, Barry Allen could already see the ground. Before he had time to think about it, he could only swing his legs and run forward. After landing, he ran for 2 blocks before lying on the ground with a plop. His heart was beating like it was about to pop out. His body was weak, and he felt a nauseating dizziness. Not exciting. Richard McNeil slammed and stood in front of Barry Allen. Barry Allen wanted to get up angrily, but Richard dimly his legs went limp and he sat down on the ground again. TSK, it seems that you like the gift I gave you very much. It's okay. If you're embarrassed, I don't mind giving you one every time we meet. It's guaranteed to be fresh. Seeing that Barry Allen was still holding the thing in his hand, Richard McNeil opened his hand and smiled. It's just a little troublesome to wash your hands every time. What do you want to do? Thinking that he often pestered Barry Allen, he was very angry. God will not embarrass simple-minded children, but people will. So if you don't know the purpose of my doing this, I don't mind continuing to do it. Richard McNeil paused and laughed. Actually, I wanted to give you the one above Iris just now, but after thinking about it, let's forget it. My coffee is almost ready, so I have to go back first. Let me remind you that using the Speed Force will affect your blood, Richard Gar, and you have to change your clothes. Richard McNeil disappeared with a whoosh. Only then did Barry Allen react and hurriedly stomped his feet and patted his clothes. His shoes and clothes almost caught fire because of the smoke from the Richard fast movement just now. Why is he okay? Enduring the dizziness and stabilizing his body, Barry Allen found that Richard McNeil, who was faster than himself, seemed not to be affected at all. How did he do it? Full of anger and confusion, Barry Allen called Caitlin Snow and said he had to leave first and asked her to speak to Iris for him. After hanging up the phone, Barry Allen staggered into a fast food restaurant not far away. He needed to add Richard Gar. What did you do to him? Putting down the phone, Caitlin Snow asked Richard McNeil, who was drinking coffee. Richard McNeil smiled and said, I just gave him a small gift and told him that I didn't kill his mother, because if I did it, I don't need to deny it. Anyway, he can't beat me. Then, are you done talking? Caitlin Snow asked. Should be. Then let's talk about their matter that you forced the weather wizard to attack the cutting-edge laboratory. Is it because of the matter you asked me to help yesterday? Caitlin Snow asked. Is there any Richard LT? Yes. Speaking of this, Richard McNill was still very happy, and raised the corners of his mouth in a happy mood. I have nothing to do with his speed force. Then I don't need to inform you again, do I? No. That's good. Caitlin Snow heaved a sigh of relief. After all, she still has a lot of burden to monitor Barry. Ring ring ring. The phone rang. Richard Dinley, and Richard McNill took out the phone with some doubts. Laura, what's the matter? Laura on the other end of the phone glanced. There is a person, a woman who wants to see you. She said her name is Felicity and she's your girlfriend. Understood. I'll be back later. Richard McNill answered and hung up the phone. If you have something to do, you can go first. I'll wait for Iris to give Barry a word. Caitlin Snow said. Good. Richard McNill nodded bluntly, activated the speed force and left the coffee shop directly. In the villa, Laura put down the phone and said to Felicity, he said that he will be back soon. He will be back. Laura looked behind Felicity, and Felicity turned around Richard suspiciously and saw Richard McNill standing behind her. How long have you been apart? More than 5 years, right? Although she has gotten used to 770 in the past 5 years, when she saw Richard McNill again, the thoughts she had accumulated for a long time burst out in an instant. With one glance, just one glance, tears flowed down her eyes. How did you find this place? Richard McNill wanted to ask curiously, but just as soon as Felicity said your word, she rushed over and hugged herself and kissed her fiercely. Holding this familiar body in his arms, Richard McNill could feel her deep miss for him. After a long time, the two separated. Felicity looked at Richard McNill and slapped him. Snapped. Felicity's slap hit her own shoulder. She looked at Richard McNill, who was dodging in Richard's eyes, and saw Richard McNill chuckled. I'm not Brother Hammer, so I won't be slapped by my girlfriend foolishly. You still admit that I'm your girlfriend? Felicity asked in a daze. Shouldn't your focus be wondering who Brother Hammer is? P.S. Everyone knows who Brother Hammer is. The current timeline is that Batman returns to Gotham, and Green Arrow returns to Starling City. However, I won't go deep into the plot of the American drama Green Arrow. I really feel that the plot is too sloppy. If I write it exclusively, it may be a bit watery, so I won't divide it into volumes. I will write it in the Flash volume. I haven't forgotten that little Thea should grow up. She should be the prettiest girl in Green Arrow besides Laurel. In addition, ask for a reward and customize it. Chapter 104, Xiobi wins the wedding. I don't care who Brother Hammer is, Felicity said in a low voice. Richard McNill smiled and stroked Felicity's shoulder. I haven't seen my temper for a few years. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Otherwise it would be embarrassing if I was hit by you. Would it still hurt? What do you think? Felicity snorted. Richard McNill smiled and hugged Felicity and turned to Laura. It seems that you have to go back to your room to sleep. Laura nodded silently and turned away. She is? Felicity asked hesitantly. Your new girlfriend? New girlfriend? When did we break up? Richard McNill asked in Richard's eyes. Richard McNill's question stunned Felicity. Did he plan to end this relationship with him? Where have you been for so many years? Why did you leave without saying a word? Do you know how many things happened after you left? Felicity paused for a moment before she was about to ask, when Richard McNill laughed. I know what happened. You formed the Birds of Prey team with Laurel and Catwoman. Helena should have gone to you to ask about my whereabouts, and then turned into a huntress to keep fighting with you, right? I know what happened. What the hell is going on with you and Helena? When mentioning the huntress Helena Felicity, she was full of questions to ask. Let me tell you slowly, it's very interesting. Richard McNill picked up Felicity and went to the room. Back in the room, Richard McNill told Felicity everything about going out to pick up Laurel Lance, meeting the legendary team, and being taken to Paradise Island by the legendary team. Felicity thought it was science fiction when she heard time travel at first, but soon it became Paradise Island. The myth of Olympus. What Ares, Zeus's? Then it turned into a Soviet firestorm. Has this become a science? In the end, Richard McNeil talked about the cutting-edge laboratory and the Flash Barry Allen, explaining why he came to Central City. It's probably like this. The Richardson departure was just an accident, and the series of things that happened later were quite interesting, so I didn't rush to go back to see you, and I know that you are doing well now, and going back rashly will change history. Richard McNeil. Felicity explained. After hearing these things that seemed to happen in a storybook, Felicity had already forgiven him for leaving without saying goodbye. After all, he had a reason and it seemed that he had no intention of breaking up with her. Those women, how do you explain it? Richard McNeil chuckled and said, Sarah Lance in the legendary team is also Laurel's younger sister. She probably hasn't come back at this time, so Laurel probably doesn't know that her sister is not dead, right? No, it's not important. Sarah Lance said, this is my eccentricity, and I can't sleep without holding a woman every day. Are you going back to Starling City with me? Felicity changed the Richard object before Richard McNeil finished speaking. Can't sleep without holding a woman? She didn't believe there was Richard Ch. a quirk, but she just wanted a Richard LT or an attitude. At least his willingness to explain was enough. At least it shows that he still cares about his own feelings. If you really insist on asking, maybe you really want to break up. I won't go back for the time being. Starling City and Central City are only 600 miles away, and it's very convenient. I guarantee that you will call me when you miss me. Put down the phone and take a shower, and I will already appear on your bed. Richard McNeil said with a light smile. So fast? Can you ... Can you show me? Felicity asked curiously. Certainly. The red lightning flashed, and Felicity was still waiting for his performance when she saw that the clothes on his body were gone. She was stunned and looked at herself, and it was also gone. When did you? Felicity looked at Richard McNeil in Richard's eyes, but Richard McNeil had already lowered her head and kissed him warmly. Felicity responds to sinking. She was not a person with strong needs, but when she was with him again after Richard Ch. a long time, Felicity Richard Dinley burst like a balloon. And it was like a burst dam that was out of control, especially when she was incoherent to tell Richard McNeil to hurry up. She completely blown up, completely delirious, and didn't even know when he fell asleep. The night passed away quietly. The Richard shone on her body through the window. Felicity opened her eyes and looked at the unfamiliar environment and Richard McNeil beside her. She was slightly stunned, Richard consciously thinking that she was dreaming. And it took a long time to realize that it was not a dream. Oops. Felicity Richard Dinley remembered something and hurriedly got up to find her phone from her clothes. When she opened it, there were a lot of text messages and missed calls, all of which were calls from Laurel and Selena to inquire about the Richard LTS. After hesitating for a while, Felicity simply replied a text message saying that she would explain after seeing Richard McNeil for a while. And then she saw that Richard McNeil had already woken up. Morning. Richard-san came and hugged Felicity. Go take a shower first, and then I'll show you the disciple. Richard Felicity was curious about the disciple, but she didn't know that seeing the disciple number was one aspect, and another aspect. The photo in the collection room was finally found. Even Diana was not spared, let alone Felicity's girlfriend. Although she was very angry and refused to cooperate, she was finally hung on the wall by Richard McNeil. After visiting the disciple and taking pictures, Felicity Richard Dinley remembered and said to Richard McNeil, by the way, do you have enemies in Central City or people who don't want you to stay here? What's wrong? I just found this place through satellites, but before that, someone informed me that you were in Central City. Felicity told Richard McNeil about the email. This made Richard McNeil instantly interested. The most likely person to notify them should be Caitlin Snow, right? But with her personality, she shouldn't do that. So there is only ... Harrison Wells, right? Harrison Wells, whose real identity is Elbert Thorne, the Reverse Flash. Barry Allen became the Flash and began to recharge the Speed Force. He should have gradually recovered his speed, and he also stole Barry Allen's Speed Force to speed up his steps home, so he had the most reason to find motivation for himself. Can you please get yourself out of Central City or have no time to take care of Barry Allen? Chapter 105. Do something? Then make big news. Reverse Lightning is going to make trouble. Richard McNeil showed a strange smile, and said to Felicity with a chuckle, I know who it is, and I will play with him if he wants to make trouble. When are you going back to Starling City? Felicity said, I may have to go back as soon as possible, you know, my work is also very busy. I won't see you off, and do something for me when I get back. Richard McNeil said with a smile. What's the matter? Felicity asked. Richard McNeil leaned close to her ear and whispered. What? You mean Dr. Harrison Wells? Is this possible? My God. Okay, I see. I'll go back now and I'll let you know if I have any news. Felicity said seriously after being Richard surprised. I'll wait for your news. By the way, tell them that their matter will be resolved later. Richard McNeil said with a chuckle. Felicity nodded and Richard McNeil got off from the Disciple, packed up their things and left. Reverse Lightning's real name is Elbert Thorne. In order to make Barry Allen the Flash, he killed the real Harrison Wells, and used future technology to change his image and pretend to be him to study a particle accelerator. By the way, Iris West's boyfriend is her father Joe West's partner, named Eddie Thorne. Yes, he is the ancestor of Reverse Lightning. 603. So if Eddie Thorne dies, the Reverse Flash will disappear. But Richard McNeil didn't intend to do this. Isn't Reverse Lightning going to make trouble? Let's see who can cause trouble to whom. Don't you just want to go home? Hee hee. Then I will let you stay forever in this era that you want to escape from. What Richard McNeil told Felicity was to ask them to find the real Harrison Wells' body. Although he didn't remember where it was, he should be able to find it with the skills of the birds of prey. Another thing to do, it must be that the more you don't want something to happen, the more I will let it happen. The purpose of Reverse Lightning's troubles should be to keep himself away from Barry Allen, so as not to cause trouble for Barry Allen. Then I'm sorry, Miniboss, this is not what I want to target you. You are a lying gun. Richard McNeil remembered a lot of transformed people produced by the explosion of the particle accelerator. Richard has multiple bodies that can infinitely create their own clones. Death row prisoners who can turn themselves into poisonous gas, bomb girls who hang up on anyone who touches them, plastic bombs, and blow a flute man, Captain Cold and Heat Wave. In this timeline, these villains in the original book appear one by one and are finally solved by Barry Allen. What if they go together? Central City must be in chaos, right? With Barry Allen's character, he definitely can't just sit idly by, but he's not an opponent. If Reverse Lightning can't make Barry Allen have an accident, he should have to take action, right? By that time, can your acting skills as the Oscars Best Actor still be able to handle it? Will Reverse Lightning's identity be exposed? If the birds of prey find evidence, tsk. Then the matter will be even more interesting. Since we want to make trouble, should we make it bigger? Richard McNeil thought of the villain of Earth 2. Extreme Speed, Hunter Zolomon. Cisco Raymond's Double Echo on Earth 2. Caitlin Snow's Double Killer Frost. Ronnie Raymond's Double Death Storm, etc. It would be fun to bring all these villains here. It's too big. Even if Reverse Lightning and the Flash join forces, they can't handle it, right? I will be the big boss behind the scenes. Reverse Lightning didn't know that his actions made Richard McNeil want to mess with him. On the contrary, he was very glad that he made a decision in time, especially after knowing that Richard teased Barry Allen last night and nearly fell to his death. Although nothing happened in the end, Barry Allen also learned the ability to run on buildings by a blessing in disguise. But what about next time? He has worked hard for so many years and is about to succeed. He will never allow any accidents to happen. He began to take the initiative to train Barry Allen to help him improve his speed. And Barry Allen also wanted to become faster to protect Iris, so it hit it off. In the following days, Barry Allen stayed in the cutting-edge laboratory almost every day, training with the help of Reverse Lightning, namely Harrison Wells, Cisco Raymond, and Caitlin Snow. With Reverse Lightning, the old driver, Barry Allen's speed increased very quickly. During this period, Richard McNill seemed to have evaporated from the world. He never contacted Caitlin Snow or troubled Barry Allen again. What is Richard Sand doing? He is looking for someone. Since he decided to do something, he must move, while continuing to master the speed force so that he can control a faster speed. He found a few transformation people. The first thing he found was polymorphism. He was originally an expert in organ cloning. He finally developed the Richard LT and wanted to save his wife who needed an organ transplant. However, the president of the company took his Richard LT for himself. As a last resort, he could only use his own experiments to grow organs. Ended up catching up with the particle explosion. His wife died because it was too late to transplant organs, but he gained the ability to infinitely create clones. Richard McNill found him and Richarded him when he wanted to kill the company president to avenge his wife. How did you convince me? Of course it's a fist. The second one I found was the poison gas man. This guy was originally a killer of a gangster family, but he was pushed out to top the vat. When he was executed, he was affected by the particle explosion and had the ability to change into cyanide. There is also a tranquilizer component in the poison gas. It can change into gas, and if you inhale a little bit, you will be poisoned and die. It sounds difficult to deal with, but Richard McNill just used the weather wizard's ability to control the wind direction to trap him and con Richard me his physical strength, and it was easily done. After all, the back and forth transformation between the body and the poisonous gas will con Richard me physical strength, and he is an ordinary person who cannot turn into poisonous gas. The third one I found was called Steel Beam, which can turn the whole body into steel, which is similar to Kylo's Richard S in the Marvel world. When Richard McNill found him, he was still a little unconvinced, but he was honest after being knocked down with a punch. It is worth mentioning that Ganglion and Barry Allen are still classmates, and Ganglion often bullied Barry Allen when they were in school. If they think about meeting again, Barry will recall many pleasant memories. Besides the three of them, there are two other people Richard McNill wants to find. One of them was 50 meters away from his line of sight. P.S. I would like to recommend a friend's book My Hero Academia, The Strongest Hero. P.P.S. They were dealt with very quickly, so I didn't copy any abilities. Let me explain so that some brothers copied the Avatar ability by mistake. Chapter 106 The Flash's villains team up. Richard McNill was standing on the roof of a residential building at this time. In front of his line of sight, a person by the wall on the edge of the roof is peeping into a certain room in the opposite residential building with a telescope. There are no beauties in cool clothes in this room, nor are the couples enjoying a happy time. And the person peeping through the binoculars is not a stubble-faced pervert, but a woman. A black woman with curly hair like instant noodles. Her name is Xiaona. Her identity background is nothing special, but she happened to be affected by the particle accelerator explosion and has the ability to teleport. As long as she can see places, she can teleport there. In the original book, she used this ability to save her boyfriend from prison. Later, in a tunnel, the Flash broke all the light tubes and plunged the Richard Roundings into darkness so that she could not see anything before catching her. The multibody can play crowd tactics. The poisonous gas man is responsible for the Richard port. The steel beam can be used as a meat shield, and a teleporting girl who can attack and retreat. This camp is not bad in the dragon set. Xiao now let out a long breath, put down the binoculars to adjust the status. But in the corner of her eyes, she inadvertently discovered that there was someone else on the roof. This made Xiaona startled and turned around instantly and shouted, "Who are you? Get out of here!" Richard McNill said with a light smile, "I came to ask you to help me with something. Do things for you." "Who do you think you are? Do I know you?" Xiaona snorted coldly. "I'm welcome if you don't leave." Saying that, Xiaona pulled out the gun from her waist and pointed it at Richard McNill. It seems that everyone likes to use violence to solve problems. That's fine. After Richard McNill's voice fell, the red lightning Richard dimly lit up. Xiaona instantly had a premonition of uneasiness. and looked at the distant roof to activate her ability to teleport there. But before she activated her ability, she felt a hit on her neck, and she fainted to the ground involuntarily, following the blackness in front of her eyes. Why bother? You can teleport only when you see it, and my speed is faster than your seeing speed. Richard McNill bent down and lifted Xiaon up, and the red lightning flashed away. Richard McNill took Xiaon to the disciple. Although the specification of the disciple is smaller than that of the Wave Rider, the Sparrow is small and has all the necessary facilities, especially prisons. After all, the disciple originally belonged to bounty hunters, and bounty hunters will encounter various targets through time, so the specifications of the prison are much higher than those of the rider. Richard McNill Richard Ally threw Xiaona on the ground and glanced at the three transformed persons, who were locked in individual cells. Multiple bodies, gas men, steel beams. The multibody is relatively quiet. The poisonous gas transformed into green by the poison gas man is constantly hitting the prison cell, and the steel beam is even more tempered. Beating the cell in a manic frenzy. SHH, be quiet. Don't disturb this lady's rest. Richard McNill made a gesture of silence and then pointed to Xiaona, who passed out on the ground. I know what you want to say, what you want to ask. Be patient, and I will explain it together when she wakes up. Within a few minutes, the comatose Xiaona woke up with grunts. Opening her eyes and looking at the unfamiliar environment, seeing the three people in the cell and Richard McNill smiling at her, Xiaona took half a step back and stared at him vigilantly, but did not use her ability to escape. She couldn't escape even if she wanted to. It's completely closed here, and you can't see the outside at all. Let me introduce myself. My name is Richard McNill. I know each of you very well. I know how you got your abilities, what abilities you have, and what you want to do. Richard McNill said slowly with a smile. As for why you are here, I will make a long story short. I want to ask you to help me deal with one person. Why should we help you? The poison gas man shouted. Because you are still alive. Fight. You are not my opponent. Run. You are not as fast as me. What's more, you have gained the ability, so you should not be willing to hide everywhere like a lost dog. Richard McNill explained with a smile. And what I asked you to do is what you originally wanted to do. You wanted to kill the president of the original company to avenge his wife. You wanted to kill the boss of the gangster family who used you as the top tank, the judge, and the police who arrested you. As for you, Richard McNill looked at the multiple bodies, the gas man, and then at the steel beam. Don't you want others to be afraid of your abilities, and don't want to do whatever you want? Gang Liang nodded Richard consciously. Miss Xiaona, do you want to save your boyfriend in prison? Richard McNill looked at Xiaon again. What do you mean? Xiaon asked Richard suspiciously. It's very simple. I just gather you who are doing your own thing together and form a team to do what you want to do. It doesn't matter whether it's done separately at the same time or in a team. What's in it for you? Multiplicity asked. Have you heard of the Flash? Richard McNill asked with a smile. The multibody, poisonous person, teleporter girl shook her head, but Gang Liang said with some disdain. Is it the guy who saved people everywhere on the internet? I thought it was you. His speed is not as fast as mine. Richard McNill chuckled. Although he is lying on the ground, it can be regarded as targeting him. Richard Perheroes naturally appear wherever there is something, so I am looking forward to the scene where he faces you at the same time. Since you are faster than him, why don't you do it yourself? The poison gas man asked again. Do I need to explain to you? Richard McNill said. Richard Ally with a smile and opened their cell. You decide how to act, but tomorrow at noon I will see you face the Flash. If any of you fail to do it, I will lose the fun, and I will make him never enjoy the fun. The red lightning flashed, and before the four of them could react, they found that they were already standing in an alley in the city. You look at me, I look at you. After a long silence, the multiple bodies opened their mouths. I don't think there's any harm in this. It's easier for four people to accomplish the goal than one person, especially if the Flash may come out to stop it. So we might as well get to know each other and discuss what to do. The three of them considered for a moment and nodded in agreement. There is one more, but this person can be put aside temporarily, and we can talk about it after watching the good show tomorrow. Richard McNill, who sent the four of them away, returned to the villa and waved to Laura. P.S. These characters are all from the first season of the American drama The Flash. They were dealt with very quickly, so I didn't copy any abilities. Let me explain. In order to prevent some brothers from me, Richard understood and copying the Avatar abilities. Chapter 107 Reverse Lightning debuts. A new day begins. The weather was a bit hazy, with dark clouds covering the Richard den. Barry Allen came out from home and planned to go to the police station to report first. If nothing happened, he would go to the cutting-edge laboratory to continue to improve himself. After this period of training, his current speed has more than doubled that when he first gained the ability, and even if he faces Richard McNill again, he is confident that he will not be teased again. When Barry Allen came to the police station, he found that something seemed wrong, and everyone was very busy. Joe West came over from a distance and stopped Barry. You came just in time. And now is the time when you are needed. Where are you going? What case? Barry Allen asked bluntly. Joe West shook his head. What I need is you who can run fast. Barry Allen immediately realized that he was talking about the Flash. He looked around and said in a low voice, Transformer, and more than one. Joe West said with a serious face. They have committed several crimes in a row. First, they rescued a prisoner in the prison, and then killed all the core members of the Darbinian crime family and a judge. They just received news that their next target may be Simon Stagg! That's Simon Stager, who won the Achievement Award for his organ cloning technology. Joe, how do you know they are transformed people? Barry Allen asked Richard suspiciously. It's not just me, I'm afraid many citizens know now, because they don't have the ability to hide themselves at all. Joe West patted Barry Allen. I don't want you to take the risk of becoming a hero, but now, it can only depend on you. I understand. Barry Allen nodded heavily and disappeared in an instant. Cutting-edge laboratories. When Barry Allen arrived, Harrison Wells, Cisco Raymond, and Caitlin Snow were already busy investigating the identities of the four transformed people. It's clear. Cisco Raymond told Barry Allen about the current situation and the Richard LTS of the investigation. It is obvious that the four transformed people formed a team to retaliate with a purpose. Is there any connection between them? It can't be Richard a coincidence that they know each other and have the ability? Barry Allen asked in Richard Price. After hearing this, Cisco Raymond smiled wryly. I'm afraid you don't want to hear that these four people have nothing to do with each other before, but they have one thing in common. From the first multibody to the last teleportation girl, they have all been captured by one person, although they can't see his appearance. But I'm Richard you'll recognize it. Photos of their capture appeared on the screen, each with a red mark. Richard McNill. Barry Allen recognized it instantly. That's right, it's him. He's been so quiet during this time. I'm afraid he's planning this matter. Although it seems that the four of them are just taking revenge for their own affairs, if they really have something to do with Richard McNill, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. Cisco Raymond paused and said, Caitlin tried to contact Richard McNill but failed, so I suggest you not to intervene. Barry, although you are much faster than before, you have no experience. You can't deal with four transformation people at the same time, and each of them has different abilities. Harrison Will in a wheelchair said in a low voice, these four opponents are definitely not something Barry Allen can handle now. You know, I can't stand by like this, and I believe you will help me defeat them. Barry Allen changed into the red Flash. Richard did with a swish. Barry. Harrison Wells tried to Richard aid him again, but Barry Allen had already left the cutting-edge laboratory. Damn it. Harrison Wells couldn't help cursing. Will die. Now Barry Allen will die facing four transforming people at the same time. If he dies, everything he has planned will be destroyed. I clearly notified the birds of prey. Why? why they didn't cause trouble for Richard McNeil. A woman is really unreliable. Harrison Wells cursed secretly and called the two of them to help Barry deal with the enemy. Richard enough. It's here. When the Flash came to Simon Stagg's company, the four-person team had been waiting for a long time. The multi-body directly made countless clones, and the Richard rounding area was almost impenetrable. The steel beam's whole body was tempered and directly punched the Flash. The poisonous gas turned into a poisonous gas and flew to the upper level of the company. As for the teleporter girl, she didn't move for the time being. Confused. As soon as Flash arrived, he was taken aback. Watching Gang Liang punching him, Flash dodged and punched him. Boom. He got off to a bad start, and his wrist was directly broken. Gang Liang watched proudly as Flash punched him again, and Flash could only dodge. However, there are too many clones of the multi-body, almost blocking the Richard rounding space, leaving him with almost no place to move. After struggling to dodge through a few layers, he is about to leave the encirclement, but the teleporter girl blocks in front of him with a whoosh, kicked Flash back. The Flash overwhelmed several multi-body clones but was also entangled because of it. The multi-body clones punched and kicked like a tide. Although there is no method, a good tiger can't stand a pack of wolves. It's not easy. It was hard for Barry Allen to break free, and the steel fist of the steel beam came oncoming. Boom. Knocked down with one punch. The Flash groaned and passed out directly. Is this the end? Gang Liang said disdainfully. I thought the Richard LT would be like this no matter how powerful it is, then go to die. Gang Liang clenched his fist and punched the fainted Flash. Swish. A flash of red lightning rushed over from the door, and before Gang Liang could react, he was punched in the face. This punch made the steel beam fly out in an instant, and at the same time, the body retreated from the tempered state. Plop. He hit the ground heavily, and the arm of a man wearing a yellow uniform who couldn't see 0.6 his face clearly pierced his heart directly. The steel beam twitched a few times and stopped moving. Steel beam is dead. This turn of events stunned both the multibody and the teleporter. Looking at the man in the yellow Richard who was obviously also a speedster, he couldn't help but wonder. He shouldn't be the one who arrested them, right? Who is he? Snapped, snapped, snapped. Applause sounded from a distance, and Richard McNeil said with a smile, as expected of Reverse Lightning, it's easy to kill a character like Steel Beam, but what I'm curious about is, are you busy enough to come here? This distance, with your current speed, shouldn't be able to appear in two places at the same time, right? So in order to save Barry, did you not hesitate to reveal your identity that you have hidden for many years? P.S. Explain that the protagonist did not copy the abilities of the four of them, including the clone ability. Chapter 108. Let's see who will kneel down and call Daddy first. Reverse Lightning's face trembled quickly and became blurred like a mosaic. His eyes glowed red and stared coldly at Richard McNeil, who clapped his hands and smiled. Don't make trouble for yourself. His voice was full of cold mechanical feeling. Richard McNeil smiled and shook his head. You are the one who is asking for trouble. Originally, I didn't want to talk to you, but you insisted on jumping out to show your presence. Trying to cause trouble for me? Yes, reciprocity. Let's see who will kneel down and call you Dad first. Court death. The cold voice fell, and the reverse lightning moved instantly. The red lightning rushed towards Richard McNeil. At the same time, Richard McNeil also moved. Two red lightning bolts crisscrossed in the hall in an instant, seemingly at the same speed. After a few back and forth, reverse lightning Richard Dilly reached out and pulled Flash up with a whoosh. He rushed towards the door. Swish. Richard McNeil stopped and did not chase. No, don't you want to chase? Vertical bar. The teleporter woman asked curiously, although she couldn't keep up with the speed of the two. It seemed to be about the same. I have several ways to kill him. Wouldn't it be cheaper for him not to make him kneel down and call Daddy? Richard McNeil turned his head and looked to the side with a chuckle. a man with a camera stepped out from the corner next to it. Seeing this person's multiple bodies and the teleportation girl were stunned. You can clone too? Multiple bodies, asked Richard consciously. Avatar? I don't know, and I always feel that this ability is disgusting. To some extent. You may not be the one who splits out. I'm sorry, I'm not targeting you. Richard McNeil said to the multiple bodies without sincerity. He apologized and picked up the camera. The other slowly turned into an afterimage and disappeared. By turning back and forth between 2 points at a fast enough speed, one can achieve the effect of doing two things at the same time. This is fundamentally different from a real clone. Richard McNeil himself is doing two things at the same time. But the clone, no matter what kind of avatar, Richard McNeil feels that he is no longer himself from the moment he is separated. The multiple body was not angry because Richard Denley thought, if Richard McNeil was fighting against the reverse lightning while filming, wouldn't that mean that he was much faster than the reverse lightning? God, how fast is he? The shot is not bad. Satisfied, Richard McNeil turned off the camera and said with a smile to the shocked multi-body and teleportation girl, your tasks have also been completed well, so the central city is now yours. So let's play it freely. Both the multi-body and the teleportation girl were taken aback. What does he mean by saying that he won't force them to do things anymore? Just let them go so easily? No, not right. They are now well-known criminals, and they have also provoked the Flash and the Reverse Flash. If they don't want to go to jail or be killed, they must be enemies of the Flash and the Reverse Lightning. Seeing the Richard Denley enlightened expressions of the two, Richard McNeil activated the Speed Force and flashed directly with them. The Flash will not be able to relax in a short period of time. As for the Reverse Lightning, he also needs a chance to help. Richard McNeil didn't go home after leaving, but ran to the place where Iris worked, walked around her, and then went straight to the cutting-edge laboratory. In a cutting-edge laboratory, the Flash Barry Allen faintly woke up from a coma. Looking at the concerned eyes of Cisco, Caitlin and Harrison Wells around him, he was a little dazed for a while. How do I? It was a flash of red lightning that sent you back. Caitlin Snow whispered. Richard McNeil, Barry Allen asked in a daze. How could he? I don't know. Cisco Raymond shook his head. But the quartet has killed Simon Stager, and Steel Beam is dead. Dead? Why? Barry Allen felt as if he had passed out and missed many things. Who knows? Cisco Raymond shrugged. Anyway, it's good that you're fine, Barry. You can't be so lucky every time. If you want to save people, if you want to help, then the most important thing you should do now is to increase your speed instead of rushing out to die. Harrison Wells said with a serious face. I see. Barry Allen whispered dejectedly. Sure. The red lightning flashed Richard Denley. Richard McNeil raised his hand and said with a smile, hi, everyone. Richard McNeil. Barry Allen instantly stood up and looked at him vigilantly. I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to be so excited when you see me. Richard McNeil smiled and said to Cisco Raymond, long time no see. I'm afraid I need your help this time. What are you going to do again? Don't be afraid, it's useless to be afraid anyway. I just asked you to put something for me. Richard McNeil handed the camera to Cisco Raymond and glanced at Harrison Wells. Well, he was quite calm. By the way, this is for you. Richard McNeil yanked threw something at Barry, and then turned into red light and went out. When Barry Allen caught it, Richard San was already back. Seeing the things in his hands, Barry Allen hurriedly put them away and glared at Richard McNeil. You're welcome. Richard McNeil waved his hands generously, looked at his flaming eyes and smiled lightly. Want to know who killed your mother? Allen stared at Richard McNeil with wide eyes in bar 690, and then reacted to look at the camera in Cisco's hand. They saved you just now, Richard McNeil said with a light smile. Saved him? You said you weren't the one who sent Barry back? Yes. The murderer who killed his mother? Caitlin Snow asked in Richard's eyes. Richard McNeil smiled and signaled Cisco Raymond to release the video. This is a new camera, and there is only one video in the whole camera. The video was played on the screen. At the beginning, the Flash appeared and was abused by multiple bodies, steel beams and teleporting women. After Barry Allen was knocked unconscious by the steel beam, the highlight came. Reverse Lightning is here. This is the murderer who killed your mother. His name is Reverse Lightning. I'm not mistaken, Dr. Harrison Wells? Richard McNill narrowed his eyes and looked at Harrison Wells, whose expression remained unchanged. Richard McNill, why did you ask Dr. Wells? Caitlin Snow asked with a trembling voice. Am I still not clear? Because your Dr. Harrison Wells is Reverse Lightning, the murderer who killed Barry's mother. Chapter 109 New ability to absorb Speed Force. Richard McNill's inquiry tape. Just now Caitlin Snow has a strong tendency to ask this question, but when he identified Dr. Harrison Wells as Reverse Lightning without hesitation, Richard prized them. They instinctively resisted and felt sorry for Harry. Richard N. Wells retorted, why? That's impossible. How could Dr. Wells be Reverse Lightning? He's always been with us. Caitlin Snow retorted, that's right, and Dr. Wells didn't know Barry at that time, so how could he kill Barry's mother? Cisco Raymond said. Barry Allen obviously trusted Harrison Wells more. He looked at Richard McNill. If this is your joke to tease me, then it's not funny. I guess you will react like this, but it's okay. You know how to cut flesh with a soft knife, right? It's interesting to do it a little bit. Richard McNill pointed at the video disapprovingly. First of all, you have to admit that there is another speedster, right? Barry Allen nodded. Which of the two speedsters was faster than him? If the speed is fast enough, moving quickly between 2 points can create an afterimage that makes people unable to tell the real from the fake. Harrison Wells looked at Richard McNill with a smile, although he didn't say anything, but the meaning was very meaningful. Clear. You can use speed camouflage to create Richard CH a backflash smile on the face, MMP in the heart. This should be the portrayal of Harrison Wells, also known as Reverse Lightning, in his heart now. The Speed Force energy accumulated with great difficulty was almost exhausted before Barry Allen was rescued. However, Richard McNill even took the video to directly expose his identity. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and figured out a way to deal with it in time. It's true that Reverse Lightning knows so much about speed. I can play two roles and play myself, but you can also play Reverse Flash and save Barry Allen with me while continuing to be your Dr. Harrison Wells. Richard McNill laughed lightly. The premise is that I have your speed. Harrison Wells said with a smile. You know, your biggest mistake is to trouble me, because I know who you are, where you come from, and what are your fatal weaknesses. But don't worry, I won't use these to deal with you for the time being. Let's slow down, play slowly, when your heart can't take it anymore, and kneel down to tell Dad when it's over. Richard McNill chuckled to Harrison Wells, who was still smiling, and turned to Barry Allen. Think about who saved you. After finishing speaking, Richard McNill disappeared with a whoosh. Everyone in the laboratory was silent for a while, and their hearts were in a state of confusion. Guys, shall we focus on dealing with the group of 4 first? Although there are only 3 left now, they seem to be doing something again. Cisco Raymond looked at the computer and said in a deep voice, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The red lightning quickly shuttled through the central city. After a while, Richard McNill stopped at a Power Richard Ply station. Here was the last person he wanted to find. Faruko. When the particle accelerator exploded, Faruko and his friends came here to watch the startup of the particle accelerator from a distance, and he even climbed onto the electric tower. As Richard LT, the particle accelerator exploded, and he was electrocuted and fell down. His friend tried to save him but was unconsciously electrocuted to death. Faruko was resurrected and became able to absorb electricity and release electricity. This ability seems to be mediocre, but he absorbed the Speed Force energy of the Flash and made him lose his speed. In the end, Flash had to Richard for another electric shock to activate the Speed Force in the cells to restore speed. Also, Dr. Reverse Flash Harrison Wells used his genes to figure out a way to steal the Speed Force energy. It can be seen that his ability to absorb this point is still very powerful. Richard McNill made a circle and found Faruka, who was absorbing electricity. His eyes turned white, and his hands were shining with electric light. "Hey! Stealing electricity is illegal," Richard McNill shouted lightly. "I need energy." Faruko slowly turned around and waved his hand to release the electric current and hit Richard McNill. Swish! Richard McNill said to him while avoiding a chuckle. "Thank you for your ability, then you can die." Whoosh! The red lightning came to him in an instant, followed by punching and blasting directly. He didn't want to use any energy to be easily absorbed by the opponent, so this circle was just pure power. Richard perimposed 50 times. Boom! With a punch, Faruko's head instantly deformed and then exploded. Blood and flesh fell to the ground. Watching his headless body fall to the ground, Richard McNill's hands burst into flames and blasted towards him. The high temperature burned Faruko's body in an instant, until the flames were extinguished, leaving only a layer of ashes on the ground, which flew into the air and disappeared when the wind blew. The reason for killing Faruko and destroying the body is very simple. It is to prevent reverse lightning from absorbing Barry Allen's Speed Force energy, and after Richard McNill copied this ability, he can absorb the Speed Force energy of the Flash and Reverse Lightning. Richard pressing their power. Strength. The Flash wants to travel through time and disrupt the timeline. Impossible. Reverse Lightning has accumulated enough Speed Force energy to go home? No way. This is the meat on the cutting board, which can only be slaughtered. It's no wonder that Faruko hasn't come out to make trouble after gaining the ability for so long. He is just an ordinary person and he has experienced the resurrection from the dead. He needs a lot of energy and spends all his time absorbing energy. Fortunately, I am different. Just if you feel hungry, eat more and you'll be fine. Feeling the impact of the new ability, Richard McNill shook his head slightly. The red lightning lights up, and Richard McNill disappears. Richard McNill returned to the villa and asked Laura to prepare some food, and the hunger disappeared after the storm passed. "What's wrong with you?" Seeing that Richard McNill seemed to have finished eating, Laura next to him couldn't help asking. Richard McNill wiped the corners of his mouth and leaned back on the chair to look at Laura with a smile. "This is the first time you have talked to me because of yourself, right?" Laura fell silent again. During this period of time, Laura either cooks and cleans, or asks Richard McNill to study how to get her Richard per Speed Force, and she is also dedicated to the pillow work. Even if Richard McNill needs it, she will silently bear it. Whatever Richard McNill wants to do, she will let her do it, but she will not take the initiative to speak. Chapter 110, New Speed Force Skills and Steel Armor. Looking at Laura, who fell silent again, Richard McNill smiled lightly, took her into his arms and caressed her long bare legs and said with a smile, "You were cheated by Laylee first and then forced by me. It's really a bit miserable. But I didn't force you to stay by your side. This is your own decision, so while I'm in a good mood, hurry up if you want to say anything or make any request. Yes, if you miss this time, you may not have another chance next time." Laura hesitated but didn't speak. "Want to kill a comedian to avenge your mother?" "I can help you," Richard McNill asked tentatively. Laura nodded Richard consciously but quickly shook her head again. If killing the comedian would have solved the problem, she would not have stayed in the first place, and comedians would be dead long ago in this day and age. "Are you Richard Ree?" Richard McNill asked after seeing Laura shaking her head. Laura hummed lightly. "It's up to you." Richard McNill was only in a good mood because he just copied the new ability and was full, so he gave her a chance to ask, but it doesn't matter if she wants to continue to be a slave to Richard McNill. Going to the sofa in the living room and laying down, Richard McNill Richard Ally picked up the tablet on the side and browsed the news of Central City, almost all of which were news about the group of four. After all, they had made a lot of noise before, and there was almost no ability to cover up the murder. Countless photos were taken of 710. His identity and abilities have already been exposed and he was listed as a wanted criminal, wanted in the whole city. In addition to the group of four, it should be the Flash. After all, the Flash has saved a lot during this time. At first, many people doubted his existence, but after the appearance of the group of four, many people began to believe in the existence of the Flash, thinking he was protecting Central City. But the Flash should be a little bit miserable now. If I remember correctly, the last target the gas man wants to kill is the policeman who arrested him. Is the adoptive father of Flash Barry Allen, Iris' father, Joe West. Although there are only 3 left in the 4-person group, it is enough for the Flash to be busy for a while, not to mention there are other villains. As for Reverse Lightning, fearing that his previous efforts would fall short and that he would stay in this era forever and not be able to go home was enough for him to drink a pot. When he recovers, the Birds of Prey team has news and then continue to play with him. During this time, Richard McNeil intends to study whether he can get out the Steel Richardite and apply what he has learned. By the way, practice how to use the Speed Force to travel through time or space. The production of Steel Richardites is not easy, and there are many directions involved: financial resources, material resources, manpower, time, etc. Fortunately, these are not difficult for Richard McNeil. First, he converted the garage of the villa into a studio, and then ordered various necessary equipment, materials for making Steel Richardites, etc. Anyway, he has the means of firestorms turning stone into gold, so he doesn't have to worry about money at all. It only took less than a week to get all the equipment work done, and it wouldn't even take a week if he didn't need to wait for the equipment and materials to be delivered. The sound of flipping books was very clear. Richard McNeil flipped through the book and studied while watching the host on TV talking about whether the Flash can protect the Central City and whether he can defeat the news of the trio. It's really cool to read books and learn knowledge with the Richard per speed of Speed Force. The books that others may take a year to learn are only a few minutes for him. By the way, because he was worried that he would be bored and lose interest, he developed a new application ability of Speed Force, overclocking senses. He can adjust the feeling when using the Speed Force according to his own needs. Richard CHs speeding up or slowing down the process of perception. Just like playing a movie, when it is accelerated, it can be played several times faster, and when it is slowed down, it is the normal playback speed or even slower. Of course, this all refers to his own sensory experience, which is still as fast as lightning in the eyes of others. After finishing the last book, Richard McNeil glanced at the mountain of books beside him and said with some expectation, "It's almost time to give it a try." Shwa. Red lightning came from the living room to the garage in an instant. Laura was stunned and hesitantly followed the garage. As soon as she entered the garage, she saw Red Lightning rapidly spinning around the workbench. He ran very fast, but there didn't seem to be any wind around him. Very peaceful. Shwa. Richard McNeil rigidly appeared beside Laura, pointing forward with her shoulders. "Okay, let's see how it goes." Laura opened her mouth wide in Richard's eyes. A set of red gold steel battle Richardites appeared in front of her eyes. The tough lines were full of compelling metallic textures, and every connection seemed so perfect. Even after learning modern knowledge, Laura had never seen anything more beautiful and perfect battle armor. Even though as a woman, she doesn't like things like battle armor very much, she still can't help but be fascinated by it. Richard consciously walked over to caress around the armor, and after a long while, she exclaimed in amazement, "It's really unbelievable." The design Richard LTS I have calculated more than 300 times should not be a problem in theory, but the lack of artificial intelligence makes it a bit troublesome to operate. This is equivalent to an advanced version of the armor with manual transmission, Richard McNeil introduced, and the energy problem has not been solved yet. With full firepower, it should only be able to Richard port 5 minutes of combat. The endurance flight time is a bit longer, comparable to ordinary small helicopters. There is still a lot of room for improvement. Richard CH's energy, Richard CH's portability, self-repair, and miscellaneous functions can be added or improved. Laura nodded as she listened. "You like it?" Seeing Laura's obsessed look, Richard McNeil couldn't help laughing. "It's said that meshs are a man's dream. I didn't expect you to be so interested. When I have time, I'll help you get one." "Can you?" Laura asked, looking up. "That depends on your performance." Richard McNeil smiled and walked over, and slowly opened the steel Richarded from the middle. Richard McNeil went in and closed his battle Richarded, followed by the cold and dark eyes light up. "I'll try it." Richard McNeil's voice sounded from inside, and the next moment, blue propulsion energy lit up on his hands and feet, slowly flew into the air, and flew out of the garage with a whoosh. P.S. Explain why you want to write the steel Richarded. Although the protagonist is very strong and does not need external force, the steel Richarded is really cool. Even the DC world has a lot of cool armor. Secondly, I also think about those female characters who have no self-protection ability. After all, Richard McNeil doesn't think about it. I have to think about it. This is the DC world, and there are many dangers. Chapter 111. Absorbing the Speed Force and Bomb Girl Whoosh. Richard McNeil flew directly into the air wearing a steel battle Richarded and tested various functions, various limit and average data, and so on. About 5 minutes or so, Richard McNeil returned to the studio. How? Laura asked curiously. As I calculated, there is no problem with the performance of the Richarded and it can be used normally, but the energy conversion is too fast. So I need to improve it. After Richard McNeil's voice fell, he used the Speed Force to circle around the steel Richarded again. By the way, standing up, Richard McNeil entered the steel Richarded again after a while. From the outside, it looks the same as before, but there are several charging devices installed inside, which can be directly charged by electricity. It's a small thing to discharge. It can be fully charged in minutes. Although this method is only useful for himself or people with similar abilities, Richard McNeil has already thought of a solution. He could use the Disciple's energy matrix to make a small, or at least lack of, container that could hold that energy. As for this container, Richard McNeil remembered that the Mercury laboratory, which was second only to the cutting-edge laboratory, had it. Tatchins. In the American drama, Reverse Lightning snatched this thing, so there was also a good show of hitting himself and Reverse Lightning beating Dr. Harrison Wells. Since Reverse Lightning needs it, he must not be allowed to get it. I remembered it later and made a trip to get it. Whoosh. The steel Richarded flew out of the garage again. This time there was no need to test anything. All he needed to do was enjoy the satisfaction the Richarded brought him. Although the speed of the Iron Richarded is far inferior to the Speed Force, one is on the ground and the other is in the sky. The feeling of the two is completely different. At least the field of view is different. That's the Flash. Flying Richard McNeil. Richard Denley noticed the yellow lightning speeding down below. He found me. It's normal to find me with the reaction speed of a cutting-edge laboratory. Wait, he doesn't seem to be chasing me but going somewhere. Is there a good show to watch? Richard McNeil changed direction and chased after him directly. During this period of time, although the Flash was very embarrassed, almost every time he was in danger, but his speed did increase a lot, and this initial version of the steel Richarded couldn't catch up at all. However, it was very easy to lock his position. A few minutes later, Richard McNeil fell slowly wearing a steel Richarded, and then saw the Flash stopping a woman on the street below who seemed to be talking. Betty San Richards. Don't go, listen to me. I'm here to help you. Flash stopped her and said quickly. But she obviously didn't want to obey and turned around and ran away. The Flash shook his head helplessly. Does it have to be like this? After speaking, the whoosh appeared in front of Betty again, and Betty was stunned and raised her hand to slam the lightning logo on the Flash uniform. Take it off. Betty hurriedly reminded a few words and turned to leave. The Flash looked at Betty and then at the strangely glowing lightning symbol, and ran to the other side helplessly. He heard a bang just after running far. Exploded. Gunpowder smoke filled the air, and Lightning's uniform was blown to pieces. Barry Allen squatted on the ground in shorts, thankful and frustrated, and turned to look at Betty. but Richard Denley saw a red gold metal armor descending from the sky to stop Betty. "Are you with him?" Betty looked vigilantly at the armor that Richard Denley fell in front of her and asked in a low voice. "Him?" Richard McNill looked at Barry Allen behind Betty and came out of the Richardite with a chuckle. "Richard McNill!" Barry Allen shouted in Richard Price in the distance. "Why did he get Richard CH in armor?" "No. Why is he here?" "Could it be that he came here for Betty?" "What did he want to do?" Barry Allen Richard consciously rushed over to stop Richard McNill. The corner of Richard McNill's mouth raised, and a flash of lightning hit Barry Allen, who was rushing over. Barry Allen Richard Denley groaned and stopped following him, feeling as if something was being cut out of his body. The electric light gradually turned yellow and poured from Barry Allen's body into Richard McNill's body. Betty on the side hesitated for a moment and lowered her head to pick up a stone. The stone gradually shone in her hands before throwing it towards Richard McNill. Snapped. Richard McNill reached out to catch it, and heard a bang the next moment. The stone turned into a bomb and exploded directly. Slap. Barry Allen sat weakly on the ground and looked at Richard McNill in horror. The smoke gradually dissipated. Richard McNill kept the posture just now and did not move. Although the palm holding the stone had just experienced an explosion, it seemed that it was not injured at all. Betty was dumbfounded. She can turn anything she touches into explosives. As a soldier, although she was only a bomb disposal expert in the military before, courage and guts are what she lacks most. Seeing that Richard McNill was not hurt, she instinctively wanted to find more weapons. "Betty, don't. He's dangerous." Seeing Betty's move, Barry Allen hurriedly warned to stop. Betty glanced hesitantly at Barry Allen and then at Richard McNill. "I don't know who you are, and I don't know what your purpose is, but it's best not to trouble me." She helped the Flash because she knew he wasn't a bad guy, and he seemed dangerous just now. "Betty, don't go yet, I can help." Barry Allen Richard consciously wanted to stop Betty, but stopped after moving a few steps. My speed. Is my speed gone?" "You Richard my speed away just now?" Barry Allen looked at Richard McNill in disbelief. "You need to start leveling again." Richard McNill said something to Barry Allen and then looked at Betty. "Shoji Bomb or Bomb Girl, which name do you prefer?" "I just absorbed the speed force on him and made him lose his Richard per speed, so you may also be able to absorb the energy ability in me, so I don't have to worry about touching anything. What will explode?" Betty paused and looked at Richard McNill excitedly. "The reaction is quick," Richard McNill said with a light smile. "So now the problem is not that I'm troubling you, but that you have to ask me to help you, right? After all, you have Richard CH abilities not because of what the military did to you, but because of the explosion of the particle accelerator. I can't seem to get anyone to get you back to normal." Chapter 112 Green Hat. "No, Green Arrow finally debuts." "No, don't agree to him." "Betty, you don't know what he did to Central City and what he will do to you. He is dangerous, very, very dangerous." Barry Allen hurriedly Richarded Betty regardless of losing speed. "It was the explosion of the particle accelerator that changed you and me. Dr. Harrison Wells is a particle accelerator researcher. He must have a way to help you." Seeing Barry Allen anxiously Richard adding the hesitant Betty, Richard McNill chuckled and turned around to put on his battle Richardite. "I really need to improve it later. This way of putting on and taking off is really not cool enough." Richard McNill muttered and slowly flew up. "Wait, I'll follow you." Seeing that Richard McNill was going to leave, Betty finally made a decision. She didn't know if the military could solve her problems, or if Harrison Wells could help her, but she saw with her own eyes that Richard San absorbed the power of the Flash, so she wouldn't miss this anyway chance. She's a bomb disposal expert, and now she's turned into a Richardicide bomber. She doesn't want Richard CH alive. "No!" Barry Allen could only shout unwillingly as Richard McNill lifted Betty into the air wearing a mecha and flew away. "My God, there is a pervert here." Shameless. After a long while, Barry Allen blocked his body and stood on the side of the street with his head down to stop a taxi, pretending in embarrassment that he didn't hear other people's words and their gazes. After an hour, when Barry Allen covered his body and returned to the cutting-edge laboratory, The friends were all stunned. "You said your speed was Richard away by Richard-san? How is this possible?" When Barry Allen got dressed and told what happened just now, Cisco, Caitlin and Dr. Harrison Wells were all in disbelief. "Maybe you can ask the taxi driver who brought me back just now." The Flash in a taxi? I can't imagine it. Everyone, is my speed temporary or? Barry Allen asked nervously. Cisco and Caitlin didn't speak. Harrison Wells said seriously, "It's not Richard Ree yet. But we will figure it out." Barry Allen's face was ashen. In the villa, Laura waited for a long time and finally saw Richard McNeil come back, but there was a red-haired woman who came back with her. Slap. After landing, Richard McNeil let go of Betty, and Betty only felt slightly weak and shook before she stabilized her body. It would be uncomfortable for anyone to fly directly in the air like this. Especially she had to control herself not to touch Richard McNeil's. Richard did so as not to become a bomb. Richard McNeil went to the garage to take off his battle clothes and then came out again. At this time, Betty seemed to have recovered and greeted Laura. "Is this your home?" Betty asked Car Richard Ally while habitually looking at the environment. "Look here." Richard McNeil picked up a small stone from the ground, and Betty was surprised to find that the small stone had a very familiar light on it. Whoosh! The stone was thrown into the air by Richard McNeil Car Richard Ally, and just as it flew into the air, it heard a bang and exploded. Why don't you?" Betty looked at Richard McNeil in Richard's eyes. "Being my enemy should be the worst thing." Richard McNeil chuckled. "If you can increase your ability by about 3 to 4 times, you can freely control whether to turn objects into explosives, but it may take you a lifetime to achieve this level, so let's talk about you first. The immediate situation. How can you help me?" Betty asked hastily. "Admiral Wadeling should be looking for you, right? If you are caught by him after I absorb your energy, do you think he will let you go?" Richard McNeil asked with a smile. Betty shook her head gravely. "So, kill him." Richard McNeil laughed. "Okay." Betty simply agreed. "Come to me after you do it." Richard McNeil waved his hand, and Betty hesitated for a moment, turned and left. It was just an accident to meet Betty. Richard McNeil saw that Flash wanted to win over Betty, so he intervened. He didn't care if Betty could complete the task. Richard McNeil didn't mind helping her. Having this ability is a nightmare for Betty, but a joy for Richard Sanzero. By Richard perimposing, he can decide the explosives independently. At the same time, he also found that continuing to Richard perimpose the explosives can change from instant explosion to remote control or timed explosion. Who is better? While Richard McNeil was thinking about who was Richardable to be this unlucky guy, Barry Allen, who had become an unlucky guy, was meeting a friend, whom he specially invited. "That's the way it is, Oliver, and I need your help." In the coffee shop, Barry Allen finished talking about the recent tragic experience with a wry smile, and then looked expectantly at the friend he specially invited opposite. Oliver Quinn. The legend of Starling City was originally a playboy-rich second generation of the Quinn Group, but he came back after being killed in a shipwreck for many years. No one knows how he got here during his 5 years on Lian Island. No one knows that he not only came back but also possessed a whole body of abilities, and even became another existence. The Green Hat. No, it's the Green Arrow. Speaking of which, Oliver Quinn is also miserable. After changing his destiny on Purgatory Island, he came back to save Starling City and make up for the damage his father caused to the city. As a Richard LT, he just became Green Arrow and found that this city doesn't need him at all. There's a huntress who does justice but is brutal, and a team of heroes called the Birds of Prey. If it weren't for them not dealing with each other, there might be no street gangsters in Starling City. Green Arrow didn't take it for granted. Even the list clues in the small book left by his father were almost broken, which made him Richard Denley wonder what to do. What are you doing? You can only play the role of the rich second generation every day to spend time and whine. Before Barry Allen became the Flash, he went to Starling City to track a special case, met Oliver Quinn and discovered Oliver Quinn's secret identity. Although he had no achievements, Barry Allen was still I admire it very much. Moreover, The only helper he can find now is Oliver Queen. P.S. Linked to the plot of Green Arrow. Chapter 113. Team up to catch Richard McNeil, with stubble, melancholy eyes, a muscular figure, and the aura of a rich man. The charm of Star City Cannon King has not diminished in the slightest even in Central City. While Barry Allen was waiting pitifully for his reply, Iris walked over with coffee in his eyes. "Barry, this is yours." "Mr. Quinn, this is your black coffee." Iris handed the coffee to the two, but kept her eyes on Oliver Quinn. "Thank you." Oliver Quinn nodded politely. Iris said to Barry, "Can I have a chat?" "Ah." Barry was stunned, got up and followed Iris to the side. Crack. Iris patted Barry Allen's shoulder excitedly. "You actually know Oliver Queen. Why didn't you tell me?" "I know Oliver Quinn," Barry Allen told her with a wry smile. "Did you know? He's on my list," Iris said excitedly in a low voice. "List?" Barry Allen asked in a daze. "What list?" 10. Iris looked at Oliver Quinn from a distance and explained, 3 men. Eddie can accept me to sleep with them, the kind of people who are almost impossible to meet and touch, and one of them is Oliver Quinn. God, I can feel how excited I am." Seeing the excited Iris, Barry Allen was very hurt. Childhood sweethearts who grew up under the same roof should have been together naturally, but the particle accelerator explosion made him comatose for 9 months. After waking up, Iris had a boy. He is no longer a friend. He can only watch silently by the side and secretly feel sad. But Iris now says that there is another list. Barry Allen didn't know what to say anymore. I'll go back first," Barry Allen whispered and turned back to Oliver Quinn. As soon as he sat down, he heard Oliver Quinn say, "I'll help you with this." "What? No way." Barry Allen was still thinking about Iris's list, but when Oliver Quinn said this favor, Richard consciously refused. Oliver Quinn was stunned. "You said no?" "Ah, yes. I'm sorry. I was thinking about other things just now." "It would be great if you would help." Barry Allen reacted embarrassingly and hurriedly apologized. "Those 3 transformation people are very troublesome. Let me tell you about their details. I investigated before coming to Central City. If you want to solve the troubles in Central City, the 3 of them should not be the target." Oliver Quinn said seriously, "Richard McNeil is the source of everything." But Barry Allen was a little confused. Of course he knew that Richard McNeil was the source of everything, but even if he didn't lose his speed, he was not Richard McNeil's opponent. Having the ability does not mean that you can win. Isn't your team trying to find a way to help you regain your speed? Maybe we can use this to make a trap, Oliver Quinn said with confidence. Although Oliver Quinn wanted to keep his identity secret, the current situation required full cooperation. In addition, Barry Allen knew his true identity, so at his invitation, Oliver Quinn went to the cutting-edge laboratory to meet with the Flash. The people in the team met and confessed their identities, and then they began to design traps to deal with Richard McNeil. With his strategic and tactical ability combined with the technology of the Flash team, the trap was completed in just 3 days. Can this really trap him? Everyone in the basement looked at the platform in front of them. The 4 pillars stood upright. It seemed that there was no barrier at all, but once it was opened, it would become an electronic fence. Of course, we can build a lot of Richard capacitors, isolate the space with molecular positions, clear the turning points, and then, Cisco Raymond said a lot of extremely professional terms with some excitement, and Oliver, who was listening, Quinn, was confused. He meant to say yes. Caitlin Snow translated. Oliver Queen nodded. Then there is only one thing left now, how to get into the trap, Barry Allen said in a deep voice. Everyone was silent. What does Richard sound like? What do you care about? What does he want? Everyone doesn't seem to know. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle, but they don't know anything about Richard McNeil. Ordinary people can still profile their characters based on their behavior, but Richard McNeil, God knows what he was thinking. Reverse lightning. Harrison Wells said Richard Denley. He is very interested in reverse lightning, thinking that reverse lightning has caused him trouble. So, reverse lightning is the best bait. But where can we find reverse lightning? Cisco Raymond said Richard consciously. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that Caitlin and Barry both looked at Harrison Wells. "It's too dangerous," Cisco Raymond retorted Richard consciously. "Although I don't know why he thinks I'm reverse lightning. This is the only way to lure him into the bait." Harrison Wells said to Caitlin Snow, "You contact him to find a way to get him here. Everyone, get ready." After a moment of silence, Caitlin Snow turned around and went to make a phone call. Oliver Queen carefully checked the traps he had set up, and then rushed to the corner of the roof, set up an arrow and drew a bow on the official road, watching Dr. Harrison Wells sitting in a wheelchair into the trap. As soon as Richardson appeared, he would shoot an arrow to pull Harrison Wells out at the 717th moment, and then activate this electronic fence trap. Cisco Raymond turned and went up to watch the monitoring situation, while Barry Allen stood quietly waiting in front of the wrench that activated the electronic fence. "Guys, he's here." Just as Cisco Raymond went up, he saw a red lightning bolt rushing in from the outside. The people below saw the red lightning had appeared just after hearing Cisco Raymond's reminder. The atmosphere instantly tensed up. "I didn't give you a gift in a hurry this time. I will double it next time." Richard McNeil looked around and smiled at Barry Allen, then looked at Harrison Wells on the electronic fence. "Caitlin said you admitted your identity. That's not like something you would do." Harrison Wilson took off his glasses slowly, but his expression, which was used to smiling slightly, was very cold at this time. "This acting is amazing. You won't know what I will do, because I will always be one step ahead of you, whether it is the Flash or you," Harrison Wells said coldly. P.S. No fans of Iris, right? I don't want to be hacked again. Hey, this list is still what the American dramas have always said. Chapter 114. I heard you have a beautiful sister. It's painful, isn't it? When Harrison Wells looked cold and the others were tense, Richard McNeil rigidly chuckled and said something that seemed irrelevant. "Pain? Why pain?" Barry Allen and others were puzzled, but Harrison Wells flashed a flash of approval. "Forced to stay in a world that doesn't belong to me. I want to go home but can't. I have to create and help my enemies." If anyone in this world cares more about Barry Allen's safety, it is definitely you. Because he is dead, or you lose your speed and you never get home and you're stuck in a world full of dead people for you. Richard McNeil sighed. Harrison Wells was silent. In a way they are similar because it's not their world. Sometimes the sense of alienation and loneliness can be very strong. The difference is that Reverse Lightning wants to go home wholeheartedly, while Richard McNeil does not. So Richard McNeil still admires Reverse Lightning for being able to endure 15 years. "Why do you know this?" Harrison Wells asked in a deep voice. Richard McNeil smiled and looked around. "It doesn't matter. The important thing is that your traps are not very good, especially for a speedster, because the speedster has enough time to observe the environment. Richard has this electronic fence, for example. The one squatting on the roof," Richard McNeil said while turning to look at the roof where Oliver Queen was hiding and waving his hand. "Current." Boom. The current hit the roof, and Oliver Queen jumped down in a hurry. Green arrow. Oliver Queen, we finally meet. Richard McNeil looked at him with a smile. Caitlin called and said that when Harrison Wells admitted that he was a Reverse Lightning, Richardson knew it was a trap. A trap. This is the advantage of unequal intelligence. Richard McNeil knew what Reverse Lightning would do and wanted to do, and confessed his identity when Barry Allen lost his speed. This is definitely not something Reverse Lightning would do. But Richard McNeil still came. First, let's see what kind of trap it is, and second, he is still very interested in doing face slapping. When he came in, he checked the Richard drowning environment and put some small gifts by the way. "You know me?" Oliver Queen asked, aiming at Richard McNeil with his bow. "If I can't recognize it when I dress like this, how blind am I?" "This trap." Richard McNeil pointed around and smiled. "Your idea?" "Yes," Oliver Queen said. "Very good." Richard McNeil chuckled but didn't continue, which made Oliver Queen a little worried. "What does he mean?" Richard McNeil turned and walked towards Harrison Wells, raising his voice as he walked. "Cisco, are you Richard? This electronic fence can trap me?" "Of course, Cisco Raymond. who was watching the Richard Valance, replied confidently. Then try it. After Richard McNeil finished speaking, he even walked over Dr. Harrison Wells and walked straight into the electronic fence. This move stunned everyone. Confidence, or conceited? Barry. Dr. Harrison Wells hurriedly left and shouted at Barry. Barry instantly opened the trap. In an instant, an energy barrier appeared on the electronic fence, trapping Richard McNeil inside. Call. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Harrison Wells put on his eyes and smiled again, and said, confidence and arrogance are sometimes just a step away, and you will pay the price for your arrogance. Yeah? Richard McNeil reached out and stroked the electronic barrier with a smile. Finally caught me. You must be very excited and happy now, Caitlin. I thought we were friends. Caitlin Snow looked at Richard McNeil apologetically. Yes, we're friends, but what you did was wrong. I'm sorry. I had to. The conflict of ideas is understandable. Richard McNeil chuckled and turned to look at Oliver Queen. I heard you have a beautiful sister. If I were you, I wouldn't say these things at this time. It will only make your situation worse. Oliver Queen snorted coldly. I have a gift and I didn't know who to give it until I saw you. Richard McNeil slowly raised a finger. 1. What? What are you talking about? 2. Richard McNeil, you. Seeing Richard McNeil raised his fingers and counted with confidence, everyone couldn't help worrying. Did he do something? Cisco. Barry Allen yelled in a hurry to ask Cisco to check if Richard San had done something wrong. 3. After Richard McNeil's voice fell, everyone became nervous instantly, but nothing happened. He's bluffing, Oliver Queen snorted. Seeing the corners of his mouth raised, Richard McNeil said silently, burst. Boom. The sound of an explosion Richard-denly sounded from behind Oliver Queen, and his arrows exploded instantly. The impact of the explosion caused Oliver Queen to fall forward in an instant, grunting in pain. Oliver. Barry Allen hurried over anxiously. The Richard LT is bang. Boom. Boom. The sound of explosive explosions sounded all around one after another. The flames were reckless, and the smoke filled the air. Harrison Wells' wheelchair also exploded during the continuous explosion, and the explosion it caused seemed to be stronger than the others, shaking the entire cutting-edge laboratory in an instant. No! Cisco Raymond upstairs yelled and hurriedly turned and ran downstairs. When he came downstairs, he saw that the Richard Rounding area had been bombed beyond recognition and was in a mess. In the smoke, Cisco pulled Harrison Wells, who had lost his wheelchair and looked dull, aside, and then saw Barry Allen help Oliver Queen. Caitlin Snow seemed a little embarrassed and seemed to be fine. Great, everyone is fine. Cisco Lyman breathed a sigh of relief. But there was a faint feeling that something was wrong. No one was injured that badly and no one was killed in the blast. So was it a bit of luck? Richard McNeil. Cisco Raymond Richard Dinley looked up at the electronic fence. The electronic fence was intact. He breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the equipment of the electronic fence. It seemed that he was not affected by the explosion. So lucky. Number. This is not luck, it is Richard McNeil's intention. Richard McNeil deliberately didn't blow up the trap and didn't kill anyone. But why? Cisco Raymond looked Richard suspiciously at the smiling Richard McNeil in the electronic fence. What exactly did he want to do? P.S. The brother who insists on voting for more than 70 chapters with 4 points every day, what hatred and resentment. Chapter 115. It's time for revenge. After slapping the face no one was injured, and Richard McNeil was still locked in the electronic fence and did not come out. Barry Allen took the opportunity to check the Richard Rounding situation and wanted to know what kind of explosive Richard McNeil used. But the Richard LT of the inspection was nothing. Bombs Richard Ally have their own unique markings, coiled wires, broken pieces. I can tell the complexity once I start analyzing, but I didn't find the presence of oxidizers. This situation is exactly the same as the bomb girl Betty. And Betty was taken away by Richard McNeil. Cisco Raymond continued. Is she here too? I'll go find her. No. Cisco. Barry Allen shook his head and said, Betty's ability is to transform it into an explosive at the moment of contact and then explode, but she can't do the explosion just now in front of so many of us. No one can plant a bomb without me noticing it, except the speedster. Oliver Queen looked at Richard McNeil in some embarrassment. The trap hasn't been destroyed, so he can't come out. Cisco asked the curious pilgrimage. How did you do it? Also, did you intentionally not hurt anyone? Didn't destroy the trap? Why? Didn't I say it? It's just a small gift. 263 Richard McNeil said with a light smile. As for why no one was hurt or the trap was destroyed, the reason is even simpler. Dead, but there is no way to slap the face. You want to say that you have a way to get out of it? It's impossible. Harrison Wells slumped on the ground and seemed to have recovered. It seems that you don't know what despair is. Richard McNeil's whole body began to shimmer with golden light. Speed Force? No, this is not Speed Force, Barry Allen said in Richard's eyes. This is divine power. After Richard McNeil finished speaking, he punched the electronic barrier directly. Boom! The violent shaking caused several cracks in the electronic barrier to open instantly. This is impossible. The energy of this electronic barrier is... Before Cisco Raymond finished speaking, Richard McNeil raised the corner of his mouth and punched again. The electronic barrier shattered silently like glass in an instant. Richard McNeil slowly raised his foot and walked out. Get out of here. Seeing that Richard McNeil broke the electronic barrier so easily and came out of the trap, Oliver Queen shouted and rushed towards Richard McNeil with a bow in his hand. His arrows were all blown up just now, but he is very confident in his skills. Hengbo pushed towards Richard McNeil, and at the same time raised his leg and kicked sideways. Standard fighting skills of the Assassin's League. Richard McNeil chuckled and withdrew his divine power while simultaneously activating his Richard Supernatural speed. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The Red Lightning Richard rounded Oliver Queen with punches and kicks. Although Richard McNeil only used the average strength of an ordinary man, this fast and crazy attack still made Oliver Queen groan, and his whole body was like a leaf in a strong wind. Involuntarily, in front and behind, Oliver Queen felt as if he was Richard rounded by countless people and being hit at the same time. Snapped. Oliver Queen sat slumped on the ground and spat out blood violently. How does Dan Meteor Fist taste? Richard McNeil stopped and teased Oliver Queen, who had been punched hundreds of times in an instant. I hope your speed can keep up with protecting your mother and sister. No, Oliver Queen shouted anxiously, but Richard McNeil had already turned into Red Lightning and disappeared. Caitlin. Cisco Raymond found that Caitlin was also missing. Failed, completely failed. Not only failed to catch Richard McNeil but also faced his revenge. Oliver? Yes. Barry Allen wanted to apologize to Oliver Queen in frustration. Oliver Queen shook his head. I have to go back to Starling City. I understand. I will. I will regain my speed as soon as possible. Caitlin and your family will be fine. Barry Allen comforted bitterly. This kind of comfort is pale and weak. Oliver Queen didn't say much, turned around and ran out. He must rush back to Starling City as soon as possible to protect his mother and sister. Originally, Barry Allen wanted to find Oliver Queen to help save Central City, but now Oliver Queen was implicated and left, Caitlin was also caught, and the crisis was not resolved but even more difficult. Shwa. With a flash of red, Richard McNeil appeared. Caitlin Snow found herself in an unfamiliar single cell that was completely transparent and seemed to be run by some technology she didn't recognize. My clothes. Caitlin screamed and crouched down to cover herself. Just make Richard read that you don't carry any positioning devices on your body. Richard McNeil threw Caitlin's clothes outside the central city. If there were any positioning devices, they would only make a futile trip. Richard McNeil, we are friends. Caitlin begged Richard McNeil. You want to lock me up so I'll lock you up, it's fair and reasonable. Richard McNeil looked at Caitlin and smiled. We are friends, so no matter what we do, we should forgive each other. I forgive you for not wanting to arrest me because of my ideals. So you should also be able to forgive me for arresting you because of my disagreement. But Caitlin wanted to say more, but Richard McNeil had disappeared. The gate of the prison area was slowly closed. Caitlin squatted in the cell and looked at the silent and cold Richard roundings and fell into a daze. On the highway between Central City and Starling City, Oliver Queen's speed has reached 200 miles, almost like a speeding car. Fortunately, there were not many cars on the road, and his driving skills were good, so he didn't cause any trouble. At best, he was scolded by the owners of other cars. While driving, Oliver Queen eagerly contacted his assistant. Yes, what would a Richard Perhero do without an assistant? John Diggle, nicknamed Driver Man, was originally a veteran and later became a professional bodyguard in a bodyguard company. After Oliver Queen returned, he was invited by his mother to protect him. After discovering Oliver Queen's true identity, became his assistant. At first he was a driver or a cover job, and then gradually became the core of the Green Arrow team, and he got the code name Sparta. But what is really great about him is not that he became Sparta, nor that he almost fell in love with his sister-in-law, but that his wife is the head of the Sky Eye Society who took over from Amanda Waller after her death. This background, is awesome. P.S. Please customize and ask for a reward. Chapter 116. I smoke, drink and do drugs, but I am a good girl. Of course, the current John Diggle is not that good, so when Oliver Queen called to ask him to protect his mother Imola Queen and sister Thea Queen, he was really worried about whether he could do it. After all, there is no Richarditable reason for a Queen Group president to stay with the rebellious eldest lady to accept his own protection. But he was lucky, because Imola just received a call from the police saying that Thea was detained for drug theft, which is a bit inaccurate. She just found a beautiful dress in a closed store after taking drugs. So he just smashed the door and went in. The daughter's various rebellious behaviors to discredit the family have become unbearable, and Imola simply ignored her, and let her Richard for and accept the lesson. The police station should be the safest place, right? John Diggle breathed a sigh of relief. Now he only needs to concentrate on protecting Imola. Richard Ally. The police station in the city where the Richard Perhero is located is the hardest. Either corrupt and ineffective, or powerless. The Starling City Police Department is much better than the Gotham Police Department. At least for now. There is no gangster family running the police station, and there are not so many amazing and brilliant criminals. Although there are black police everywhere, but generally speaking, they haven't lost confidence, especially with the Huntress in Starling City and the Birds of Prey team attacking criminals. The law and order in Starling City has indeed improved a lot, and the status of the police station in the hearts of the people has also risen a lot. At this time, in the detention room of the Starling City Police Department, Thea Queen sat cross-legged on a chair with an indifferent expression, a shawl with blonde slightly curly hair, a white shirt under a blue Richardite-style school uniform, 2 buttons on the top were unbuttoned, and a small blue tie was loosened and hung Richard Ally on his chest. She was wearing a dark blue plaid skirt underneath, knee-length blue pantyhose coiled up on her white, slender legs, and black leather shoes on her feet. It feels like a beautiful rebellious high school girl. After her father and brother had an accident, Thea Queen gradually became rebellious because of her grief and the doting of her mother Imola. She became a model of me smoking, drinking and taking drugs, but I am a good girl. Later, because of Oliver Queen's return, he became a member of the Green Arrow team and even became the second-generation Red Arrow, and later changed his name to Kwezu and became a Richard Perhero. What's interesting is that she later discovered that her biological father turned out to be Black Arrow Malcolm Merlin, who was controlled by her to kill Sarah Lance, and was later re-Richard-rected by the re-Richard-rection spring together with Sarah Lance. After a series of changes, she finally became the backbone of the Green Arrow team and is absolutely responsible for her appearance. At this time, Thea Queen had regained some sobriety, and knew that her mother did not plan to release her on bail, but she still didn't care. Or she didn't care about anything at all during the rebellious period. Sitting on the chair in an extremely indecent and unladylike posture with her legs crossed, Theaquin looked at the busy policeman outside while thinking about what to play after going out. "Who are you? When did you come in?" Looking away, Theaquin Richard Denley found a person leaning against the corner of the detention room. Looks young, seems to be Asian, looks quite handsome. "Want to play something exciting?" Richard McNill looked at Theaquin and asked in a bewitching voice. "Exciting?" Theaquin became interested in an instant, her emerald green eyes widened instantly, and her small mouth turned up slightly. "Aren't you a policeman?" "No policeman would mention stimulation to me, because they dare not, because they hate stimulation. So, I don't ask who you are or how you got in, I just ask, what's stimulation?" "How about kidnapping?" Richard McNill said with a smirk. "Abduct you from the police station and tell your mother and brother to play a game of cat and mouse." Theaquin frowned. "Your mother probably won't bail you out, and I'm afraid you will be grounded for a while after you go out. If you don't feel bored and can accept it, I'll leave now," Richard McNill said fiercely. As soon as he said that, Theaquin was moved. She didn't want to go to jail or be grounded, and it was really exciting. "It's just..." Theaquin looked at Richard McNill. "You're not really going to kidnap me, are you?" "If I take you around to do what you want to do is considered kidnapping, then yes, I intend to kidnap you. And after that, let's talk about it later. Don't you feel bored looking forward and backward?" "I just want to remind your brother Oliver Queen that there is a price for being nosy." "You have a grudge against Oliver?" "Well, he really likes to meddle in his own business, and he started meddling things not long after he came back." "So, how do you plan to kidnap me from here?" Theaquin complained to Richard Sent asked. Richard McNill smiled. "Are you ready? Are you going to start?" "Come on. I really want to know how you took me away with so many policemen outside." Theaquin felt the scene in front of her Richard Denley change before she could finish her sentence. "The detention cell has become a wilderness. Am I still awake?" Theaquin looked around in a daze and pinched her face, feeling the pain along the way. Everything around her changed except the chair she was sitting on. "Where is this?" Theaquin got up and looked around and gradually recognized it. This is the mountain behind my house." "But I was still in the police station just now. Why did you How did you do it in the blink of an eye?" Theaquin stuttered in shock. "Is it exciting?" Richard McNill asked with a light smile, hugging his shoulders. Theaquin nodded Richard consciously. "Do you have Richard powers? Do you teleport like in a sci-fi movie?" "No, this is not teleportation but fast movement, because the speed is too fast and you can't react at all." "Real fake?" Theaquin couldn't believe it. "Where do you want to go?" Richard McNill asked with a smile. Theaquin thought for a while and said excitedly, "When I went to that clothing store, I saw a very beautiful dress, and I was arrested because of this dress. I think you'll look beautiful in whatever you wear." "Of course. You'll look even more beautiful if you don't." Richard McNill smiled and bent down to hug Theaquin, who hugged his neck tightly. Swish. Red lightning flashed, and the two disappeared, leaving only the lonely chair in place. P.S. Theaquin is definitely the face value of Green Arrow. Chapter 117 Kidnapping. I am familiar with this set. The red speed force flashes and protects the bodies and clothes of Richard McNill and Theaquin from the Richard per speed. Theaquin hooks his neck with both hands, and stares at the front with his head sideways, wanting to take a look. How exactly? She swears that she never blinked, but the Richard rounding environment is like switching photos, switching from one picture to the next in an instant. Looking at some familiar shops, looking at all kinds of clothing around, Theaquin was speechless in a daze. "Aren't you going to come down?" Richard McNill hugged her and smiled lightly. Theaquin finally came to her senses. Richard McNill let her down, and she touched the clothes in Richard's prize and quickly stopped in front of a black tube-top narrow skirt. "It's this dress. How is it?" She turned to Richard McNill and asked. "The clothes are good, but not Richarditable for you," Richard McNill said with a glance. "Why?" Theaquin asked a little unhappy. "You can't hold it up." Richard McNill glanced at Theaquin and said with a smile. Theaquin snorted. "Are you trying to say that I have small breasts?" While talking, Thea Quinn took off her little Richard it a little unconvinced. Aren't you going to avoid it? If you dare to take it off, I dare to look at it. Richard McNill didn't evade at all. Thea Quinn snorted. You think I dare not? She really had nothing to dare, so she changed directly in front of Richard McNill. Then, well, I don't think I like this dress. Thea Quinn looked in the mirror and took it off and changed it back in frustration. What are you going to do next? The people in the police station should find out that you are missing now, so now you should take a photo of the kidnapping and show it to your family to let them know that you were kidnapped. Richard McNill said with a smile. How to shoot? Follow me. Richard McNill took her away from here, and found a place that looked harsh and remote. Took a photo of her according to the pose of the kidnapped hostage sign. Fear, fear. Right? Your eyes should show fear instead of anticipation, Richard McNill said helplessly while looking at Thea Quinn, whose hands and feet were tied up and her mouth was covered with a black cloth, while holding the camera. I'm not an actor. Although Thea Quinn tried her best to cooperate, she was really powerless. Then blindfold. Richard McNill figured out a way to blindfold Thea Quinn. Well, this time it will work. Crack. The camera sounded, and Richard McNill walked over and untied Thea Quinn. Let me see. Thea Quinn looked at the photo curiously. What will they do if they see it? Should be anxious, worried, and angry. Richard McNill said with a chuckle. What? Regret it? No, I just. Thea Quinn really regretted it a little, mainly because she was afraid that her mother and brother would be really worried and sad. Actually, they lied to you. Richard McNill. Richard Ally sat up beside Thea Quinn. Thea Quinn looked at Richard McNill suspiciously, and heard Richard McNill say slowly, Robert Quinn is not your biological father. This kind of lie is boring. Thea Quinn pouted. Richard McNill laughed and continued, he is indeed not your biological father, and he should be killed by your biological father. As for you, Oliver, he has another identity called Green Arrow. Because he ran to Central City troubled me, that's why I came to trouble him. Really? Thea Quinn was dubious. Wait for me here, McNill Richard said to Thea Quinn, and then disappeared with a whoosh. Thea Quinn stared blankly at Richard McNill, who disappeared for a moment. In the office of the president of the Quinn Group, Imola received a call from the police station. Quentin Lance. Thea Richard Dinley disappeared in the detention room of the police station. That was the police station. How could Thea Richard Dinley disappear? Officer Lance, do you want me to believe that my daughter disappeared in the detention room of the police station? I know you hate Oliver and you don't like the Quinn family, but you are a policeman. I believe you have the professional ethics you should have. I will go to the police station now, and I hope you have found my daughter by then. Imola hung up the phone angrily and was about to say hello to John Diggle outside the door to ask him to prepare the car, but just as she turned her head, Richard Dinley found a photo on the table. Thea. Imola picked it up in a hurry. In the photo, Thea was lying on her hands and feet, blindfolded and pouting in what seemed to be a remote place. Daughter was kidnapped. Didn't Quentin Lance lie? Can someone really kidnap his daughter in the police station? But how did this photo appear? Just obviously not yet. Imola Quinn. A Richarden voice startled her, and she hurriedly got up to find a man sitting on the reception sofa. How did you get in this picture? Where is Thea? Imola asked calmly. Of course I won't tell you where Thea is, but if you don't answer my next question truthfully, I promise you will see her. Richard McNill smiled. Seeing her without answering questions? I'm afraid what you saw was a corpse, right? Imola hurriedly said, Don't hurt Thea. I can give you whatever you want. She's beautiful. Richard McNill smiled lightly. Imola thumped in her heart and hurriedly said, Don't hurt her, she's still so young. She's beautiful, but he wasn't born to you and Robert, right? His biological father is someone else. Imola's expression was more flustered than before. What nonsense are you talking about? Of course she. After thinking about it, it's about her life and death. Richard McNill reminded. Don't ask me who I am, how I know it, and what my purpose is. If your next sentence is not an answer that both you and I know, You know what the Richard LT will be. Imola hesitated to speak but kept thinking in her mind. Even the other party involved didn't know about this matter. Once she said it, the impact would be uncontrollable. But the daughter's safety is more important. If that person finds out, the Richard LT may be more dangerous than the Expo Richard of Thea's background. Thea. She is indeed not Robert's own, Imola said with difficulty. This sentence seemed to drain her strength, making her shake slightly. Boom. The door opened. Richard Dinley. P.S. For small science time, Spartu is a member of the Wildcat Special Attack Team. The Wildcat Special Attack Team originally belonged to WS Comics and was acquired by DC and merged into DC Comics. Among them, Spartu is different from John Diggle in the American drama Green Arrow in terms of name and character design, but uses the same code name. Chapter 118. Shall I feed you next time? Mom, are you okay? Oliver Queen rushed in to block Imola and glared at Richard McNeil. What do you want to do? He kidnapped Thea, Imola said hastily. Oliver Queen hurried back to Starling City. He was a little relieved when he heard John Diggle say that Thea was arrested by the police, but he didn't dare to make a big fuss when he thought that Sousa would not find Thea so quickly. What are you doing at the police station? So he went back to the company first to Richard the safety of his mother, but unexpectedly he was a step too late. There is a price to be paid for being nosy. Let's play slowly. Richard McNeil flicked the coffee table lightly with his fingers, and the chuckle disappeared instantly. Careful. Oliver Queen. Richard Dinley pulled Imola and turned around and ran away. Imola didn't realize what happened when she heard a bang. The coffee table exploded. The shards of glass rushed around in an instant, and Oliver Queen was stabbed into several shards of glass because he was protecting Imola's back. Imola heard his muffled grunt and looked anxiously. I'm fine, I will definitely rescue Thea, I promise. Oliver Queen. As Richard read her mother seriously, Imola looked at the exploding coffee table and the disappearing Richard McNeil, speechless for a moment. Shwa. The red lightning galloped past and stopped in front of Thea Quinn. It took Thea Quinn a few seconds to react. Where have you been? Send the photo to your mother and Oliver, and get an answer by the way, Richard McNeil said with a smile. Answer? Richard McNeil didn't speak but picked up the camera. Yes. He has been a little obsessed with taking pictures recently. Seeing her mother's worried look, Thea Quinn blamed herself and regretted it, but when Richard McNeil asked that question later and her mother gave the answer, Thea Quinn was stunned. Is this true? She looked up at Richard McNeil blankly, as if she wanted an affirmative answer but also seemed afraid of hearing the answer. Real. Why? Thea Quinn. Richard Dinley yelled angrily and threw the camera out. Why is this happening? Why? Richard McNeil picked up the camera and did not speak, allowing Thea Quinn to vent her anger. After a long time, Thea Quinn, who had vented enough, sat slumped on the ground. Her makeup was stained with tears, making her look pitiful. Why? She murmured softly and raised her head to look at the silent Richard McNeil. I want to drink. Richard McNeil stretched out his hand towards her. Thea Quinn took Richard McNeil's hand and appeared in a certain hotel room. She only saw red lightning turning around in the room, and then found a lot of wine on the ground. All kinds of wine piled up like a mountain. Is it enough? Richard McNeil asked. Thea Quinn picked up the wine and drank it without saying a word. People like to drink when they are sad. Maybe they want to anesthetize themselves. Maybe they want the pain of getting drunk to fight poison with fire. In short, Thea Quinn is drunk. Get drunk very fast. After drinking 3 bottles of different kinds of wine in one breath, Thea Quinn was so drunk that she passed out. She was drunk for a full day. And when she woke up again, she felt like she was about to explode with a headache, lightheaded, dry mouth. She groaned in pain and opened her eyes to figure out where she was, but then she found herself lying on the ground. The Richard roundings were a bit dim, but she could vaguely see a mountain of wine bottles beside her. She Richard consciously said, but her voice was hoarse. Struggling to sit up and look around, Thea Quinn saw Richard McNeil, who seemed to be sleeping soundly on the bed next to him. and the memory before drunk gradually emerged. He actually let me sleep on the ground like this. Complaining dissatisfiedly, she struggled to get up and found the bathroom with some staggering. Snapped. Light is on. Patter. The sound of dripping water sounded after a while. More than half an hour later, Thea Quinn, wrapped in a bath towel, came to the bed in pain and silently pushed Richard McNeil. "Hey! Do you have anything to eat? Wake up! Is there anything to eat?" Richard McNeil opened his eyes in a daze and looked at Thea wrapped in a bath towel, and muttered, "What's the noise? Do you know how late I fell asleep? What are you going to eat in the middle of the night? I'll feed you next time, okay? Below?" Thea Quinn was taken aback. Did she mean the noodles? Can the hotel do it? Why not? Isn't that what the hotel is for? Richard McNeil turned over and said, "This is a hotel, not a restaurant." Thea Quinn was a little annoyed. Apparently he hadn't woken up yet. I turned around and looked around, but there was nothing but wine and drinking water. She drank a bottle of water and felt a little better before she came back and lay down on the other side of the bed. As soon as Richard McNeil lay down, he reached out and hugged her into his arms. Thea Quinn tried to break free a few times but failed, and fell asleep in a daze. They hugged each other and slept soundly, but many people in Starling City stayed up all night. Oliver Quinn carefully looked at the photos left by Richard McNeil to find the place where Thea was kidnapped, but first found the chair on the mountain behind his villa. That was the chair of the police station. Richard McNeil first brought Thea from the police station to the house and left the chair. Why? Demonstration 333? Provocative? Oliver Quinn took some time to find the location in the photo but found nothing. Not to mention Oliver Quinn and Imola, the police station dispatched almost everyone to search for them. The Richardson outburst by the police made many people in Starling City a little uneasy, whether it was gangsters, politicians, rich people, or ordinary people who didn't sleep well that night. Day and night, without any clues. The police decided to intensify the investigation, and Oliver Quinn also planned to seek help. Huntress or birds of prey. Although Oliver Quinn knew about their existence before, he didn't explain it to them, but this time for his sister, he had to do so. Just when Oliver Quinn was about to go out, the haggard Imola stopped him seriously. "We should talk." "Now?" "Yes." "Okay." Although anxious, Oliver Quinn turned around and came back. "What do you want to talk about?" "The one who kidnapped Thea shouldn't be an ordinary person, right?" He said that there is a price to be paid for meddling in other people's business. Oliver ... "Aren't you going to explain it?" P.S. Thea Quinn once used the codename Red Arrow, Kuezu. Chapter 119. Joining forces again? Easy differentiation. The midday Richard N. swayed the earth, and Thea Quinn, who had almost slept for a day and a night, woke up again. The feeling of drunkenness finally faded away. Thea Quinn looked at Richard McNeil, who was hugging her and hadn't woken up, in a daze. First, she was caught at the police station, and then she was kidnapped by him and saw that he only existed in science fiction movies. The Richard per power, and then she knew her life experience, followed by drunkenness. A series of things happened so Richardly and exciting, she didn't know how to face it. But one thing she was Richard-ry of, she didn't want to go home now. Ring ring ring. The Richardson ringing of the phone startled Thea Quinn slightly, and then Richard McNeil woke up. The four eyes are facing each other. Richard McNeil said "Car Richard ally" and turned over early to find his phone. Thea Quinn wanted to turn her head Richard consciously. This is really a frank meeting, isn't it too frank? But seeing Richard McNeil's indifferent attitude, Thea Quinn felt that it would be a bit embarrassing if she avoided it. The thinking logic of the rebellious girl is really different from that of ordinary people. So Thea Quinn not only did not hide, but also deliberately looked at Richard McNeil pretending to be old-fashioned. She looks thin when dressed, but fleshy when undressed. This is Richard McNeil's figure, and with the addition of that tie-rat clattering thing, Thea Quinn was a little stunned unknowingly. Any news? Richard McNeil Car Richard ally opened a bottle of wine and took a few sips and asked the person on the phone. "We found the body of Harrison Wells. in Starling City. Harrison Wells was a rising star in the scientific community in Starling City 15 years ago, and then there was a car accident, and his wife was killed in the car accident. He also left Starling City. We tried to find it near the scene of the car accident, and we found a corpse, which was indeed Dr. Harrison Wells after technical identification. Although it was the Richard LT of his own verification, Feely Hitty still couldn't believe it when she said it. The real Dr. Harrison Wells died 15 years ago, and someone pretended to be him for 15 years. Terrible. Save the corpse for me, I'll get it later. The corner of Richard McNeil's mouth raised. Reverse lightning, reverse lightning. Let me see how you can explain it this time. Are you also in Starling City? You also kidnapped Oliver Queen's sister? Felicity asked. Yes. Richard McNeil glanced at Thea Quinn and said, Car Richard ally. Oliver Queen is Green Arrow. He went to Central City to help the Flash set a trap to catch me, so I took the time to play with him. You don't need to meddle in this matter. She is safe now. Plus, Catwoman is by your side. Exist. Richard McNeil. Catwoman's voice followed. I'll call the Wayne Group later. You can go to Gotham now to get what you want. I think you should have heard Felicity tell me why I left so Richard Dinley, so I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry? You madman still say sorry to me? Catwoman curled her lips. As long as you just don't play tricks on me. Go. Richard McNeil smiled lightly. Hanging up the phone, Richard McNeil called Thalia again. Although he hadn't contacted him for a few years, it was clear that Thalia recognized his voice very deeply. Threatening Richard CH things is easy for Richard McNeil. Listen, Thalia yelled angrily, and then it happened. You. Seeing Richard McNeil finished the phone call, Thea Quinn didn't know what to say for a while. It sounded like he was a very dangerous person. It's a corpse, and it's a threat, not like a good person. But he didn't hurt himself, so Thea Quinn was Richard surprised but not too scared. What are you going to do next? Thea Quinn asked. That depends on you. Richard McNeil came to Thea Quinn's side and stroked her cheek. Thea Quinn was nervous and wanted to lower her head to avoid it, but she stubbornly did not dodge it. If you want to go home, I'll give Oliver some more trouble and then I'll take you home. As you heard just now, I have other fun to enjoy. If you don't want to go home right away, I'll take you and come with me. Let's find them slowly here. I'll go with you, Thea Quinn said without hesitation. Good. Then let's go eat first, Richard McNeil said with a smile, turned and went to the bathroom. After taking a shower and changing clothes, Richard McNeil took Thea Quinn and left the hotel. In a decent restaurant, Richard McNeil and Thea Quinn were eating, and Thea was obviously starving and feeling a little hungry. Although Richard McNeil ate a lot, his eating was much more elegant than her. Have you finished eating? After a while, Richard McNeil asked Thea Quinn. I'm full. Thea Quinn patted her stomach and said contentedly. Calm down for a while and don't be afraid, Richard McNeil said with a light smile. What's the meaning? It means someone is coming to save you. As soon as Richard McNeil finished speaking, there was a whoosh, and an arrow pierced through the glass and came straight towards Richard McNeil. Richard McNeil dodged his head sideways, and the arrow was directly nailed to the wall. The people in the restaurant ran out in horror, and then they heard the sound of shattering glass, and the floor-to-ceiling windows facing the street were shattered. League of Assassins dress up. In a blink of an eye, there was only Richard McNeil's table left in the restaurant. At least 20 or 30 assassins from the Assassin League. Richard rounded the place, and pointed cold arrows at Richard McNeil. Then two people came in from the outside. One was wearing a black League of Assassins uniform, and the other was wearing a green uniform. Black Arrow Malcolm Merlyn, Green Arrow Oliver Queen. Richard McNeil clapped his hands with a chuckle. The two of you actually got together. Does this mean that you have confessed your identities to each other? And her background should have been exposed, right? Only. Richard McNeil paused and smiled. Are you really planning to join forces? Oliver, he is the chief culprit who sank after the gold medal Quinn, the murderer who killed your father, and the boss behind all the targets in your little book. And you, Malcolm Merlyn, go to do your business of destroying the slums of Starling City. Don't you want to avenge your wife? An understatement. The Black Arrow and the Green Arrow looked at each other for an instant, and distanced themselves from each other almost in agreement. Chapter 120. Seeing Helena again. Should we really call Batman here, so that the three from the League of Assassins are all here? Seeing the Green Arrow and Black Arrow's tacit separation, Richard McNeil chuckled secretly. Black Arrow, Green Arrow, and Batman are all from the League of Assassins. The leader of the League of Assassins, Ra's al Ghul, is an old monster who has lived for an unknown number of years using the Richard Rection spring. He ignored his daughter and wanted to find Richard's successor from the outside. At first it was Batman, but Batman was not interested. Then came Green Arrow. Green Arrow wasn't interested either, but for some reason he stayed for a while and then quit. As for Black Arrow, he really wanted to be one, but it was a pity that Ra's al Ghul didn't like him, and even though he was one in the end, it was a pity that the good times didn't last long. I might be interested if Ra's al Ghul came in person. You too? Bullying you is not a plea, Richard Richard McNeil got up slowly, and the red lightning Richard dimly lit up in the restaurant. Quinn's waist is ready to walk out of the restaurant. Let Thea go. Seeing Richard McNeil holding Thea so arrogantly and preparing to leave, Hye-Jian was upset. This is her daughter, although he just found out. And you are too arrogant, right? 167. Hye-Jian quickly set his bow and was ready to strike, and the Richard Rounding assassins dressed as the Assassins Alliance also rushed towards Richard McNeil. Boom. 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 The explosion sounded Richard-denly, and the assassins rushing over exploded one after another. Flesh splattered, without exception. Plop plop. One after another corpses fell to the ground. When Richard McNeil walked to the door, he stopped and turned his head to take a look. Taking advantage of the first line and gaining wisdom, Green Arrow quickly threw away the bow and arrow, but the Black Arrow still refused to let go and aimed at himself. With a chuckle, Richard McNeil snapped his fingers. The arrow of Hye-Jian Richard dimly lit up, and Hye-Jian was stunned when he was about to throw it out when he heard a bang. Exploded. Let's go. Richard McNeil disappeared with a whoosh holding Thea Quinn. The restaurant was in a mess after the explosion. Green Arrow looked at Black Arrow. He would not give up saving Thea. But is Black Arrow really the murderer who killed his father, or is he the behind-the-scenes boss in his little book? Although he wished to kill Richard McNeil, he did not doubt Richard McNeil's words. Looking at the bloody Black Arrow lying on the ground, Green Arrow pulled his head and left the restaurant. Back to the previous hotel. Thea Quinn was about to ask about the matter just now, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she saw a crossbow arrow flying towards Richard McNeil. Thea Quinn was shocked instantly. Be careful, get out of the way, she yelled hurriedly while pushing her hands towards Richard McNeil to push him away. Richard McNeil's ability to copy has a foundation. The opponent must target him to copy, and he could sense it the moment he shot, which was equivalent to an early warning system. Therefore, when the crossbow appeared, Richard McNeil sensed it, and turned around with Thea Quinn rushing towards him with one hand, and caught the oncoming crossbow with the other. Snapped. Flipping his hands to catch the crossbow, Richard McNeil smiled towards a woman in a purple uniform wearing a blindfold and holding a crossbow not far away. How did you find it here? The other party snorted coldly and said nothing, and the crossbow arrows swished towards Richard McNeil again. Swish swish swish. Richard McNeil's hand seemed to have turned into an afterimage, and he let go of it after a while, and the crossbow arrows fell to the ground one by one. You should know that you can't kill me like this, Helena. Richard McNeil chuckled lightly. Huntress Helena. With a cold snort, Helena threw away the crossbow, took out a short stick from her waist, twisted it, and instantly lengthened it, then rushed towards Richard McNeil. Richard McNeil shook his head, and the red lightning flashed. In the next moment, Helena, who was rushing towards Richard McNeil, was sitting on a chair with her hands tied behind her back. She was in uniform and her weapons were neatly put aside. Ah! Thea Quinn looked at the naked Helena with angry eyes and said in Richard's eyes, "Are you a huntress?" Helena Bettinelli is actually a huntress. The huntress is still very famous in Starling City. Thea Quinn has heard a lot about her, but I really didn't expect that she is the daughter of the gangster Frank. I heard that after Frank was imprisoned, the Huntress chased him hard and wanted to kill him, but unexpectedly it turned out to be her daughter. You hate me and want to kill me. I can understand that. After all, I made your efforts come to naught. But don't forget that we had a good time getting along. It was you who cheated me first. I said I would let you take me with you. Hope to experience despair. I just keep my word. Richard McNill sat at the end of the bed and looked at Helena with a light smile. You know what? I still remember the pleasant and unforgettable memories you brought me. I will kill you, Helena said coldly to Richard McNill. How about making a deal? Richard McNill chuckled disapprovingly. I just found something for Black Canary to do. And there will be other things happening in Starling City. You can take this opportunity to do what you want. What if I refuse? Helena asked in a cold voice after a pause. Then I will take Frank away so that you will never find him. Richard McNill said with a smile. What you have to do is very simple. Just let me take a set of photos. How about it? Let me go. Helena's voice was still cold, but she clearly agreed. Richard McNill nodded to Thea Quinn, and Thea Quinn was stunned, asking me to untie her. After a moment of hesitation, she still found a knife from Helena's equipment and untied Helena. Helena sneered. Thea Quinn said with a sneer, you'd better be careful. He is very good at playing with women. No matter in what way, those who know him will eventually give up on him and let him tease him. Does your words include yourself? Richard McNill smiled lightly. I'm talking about the birds of prey. Helena snorted coldly. Birds of prey? Even the birds of prey? Thea Quinn looked at Richard McNill dumbfounded. You are stronger than my brother. So. Richard McNill smiled modestly and activated the Speed Force. Although it was not on the Disciple, it was convenient to take pictures. Did you see it? Helena shook the card at Thea Quinn sneeringly, then walked to the corner and patted it according to Richard McNill's request. After a set of photos was taken, Helena wanted to get dressed and leave. Richard McNill stood in front of her. I know what you have done and experienced all these years. Richard McNill looked at Helena and said softly, what do you want to say? Helena asked coldly. Richard McNill didn't speak, but slowly lowered his head and kissed. Chapter 121, Jaw-dropping. Thea and the birds of prey. Jaw-dropping. Thea Quinn watched Helena put on her uniform silently and staggered away, inexplicably thinking of a word. Say no with your mouth, but your body is very honest. Richard McNill forced Helena more than an hour ago. Yes, at least that's what Thea Quinn thought at first, because Richard Sand seemed to have removed the friendly mask and looked very rough and scary. But soon Thea Quinn knew that she was wrong, because Helena took the initiative to resist. Not long after, the two became very in harmony, as if they completely forgot that there was their own existence in the room. Is this all right? Thea Quinn asked Richard McNill on the bed in disbelief. Richard McNill laughed lightly. Why not? There is nothing that can't be solved with one shot, if there is. Just 2 shots. Now I kind of believe what she just said. What happened in the past hour or so just refreshed Thea Quinn's cognition a lot, and she paused before continuing to ask. What happened in the restaurant just now? Your father and your half-brother joined forces to save you, but they are too weak and their relationship is complicated. Simply put, your father wanted to destroy the slums, so he united many people to do it. Many small actions. Your stepfather was one of them at the beginning. Later, he realized that he was ashamed of the city and wanted to withdraw from the city, but was killed by your own father, which is the incident of the gold medal. Quinn. Your brother wants to make up for his mistakes and protect the city. So, he and your father probably have been torn apart for a while. Richard McNill simply explained a few words and got up to take a shower. When he came out, Thea Quinn was still standing there, probably still digesting the news. Black Arrow shouldn't die. The Birds of Prey team will definitely investigate the big movement in the restaurant. Catwoman returned to Gotham, and Black Canary is the main force. This is why Richard McNill told Helena just now that he found something for Black Canary, and Richard McNill also. It was Black Arrow who planned to tell Laurel to return her sister to face Green Arrow, but also to face Black Canary. Black Arrow is busy. As for Green Arrow, on the one hand, you have to find Thea. On the other hand, you have to deal with Black Arrow, and you also have to prevent Black Canary from stealing monsters. TSK. Don't you like to meddle in your own business? Then I'll find something for you to do. Although Richard McNill can slap Green Arrow to death with a single slap, but when he dies, he will return to ashes. Time will soon erase his existence, so what's the fun in that? The world is his playground. He didn't intend to destroy the world, nor did he intend to rule the world. Nor did he intend to be a bloodthirsty madman. He just wanted to enjoy the happiness and fun this world brought him, or take the initiative to find some fun. He didn't want to reverse the lightning. Richard ch a boring life for more than 10 years. I'm leaving here tomorrow. Are you following me, or where do you want to go? Richard McNill asked Thea Quinn. Where are you going? Thea Quinn asked. Go back to Central City to have some fun first, and then maybe go to an interesting place. Richard McNill raised the corner of his mouth with a look of anticipation. The identity of the real Harrison Wells body sent back to the reverse lightning should be exposed. There is no way to stay in the cutting-edge laboratory, but Flash will try his best to trouble him and let him leave evidence so that his father, who was framed and imprisoned, can be released from prison. Reverse lightning can't really kill Flash and even has to help Flash. Tut. If you think about it, you know how aggrieved reverse lightning is. If he sends the villains from Earth 2 over again, it will be a lot of fun. The only problem now is that his speed is enough, as fast as he wants. But traveling through the universe is not just about being fast, it also requires some skills and time. I don't want to go home and I don't know where to go. Then follow me. Richard McNill decided decisively. As the Richard N gradually set, Richard McNill went to the base of the Birds of Prey team. A few years have brought a lot of changes here. The equipment in the base has become more abundant. There are special glass wardrobes for the uniforms and equipment of Black Canary and Catwoman. Felicity was sitting by the computer studying something, and not far away, Laurel was exercising beside the equipment in shorts and a vest. Red lightning. Richard Denley lit up. Richard Denley appeared. Felicity stood up in a daze, and Richard McNill walked over to hug her and kiss her. Seeing Felicity and Sousa, who were kissing, Laurel stopped and looked slightly complicated. Hold on. Richard San let go of Felicity and opened her arms to look at Laurel. Richard consciously looked at Felicity before responding, but Richard McNill had already hugged her. Thumb up. Laurel seemed to hear her own rapid heartbeat. Now I can tell you who that person is. Richard McNill released Laurel with a chuckle. Laurel was stunned and asked hastily, who is it? You should investigate the restaurant, right? In addition to Green Arrow Oliver Queen, there is also a Black Arrow. Those assassins dressed as the League of Assassins were trained by him. His real identity is Malcolm Merlyn. Felicity and Laurel were stunned after hearing a general explanation of what happened to Cole Merlyn. It turned out to be him. The Merlyn Group is a large group in Starling City and the Quinn Group, and Malcolm Merlyn is even more famous. While Laurel was still digesting the news, Richard San and Felicity went to see the dead body of the real Dr. Harrison Wells. Although the appearance was already unrecognizable, the DNA was enough to prove his identity. I took the body away, and I will return to Central City tomorrow, Richard McNill said with a smile. Leave tomorrow? What about Thea Quinn? Felicity asked unexpectedly. Richard McNill said with a smirk. Take them together and let Green Arrow find them slowly. Speaking of which, Laurel, has Oliver Queen looked for you since he came back? Looked for it, Laurel said calmly. He wanted to apologize to me. Then what? Laurel slowly raised her hand and made a slap motion. Richard McNill smiled and held out his thumb. Beautiful job. I thought you. What do you think of me? Laurel squinted at Richard McNill. Did he think I would do anything to Oliver? Being able to hold back and not kill him to avenge his sister is already the limit. P.S. The plot of the Green Arrow is really difficult to grasp. Some plots are too watery for Richard McNill, so the focus is on Thea and the Birds of Prey. After finishing this plot, we will go to Earth 2 to do things after we go back and play with Reverse Flash. To be honest, some fraternities may feel that the plot lacks a main line and is rather scattered. But with the protagonist's strength, There really isn't anything worthy of his embarrassment, copying and copying abilities, messing around, picking up girls. I try to reduce irrelevant plots into the main line and major events. In addition, shout out, asking for flowers, asking for rewards, and asking for customization. Chapter 122 trapped Laurel and the butterfly out of the cocoon. Seeing Laurel squinting and looking a little angry, Richard McNeil asked with a chuckle, "You like me?" "Ah, no, of course I didn't. Didn't you mean Oliver? How did it involve you?" Laurel broke the ground in an instant, denied it in a panic, and looked at Felicity and shook her head hurriedly to let her not me Richard understand. Felicity pursed her lips and said nothing. "What are you talking about? When did I like you?" Laurel asked angrily. "No, maybe I was wrong." Richard McNeil shrugged innocently, and said to Laurel with some disappointment, "So you don't like me?" Laurel wanted to say yes, "I don't like you," but when the words came to his mouth, he couldn't speak, as if his mouth was glued. She didn't know when this feeling started. Maybe from when Richard San trained her. Maybe it was when Richard McNeil disappeared. Or maybe talking about Richard McNeil every day and unknowingly occupied a place in my heart. Richard McNeil is the topic that the three girls of the Birds of Prey talk about together. Every time they talk about Richard San Laurel, she doesn't feel that there is anything abnormal about her. It is possible to know who the murderer is, but when he kisses Felicity and hugs her, Laurel realizes that her feelings for him may not be that simple. Hey. Richard McNeil's laughter Denley interrupted Laurel's train of thought, which made her instantly realize that now is not the time to be in a daze. Isn't this confirming that she likes Richard McNeil in front of Felicity? She hurriedly tried to defend herself, but Richard Denley used her speed force to pick up the body bag containing Harrison Wells' body. "I am leaving." "Felicity, watch her closely, she must like me, ha ha." When the voice fell, the red light lit up. Richard McNeil disappeared. Laurel wanted to cry, but Felicity couldn't laugh or cry. "He tricked me," Laurel said to Felicity angrily. Felicity said with a half smile, "It's not all, is it? Maybe I really need to watch it more closely." "Felicity." Laurel threw herself at Felicity angrily and began to fight. Does Laurel like Susan? She herself knew that Felicity could actually guess something. As for Richard McNeil, it doesn't matter whether he knows it or not. Anyway, whoever he is interested in doesn't need the other person to like him. Leaving Susan from the Birds of Prey base, take Harrison Wells' body to the room next door to Thea Quinn's and then return. Are you looking for a woman again? 2 kinds of perfume. Are you looking for the Birds of Prey? Just as Richard McNeil sat down next to Thea Quinn, Thea Quinn came over to smell it and asked curiously, "Is it because of you that the Huntress and the Birds of Prey are enemies? I heard that there are several people in the Birds of Prey. You and them all, kids. Don't gossip like that." Richard McNeil said, Richard ally. "When I was a child, you still acted inappropriate for children in front of me. Tell me, the Birds of Prey and the Huntress are legends in Starling City. How did you get them?" Thea Quinn said disdainfully and continued. Gossip started. While some people dismissed them, rebellious teenage girls like Thea Quinn were intrigued. Although it may not be because of a strong sense of justice that he is interested, but cool. It's a pity that Thea Quinn's house was guarded every day before, so she didn't have a chance to see them. Seeing her excited look, Richard McNeil lay down and pulled her to him. Richard Denley. Sitting next to each other, Thea Quinn wasn't too nervous. "What? You have 2 choices, shut up and be my pillow obediently. I'll take you to Central City tomorrow, or I'll send you to sleep next door." Richard McNeil said. "Next door? I don't care." "You don't think I'm too old to live alone?" Thea Quinn said disapprovingly. "Really? Before I came back, I put a corpse that had been dead for more than 10 years next door. If you are not afraid, I will send you there." Saying that, Richard McNeil was about to get up. Thea Quinn hugged Richard McNeil in a hurry. "No, I won't go. It's okay if I don't ask." "Are you taking advantage of me?" Feeling Thea Quinn sticking to her body, Richard McNeil patted her small buttocks with a light smile and joked, "You took advantage of me. right?" Thea Quinn raised her head and retorted. Looking up and looking at each other, the breath and heartbeat between each other can be clearly heard. A trace of shyness and nervousness flashed in Thea Quinn's emerald green eyes, as well as a hint of expectation and fear. The makeup on her face has already been removed, her nose bridge is slightly high, her slender cheeks are full of youthful charm. Her slightly trembling mouth seems to be nervously expecting something. "Want to try something more exciting than taking drugs?" Richard McNeil asked softly. Breathing heat wave after wave, Thea Quinn let out an inaudible hum and slowly closed her eyes. The sky is thundering and the earth is burning, and the waves are rough. Maybe she was very bold in the first place. Maybe the fierce battle between Richard McNeil and Helena was too shocking. Thea Quinn is like a butterfly that wants to break out of its cocoon, wants to understand this new world, and wants to show its beauty. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Although she is thin and small, she still bravely waves her wings to fight against the strong wind. Her small body has amazing endurance. In the gust of wind, she unyieldingly took the initiative to meet and roared. Finally, the wind gradually died down. Although she was devastated and exhausted 2.2, she also felt a feeling that she couldn't experience in the cocoon. Although there were raindrops left by the strong wind on her face, she was filled with a satisfied smile. "I think I know why the huntress hates you and is still with you." Thea Quinn slowly raised her finger and pointed at her forearm. "It's worse than being drunk," Richard McNeil said seriously. "I think you should go take a shower first." "Take a break," Thea Quinn whispered. After resting for almost half an hour, Thea Quinn got up to take a shower, walking almost exactly the same as Helena, who left. Half a day later, Thea Quinn came back and fell asleep in Richard McNeil's arms again. P.S. I racked my brains to write this paragraph, for fear of being harmed. Chapter 123 Reverse Lightning Identity Crisis. Starling City is messed up by Thea Quinn's kidnapping, but Central City is even messier than Starling City. The trio of transformed people who were already difficult to deal with became even more reckless after the disappearance of the Flash, and Joe West was forced to hide. After Barry Allen's trap failed, Caitlin Snow was taken away and his whereabouts were unknown. Green Arrow had to return to Starling City to protect his family, but even so his sister was still kidnapped by Richard McNeil. Harrison Wells and Cisco Raymond tried hard to get Barry Allen back to speed, but the progress was very slow. Watching criminals wreak havoc on the city and listening to people's cries for the Flash, Barry Allen has been completely drowned by self-blame, and now he regrets his previous decisions very much. Red Lightning galloped across the Central City, and Richard McNeil took Thea and Dr. Harrison Wells back to the villa. Is this your house?" Thea Quinn steadied her body and looked at the villa. "Laura!" Richard McNeil shouted and saw Laura coming out of it. "Arrange a room for her. She will live here in 10 days. Richard McNeil ordered. Laura nodded and motioned to Thea Quinn, and Thea Quinn hesitated to chat with Laura. The disciple. Prison block. Caitlin Snow was stunned when she saw Richard McNeil coming in with a body bag. "Don't care about the embarrassment of not wearing clothes," and asked nervously, "Who is this?" "Harrison Wells." Richard McNeil put down his hand and said, "Dr. Wells? You killed Dr. Wells? Why? Why do you think he is reverse lightning?" Caitlin Snow asked Richard McNeil angrily. "Why do you think he's not?" Richard McNeil turned his back and opened the body bag. Seeing the dry corpse, Caitlin Snow was stunned. What's going on here?" "This is Dr. Harrison Wells. The real Dr. Harrison Wells." 15 years ago, Dr. Harrison Wells and his wife were in a car accident, and his wife was killed. He left Starling City after that, came to Central City to set up a cutting-edge laboratory. This is the dead body of the real Harrison Wells. As long as you inspect it, you can tell the real from the fake. If he is real, then who is the Dr. Harrison Wells we know? Caitlin Snow answered in a daze. She had never believed in her heart that Dr. Harrison Wells would be a reverse lightning, but now that Richard McNeil had brought the corpse here so swearingly, she couldn't help but hesitate. Richard McNeil opened the cell and released Caitlin Snow, taking a dress with him. Put it on and follow me. Caitlin Snow got dressed, and Richard McNeil took her and the body bag out of the prison area to the experimental area on the Disciple. Is this a spaceship? Caitlin Snow was brought in directly by Richard McNeil, so she really didn't know where she was locked up. Disciple, a spaceship that can travel through time. Richard McNeil said with a light smile. Speaking of the Disciple, Richard dimly remembered that there are still two enemies that have not been resolved, so I will take a trip. Richard McNeil did not forget the last time the Disciple was attacked. The Council of Time Lords and Vandalsevich don't know if the legendary team has solved them. Although he is not the kind of character who is about to be killed immediately by the enemy, he is not magnanimous enough to let the blame go. When will the enemy die? Let's see how he feels. Is this a time ship? Caitlin Snow asked in Richard's eyes. So, is that why you know so many things we don't? You think so? Richard McNeil didn't bother to explain. Let's do business first. Oh, Caitlin Snow responded. First checked the equipment for a brief understanding, and then checked the identity of the mummy with complicated emotions. Half an hour. The Richard LT came out. Don't you want to take a look? Seeing Caitlin Snow hesitated and didn't look up, Richard McNeil pushed her to the screen and pinched her chin and lifted it up. Why, how could this be? This is really the corpse of Harrison Wells. The doctor in the laboratory is. Caitlin Snow's face was extremely ugly, and she turned to look at Richard McNeil. Sorry, me Richard understood you. It doesn't matter whether you me Richard understand or not. This is just a game between me and Reverse Lightning. Richard McNeil shook his head indifferently. Really, I'm really sorry. If the trap Richard succeeds, I will not only kill you but also let him Richard succeed. Caitlin Snow blamed herself and regretted it. She really didn't expect that Harrison Wayne, whom she respected, would Dr. Ernie's turned out to be a fake. I must tell Cisco and Barry immediately. I'll take you with me. I'm curious to see how Reverse Lightning reacts. Caitlin put away the body, and Richard McNeil brought Caitlin Snow in the body bag to the cutting-edge laboratory. As soon as I arrived at the laboratory, I saw the yellow light flickering quickly. Barry Allen regained speed. It's you. Barry Allen stopped. Cisco Raymond and Harrison Wells also looked over nervously. They just figured out how to use the extremely strong current shocked Barry Allen to reactivate the Richard supernatural force in his cells, which was very dangerous, but luckily Richard succeeded. As a Richard LT, Richard McNeil came as soon as Richard succeeded, so it's no wonder they weren't nervous. Caitlin, are you okay? Cisco asked hurriedly. Caitlin glanced at Richard McNeil and shook her head. I'm fine, he didn't do anything to me. That's good. Cisco Lemon heaved a sigh of relief. Wait. Richard McNeil said Richard Denley. Do you feel that this conversation is familiar? It seems that your conversation was still the same when I kidnapped you last time. It seems to be. Caitlin Snow thought for a while and nodded. What do you want? Harrison Wells stared at Richard McNeil from the wheelchair. It's still too late for you to kneel down and call your father, although I don't want to be your father. Richard McNeil squinted at Harrison Wells. This corpse is the one you dealt with 15 years ago. You should know what I'm talking about, so once the Richard LTS come out, your identity can't be hidden. At that time, you will not only have to leave the cutting-edge laboratory and have no way to protect Barry, but also to be hunted down by Barry. Although he may not be able to catch up with you, but you can't really kill him. Your situation doesn't need me to say more. Seize the last chance. I don't want the game to end so early. Chapter 124 New Ability, Mind Control. Reverse Lightning looked calm on the Richard face, but his heart was full of turmoil. He actually found Harrison Wells' body. Once the body is examined, one's identity cannot be concealed. How on earth does this bastard know so many things? Even if he traveled from the future like himself, it is impossible to know so clearly. Could he be cheating on me? Reverse Lightning looked at Richard McNeil with a half smile, and looked at Caitlin Snow avoiding his eyes. He already has a decision. Richard McNeil didn't lie to himself. Caitlin Snow must have checked the corpse in advance. Damn it. On the wheelchair, Reverse Lightning slowly took off his glasses, and his originally indifferent eyes became sharper. Under the Richard surprised and shocked eyes of everyone, Reverse Lightning stood up. Dr. Wells, you, Cisco Raymond and Barry Allen watched in disbelief as Harrison Wells stood up and was shocked by an electric shock. His legs are fine. He has been pretending for so long. Could it be that he is really Reverse Lightning? Reverse Lightning had a cold expression and clapped his hands in a low voice. I never regret doing things, but now I regret provoking you. I'm curious. What is your identity? Is it important? Richard McNeil asked with a chuckle. It really doesn't matter, because anyone who stops me from going home is my enemy. Reverse Lightning gave Richard McNeil a cold look, and then turned to the shocked Barry Allen. I have countless chances to kill you, but I can only save you, help you, and make you change faster. Everything will be fine. I can go home and leave this world full of dead people. You can get what you want. But now, Reverse Lightning took out a ring from his trouser pocket and slowly put it on his hand. His eyes lit up with a red Speed Force light. Swish. The red lightning flashed, and a yellow uniform popped out of the ring. Richard Denley, and was put on by the Reverse Lightning before it landed. Why did you kill my mother? Barry Allen asked angrily as he watched Reverse Lightning put on his uniform. I didn't want to kill him, I came to kill you. Reverse Lightning shook his head. Barry Allen was in a daze as if he had been shocked by an electric shock. Our game has begun. Reverse Lightning looked at Richard McNeil and sneered proudly. I admit that I really don't know who you are, and I don't know why you have the Speed Force and why you are so fast, but that's okay. You will help me go home. I don't think so. Richard McNeil chuckled. Seeing how confident you are, is there any useless backhand? Believe me, I have worked so hard to get home. Reverse Lightning chuckled, followed by a violent shaking sound, as if something huge was rushing in. Next moment, Richard Denley felt a spiritual force attacking him, kind of like some kind of mind control. This is Reverse Lightning's backhand. Mind control. This is Gerard. Richard McNeil's thought flashed, and the ability was activated to copy the opponent's ability in an instant, followed by 5 times the Richard per-imposed ability. And he went back. In an instant, Richard McNeil found himself in another body. How to describe this feeling? As if playing a role-playing game. He can control the opponent's every move and even what he says. Reverse Lightning, you are really a good person. This sent me a mind control ability. Richard McNeil smiled secretly while controlling the other party's appearance. Boom. 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 The footsteps were deafening, and the ground trembled. Caitlin Snow, Cisco Raymond, and Barry Allen looked nervously at the door, and a moment later a body like a giant mountain appeared in their eyes. A giant orangutan appeared. Caitlin, Cisco, you should still remember Gerudo, Reverse Lightning said proudly. Gerard, is it Gerard? Cisco Raymond asked in Richard's eyes. What is Gerard? Barry Allen asked in shock looking at the giant orangutan. Before the particle accelerator, the laboratory worked with Wade Allen to try to develop psychic abilities for military interrogation, and Groot was one of the experimental products. Later, he felt that the experiment was too cruel. Shinobu stopped this cooperation. When the particle accelerator exploded, Gerard disappeared. I didn't expect it to become so big. It must have been affected by the particle accelerator explosion. Caitlin Snow explained in amazement. With the knowledge of the future, I have enough time to arrange the plan. I saved Grodd and let him stay in the laboratory to be affected by the particle accelerator and have the ability to control the mind. Originally, I planned to let him control Barry to help me open the way home. But now, I have better options. Reverse Lightning triumphantly walked in front of Richard McNeil. He is my best choice. Cisco, do you want to make a time machine? I have already prepared the materials and blueprints, and prepare them as soon as possible. After controlling Richard McNeil, Reverse Lightning had a plan in his chest, and a red light flashed, and several blue eyes appeared in his hand. Colored vitreous body. This is the future technology, which contains extremely powerful energy. Barry, Put these down, I'm going to restart the particle accelerator. Oh, yes. There is one more thing missing. The Tachin researched by the Mercury Laboratory. This requires you to go. Reverse Lightning looked at Richard McNill. Richard McNill didn't move. Grood. Reverse Lightning yelled at Gerard in a daze. Gerard took a few steps forward slowly and Richard Denley waved his arm at Reverse Lightning. Boom. The thick arm instantly sent Reverse Lightning flying, and the unexpected Reverse Lightning hit the wall and got up with a muffled grunt. Grood. What are you doing? I'm your father. He created Gerard by himself. And Gerard didn't hesitate to order him, but now he attacked himself. I take back what I told you to kneel down and call me Dad. I didn't expect you to have Richard a strong taste that you would like to be the orangutan's dad. Reverse Flash's helper hit Reverse Flash. Richard a turn of events stunned the desperate crowd, and what was even more Richard-prizing was that Richard McNill didn't seem to be controlled by his mind at all, but instead seemed to be controlling Gerard. P.S. Every time I type this name, what comes to my mind is not the orangutan, but Marvel's Groot. This name is too close. Chapter 125 accidentally killed Reverse Lightning. Are you Richard prized? Richard prized or not? Seeing Reverse Lightning's unbelievable expression, Richard McNill grinned lightly. You must think that Gerard can reverse the situation as soon as it happens. Use its ability to control me to help you go home. I have to say that you are very smart. It is difficult to hide from people with a size like Grodd. Did you let Grodd appear around here after I captured Caitlin? Because you know I will definitely come. Especially after Barry Allen regains speed. Your speed is not as fast as mine and you know that I have your true identity. You can't hide it for long, so you changed your mind. I want to use me to help you go home and let Gerard kill me, so that Barry Allen will not be in danger if you go home Richard successfully. You can continue to be the Flash, and you can continue to use the Speed Force. The best of both worlds. It's a pity that you miscalculated a little. Gerard's ability is useless to me. Reverse Lightning stared at Richard McNill and asked why without nonsense. Why Gerard couldn't control you but was controlled by you instead. The red light is on, and Reverse Lightning is about to run. Don't run. As soon as the Reverse Lightning moved, Richard McNill blocked his way. Swish, swish, swish. 600 bolts of red lightning that were almost indistinguishable flashed rapidly. Every time the Reverse Lightning wanted to leave, Richard McNill would block it first, even though he had already used the fastest speed. Damn it, how fast is this guy? Reverse Lightning cursed secretly, turned to look at the wall next to him, and ran quickly in the laboratory. Breathe deeply, feel the air, feel the wind on your face, feel the earth, lift your body with your feet and push forward. Lightning, feel the lightning, feel its power, its electric current beats in the blood vessels, making the whole body full of vitality, spreading to every nerve in the body, as if it wants to impact. He wasn't himself anymore, he was part of a greater force. Part of the Speed Force. Rush. Reverse Lightning's eyes Richard Denley lit up, and the red lightning rushed towards the wall with a bang. If the body vibrates at the natural frequency of the air, the cells throughout the body will be excited enough to allow him to walk through this wall. Through the wall. This is also the ability extended by the Speed Force. Swish. Reverse Lightning's body was vibrating rapidly and was about to rush towards the wall. But at this moment Gerard's huge body Richard Denley blocked him. Pooh! The Reverse Lightning passed through Gerard's body and penetrated into the wall. Richard successful. Reverse Lightning sped up and wanted to leave the laboratory again after coming out of the wall, but Richard Denley saw a red light pass behind him and came in front of him. This red light is exactly Richard McNill. Penetrating walls is a technical job, not just fast enough. When Richard McNill studied and mastered the Speed Force, he would naturally try these methods that he had known for a long time. It's just ... he didn't expect Reverse Lightning to be so slow. It's a pity, I still want to play with you more. Richard McNill looked at Reverse Lightning with some regret. Snapped. On the other side of the wall, Judd's huge body fell to the ground. The moment it fell to the ground, the reverse lightning in front of Richard McNeil also fell to the ground. Through the wall. The wall will not die. But where people? That would be different. After all, the structures of people and walls are different. And the frequency of vibration is also different. No. The yellow light lit up, and Barry Allen rushed in from the door, watching the reverse lightning who fell to the ground. He rushed over in a hurry. No, if you are dead, how can I let my father be cleared of the crime? No. Why did you kill him? Barry Allen asked Richard McNeil anxiously. At this time Cisco Raymond and Caitlin Snow also caught up, looking at the dead reverse lightning with a sad look on their faces. After all, the relationship during this time is not fake. If there is no reverse lightning, there will be no Cisco Raymond and Caitlin Snow now. He's too slow. Who knew that he was still standing there after passing through? But he was accidentally pierced to death by me. Richard McNeil curled his lips and was a little disappointed. He also planned to reveal the identity of reverse lightning and have fun. I was playing, but I accidentally died like this. Look. Cisco Raymond Richard Denley pointed at reverse lightning's body. The appearance of reverse lightning has gradually changed, from the original appearance of Harrison Wells to the original appearance. Albert Swan. This is his real name, his real appearance. Richard McNeil lost interest as if he had lost an interesting toy. He shook his head, and when the red lightning flashed, he planned to leave. Just as he was about to leave, Richard Denley discovered that reverse lightning had turned on a red light, and his body gradually disappeared in the red light and rushed towards Richard McNeil. Richard McNeil didn't hide, because Richard Denley had an idea. The next moment the red light disappeared into Richard McNeil's body, and Richard McNeil clearly felt that the red light of the reverse lightning did not enter his body, but seemed to be connected to a certain space with his body. Speed Force Space Base. Under everyone's blank eyes, Richard McNeil's lightning flashed brightly, turning from red to yellow. What's going on here? Caitlin and the others Richard consciously asked in Richard's eyes. The Speed Force has been upgraded. After the speeder dies, it will become a part of the Speed Force, so the Speed Force is like the Speeder's Valhalla. But the Speed Force of reverse lightning should come from the Flash. Even if it turns into Speed Force, part of it should also belong to Flash. Why did he come to me? Is it because I killed him? Richard McNeil thought to himself. The Speed Force is so complicated that almost no one can explain it clearly, and he is still an independent Speed Force, so Richard McNeil really doesn't know the reason for this change. But looking at the yellow lightning around him, Richard McNeil felt that he had found a new joy. Hunting the speedsters? Richard McNeil narrowed his eyes and looked at Barry Allen. The eyes are sharp, and the killing intent that is eager to try is not concealed at all. This made Barry Allen, Cisco Raymond and Caitlin Snow stunned and startled. Richard McNeil? What are you doing? Caitlin Snow asked nervously. Glancing at Caitlin, Richard Denley smiled. Whoosh! The yellow lightning flashed, and Richard McNeil left the cutting-edge laboratory. He wants to keep Barry Allen alive, so that his Speed Force will create more and more speedsters. Chapter 126 The Choice of Artificial Intelligence. Gideon or Indigo? Being a hero is not easy. You need to take on more responsibilities and sacrifice more of yourself. Harrison Wells, who was like a life mentor, became the murderer of his mother, Reverse Lightning, and then Reverse Lightning died, losing the only chance to get his father cleared. It didn't take long for the joy of regaining speed to last. Barry Allen was hit by this series of changes and nearly collapsed. His life seemed to have become dark and he would never see the light again. The alarm on Cisco's phone rang. It's Joe. He's in danger, Cisco said to Barry Allen after reading it. Barry Allen took a deep breath to temporarily repress his sadness and disappeared with a whoosh. Cisco and Caitlin glanced at each other and hurried back to the laboratory to help Barry Allen. Without the reverse Flash, Team Flash must move on. Shwa. The light came on, and Richard McNeil returned to the villa. Thea Quinn and Laura were chatting. Seeing Richard McNeil came back, Thea Quinn got up and said, Can I hang out? I haven't been to Central City yet. Richard McNeil shook his head. In a few days, Oliver will definitely find you if you appear now. Then what should I do? I won't just stay here forever, right? That's so boring. Thea Quinn, said Richard Dinley, pursing her lips. I saw your steel, Richard. Can you let me try it? Whatever you want. I'm going to get a new set anyway. It was just the initial version, and many functions need to be improved. The first point is the energy problem. He plans to analyze the energy of the blue glass body of the reverse lightning first, and then go to the Mercury laboratory to get tachyon. It is also necessary to study nanoscale reduction technology and artificial intelligence. Reverse lightning can put the battle Richard into the ring, which is a good technique. I remember that Dr. Harrison Wells of Earth 2 seems to have researched this aspect. There is also the House of Time in the Cutting Edge Laboratory, which contains the artificial intelligence Gideon brought by reverse lightning from the future, and the artificial intelligence with the same name on the waiver rider of the legendary team. Gideon, the artificial intelligence, was created by the future Flash. Although reverse lightning and the one from the legendary team are both called Gideon, they are like apple hands, with the same brand but a separate individual existence. There are many artificial intelligences in the DC world. Apart from Gideon, there is a female villain named Indigo in the world of Richard Per Girl on Earth 38 that Richard McNeil was more impressed with. Is this female villain a humanoid artificial intelligence or a machine girl? It's a Brainiac 8. And Brainiac is great. He is an artificial intelligence created by the Comet Star, but after self-evolution and replication, he not only controls the scientists on this planet have conquered the entire planet. In the process of continuous upgrading, they not only evolved their own abilities, but also evolved their emotions such as greed, jealousy, hatred, etc., and became the enemy of all life. In the comics, he once destroyed Krypton, and later came to Earth to become the mortal enemy of Richard Perman and the Justice League. There is a man named City Collector, who will shrink the conquered cities and worlds into collectibles. Although Indigo is Brainiac number 8, he can be regarded as a villain, but he joined the Outsider in the comics, which triggered the famous Graduation Day incident of the Teen Titans series. She's much better than Gideon. Artificial intelligence can be put aside for a while, and after the research understands how to travel through the universe, go to Earth 38 to find Indigo. So first go to the Mercury laboratory to get tachyon. Richard McNeil secretly thought about going to the Mercury experiment tomorrow room garage lab. Richard McNeil studied the details of the upgrade of the steel Richard and Thea Quinn and Laura studied the original set of steel Richard Before I knew it, it was already late at night. After eating, clean up. Laura returned to her room silently. Thea Quinn yawned and deliberately asked Richard McNeil, I'm a little sleepy, how about you? Do you know where my room is? Richard McNeil raised his head and asked Richard ally. Thea Quinn nodded. I know, what's the matter? Go to the room and wait for me. I'll go there after reading this. Richard McNeil shook the book in his hand. I didn't say I would sleep with you. Thea Quinn mumbled, turned and left. Richard McNeil smiled and looked down at the rest of the content. After about half an hour, Richard McNeil got up to take a shower and then returned to the room. Push open the door. Thea Quinn was lying with her back facing the direction of the door, her body covered with a thin quilt and her shoulders exposed. Doesn't appear to be wearing pajamas. Richard McNeil walked over with a chuckle and lay down and Richard ported her shoulders to make her turn around. Their eyes met. Thea Quinn put his arms around Richard McNeil and slipped into his arms, hugging her somewhat thin body. Although the size of the pillow is a bit small, it doesn't feel different, so I took the time to let her take a photo. At night, it was extremely quiet. Although Xia deliberately hinted that Richard McNeil could do something, Richard McNeil just hugged her to sleep, which made her a little disappointed and finally fell asleep in a daze. There was nothing to say all night, and the Richard N was shining outside the window the next day, which was extremely clear. Ring, ring, ring. The ringing of the phone made Thea Quinn wake up in a daze. When she opened her eyes, she saw Richard McNeil holding the phone and seemed to be chatting with someone. Listening to the voice, It seems to be a woman. The poison gas man was arrested by you. Hee. Just catch them. They are worthless to me, so you don't need to call me to tell me. Richard McNeil held the phone in one hand and stroked Thea Quinn with the other. With beautiful hair, Thea Quinn just woke up feeling lazy and green. Thea Quinn squinted her eyes and snorted softly, lying on his chest, moving her hands around his body as if deliberately making trouble. Seeing that Richard McNeil didn't respond, Thea Quinn jumped down slowly. She had seen how Helena did it. Apologize, then. There is no need. Richard McNeil cast a smirk at Thea Quinn, who paused and continued. I thought of an idea to punish you, friend. Hee. Caitlin, of course I regard you as a friend, so I just punish you instead of killing you. And Cisco, I will also give him a gift. Richard McNeil hung up the phone and dragged Thea Quinn over. With the exclamation of Thea Quinn, the morning exercise has begun. Chapter 127. Tachin and Richard McNeil are wanted. Richard McNeil, who was refreshed, came out of the room after washing and getting dressed. He glanced at Laura, who was making breakfast, and said, Richard ally, teach her how to exercise and strengthen her lower body when you take the time. Laura hummed. Thea Quinn might not be able to come out for a while. After breakfast, Richard McNeil and Laura went to the Disciple to study the energy crystals left by the reverse lightning and prepare to modify them to be Richardmed by the steel Richardite. Energy then use the energy matrix of the Disciple to try to see if it can achieve the effect of perpetual kinetic energy. The Disciple does not need to replenish energy, and it will automatically replenish when driving and crossing. This is very advanced technology. At the same time, this transformation is not easy and requires extremely high knowledge and skills. Richard McNeil has a lot of things to do now. Research on how to use the speed force to travel through space. Research on how to transform the energy matrix of the Richardite. Even if he has the speed force, the speed is not something that can be done in a short time, especially the former. It will take a lot of money, more time and experience to research. Fortunately, the speed force made his thinking speed very fast, so in just one day, he understood the research on the energy vitreous body and transformed it into a matrix reactor that can be used to give the Richardite the function. He installed this matrix reactor on the steel Richardite to replace the original energy source, and the effect was very good. If the output of the most powerful weapon system is not a problem, blowing up a whole building is not a problem. And there is no need to worry about the battery life. It can be said that there has been a qualitative leap from before. The next day, Richard McNeil asked Laura and Thea Quinn to play with the steel Richardite and test the function by the way, and went to the Mercury laboratory by himself. After the explosion of the particle accelerator in the cutting-edge laboratory and the forced glow Richardry of the laboratory, the Mercury laboratory came from behind. The leader of the Mercury laboratory, Tina McGee, and Harrison Wells were both scientific geniuses in Starling City. After Reverse Flash replaced Harrison Wells, the two became rivals. Both the Crystal Laboratory and the Cutting Edge Laboratory are places where talents are produced. There are the Flash, Frost Killer Caitlin, and Shockwave Cisco in the Cutting Edge Laboratory, while the Crystal Laboratory has the Big-Eyed Robber, Ballistic and others. Caitlin Snow also joined Mercury Labs at some point. Standing in front of the dozen-story Crystal Laboratory building, Richard McNeil walked in. The lobby on the first floor looks very busy with people coming and going. In the direction of the elevator, there is a guard desk that needs to swipe a card or register to enter. There is a rest area not far from the door, and there are promotional introductions about many Mercury Lab products nearby. Richard McNeil looked around. The Speed Force was activated instantly, and the yellow lightning light shuttled layer by layer. This color is really awkward. Richard McNeil muttered something and Richard Dilly slowed down. He saw a woman in a white coat, with blonde hair and black-rimmed glasses, walking out of an office holding a box and looking angrily. Time seemed to stand still, and everything around me stood still. The angry expression on her face seemed to freeze. Richard McNeil came to her side and picked up the badge she hung on her clothes. Brilivin, isn't this the big-eyed thief? She seems to be a computer genius, and she is also good at the application of machines. Richard McNeil walked away and found her personnel file, wrote down the address, and continued to search for Tachin's. Swish. Swish, swish, layer by layer. Finally, when he was close to the top floor, Richard McNeil found a laboratory with a high security level. The access control of this laboratory is very advanced, and it is also equipped with separate security guards. It's here. Richard McNeil chuckled and his body vibrated quickly, adjusting the vibration frequency. Feeling the shock of the speed force in the cells, Richard McNeil went directly through the wall and entered the laboratory. There is a separate sealed room in the very center of the laboratory. Tachin's, right there. The vibrating Richard McNeil went straight in and picked up the Tachin, ready to leave. As soon as he came out, he heard hurried footsteps outside, and the security guard opened the door with a gun. Put something. A silent siren? Richard McNeil pouted and walked towards the door. Warning you to put your things down, or we will shoot. Seeing that Richard McNeil ignored them and walked over, the security guards shot. The bullet-intensive pilgrimage to Richard McNeil came over zero. Richard McNeil was too lazy to dodge, and waved the bullet aside as he walked. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. In the hail of bullets, Richard McNeil just walked over calmly. The security guards were a little dumbfounded, and after hesitation, they rushed towards Richard McNeil who was walking over. Richard McNeil's body flickered slightly, and several security guards fell directly to the ground. When they got up, Richard McNeil had already disappeared. Disciple number. After Richard McNeil came back, he began to study Tachin's. The energy produced by this thing is much stronger than the energy glass of reverse lightning. After careful research, he should be able to make a good battle Richard it. The Tachin from the Mercury laboratory was stolen, and both the Flash and Barry Allen, an expert in physical evidence technology at the police station, rushed to the scene. Because regaining speed made the speed force in his cells more active, his speed was faster than before. So yesterday when the poison gas man was alone, he was caught, and the multibody and the self-proclaimed Peekaboo the teleporting girl took the opportunity to leave. He thought he would finally have time to think about how to save his father, but something happened in the Mercury laboratory. There is no need to investigate to know that Richard McNeil did it. After all, Richard McNeil did not cover up his identity or destroy the video at all. The police's Richard Eder wanted list for Richard San. But Barry Allen knew it well. This kind of wanted arrest would not catch Richard McNeil at all, but would increase the police's 3.3 car Richard Altis. He told Joe West about this and then went back to the laboratory to find a way. How to find Richard McNeil and find out why he wants Tachin's, as a Richard LT. As soon as he returned to the laboratory, he saw Richard McNeil was here. Barry Allen was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say. Richard McNeil ignored Barry Allen, but pointed to Tachin and some related designs to Cisco Raymond. It's here, see? I haven't figured out how to convert the energy of Tachin's into a stable and controllable one, because once it's activated, its energy will overheat and it will melt the Richard rounding equipment. I think I tried to replace it with a material that is more resistant to high temperature, but I couldn't find a Richard-eatable one. Do you have any Richard suggestions? Chapter 128 Flashy. Even if it's just a toy, it's gorgeous. Cisco Raymond Richard consciously came up with an idea after listening to Richard McNeil's words. You can use ceramic composites. He reacted before he finished speaking, and retreated. Why should I help you? You stole this from the Mercury laboratory. Richard McNeil looked at Cisco with a smile and shook his head. Cisco, you know. You can only help me. If you help me solve this problem, I won't care about the last time you set a trap to catch me. You. Cisco stepped back a few steps. Cisco, what's the matter with you? Seeing Cisco panicked, Caitlin Snow and Barry Allen asked curiously, didn't you hear what he said just now? Cisco turned around and asked, what did he say? He didn't speak just now. Barry Allen and Caitlin Snow looked stunned. Richard enough. You. You said it in my head. Cisco Lyman said in Richard's eyes. Yeah, not only can I talk in your mind, But I can also control your thoughts and actions, just like Gerudo. But it is stronger than it. After all, its intelligence has not yet been developed to Richard's high level. After being controlled by it, it is not natural to be confused. But I am different. People under my control can look the same as you, Richard Al. I think you definitely don't want me to control you to do things you don't want to do, and you don't want to live a life of doubting whether the people around you are controlled by me every day. Richard McNill looked at Cisco Lemon with a smile, but his mouth didn't move at all. Okay, I'll help you, Cisco Raymond said hurriedly. Caitlin Snow and Barry Allen were a little confused, and they didn't see Richard McNill speak the whole time, but Cisco spoke again. Richard McNill, what do you want Tatchins for? Barry Allen couldn't help asking. Make battle clothes, Richard McNill said. Richard Ally, the one you wore last time? I don't understand. Your strength doesn't need flashy things like battle clothes, right? Barry Allen asked inexplicably. Even if Tatchin is used to build a battle Richard it seems that it can't help Richard McNill much in terms of power and function. Because can fly? Caitlin Snow asked. Fly? It's not difficult to fly. Richard McNill shook his head. If he wants to fly, he can easily copy the ability to fly. Even if the speed force is developed well, he can fly. There are too many flashy things. Even if it's a toy, it has to be flashy enough to satisfy me, right? But this is something from the Mercury laboratory. They have called the police, and the police have already wanted you. I know you are not afraid of being caught, but this will also cause you inconvenience. Why don't you replace the Tatchin? Can we help you solve the problem of alternative energy sources? Barry Allen tentatively proposed. Not interested. Richard McNill shook his head. Although Tatchins are expensive, if you can make one Tatchin, you can naturally make a second one, but you only have one life. Tell Tina McGee to withdraw the case, otherwise, she will die. You're not going to kill her, are you? Caitlin Snow worried. I won't kill her, but I will prevent you from stopping those who want to kill her. Richard McNill chuckled. Bully-eyed thief. Brelavin has a research project that can remotely control robotic bees. At first, Mercury Labs intended to use this project for agricultural purposes, but she had the idea of transforming it into a weapon. As a Richard LT, she was fired by Tina McGee. An aggrieved Bree Raven, with a grudge, uses the venomous robot bee to start killing people in revenge. If it weren't for the help of the Flash and the Atom in the TV series, Tina McGee would be dead. Speaking of which, Ray Palmer, the Atom, probably hasn't yet developed the technology of nanoscale reduction, so it's more convenient to go to Earth 2 to find Harrison Wells. Going to Earth 2 anyway. Someone wants to kill her, why? Barry Allen asked hastily. Richard McNill smiled, turned to Cisco Raymond and said, "This is my phone number. Let me know when it's done." Cisco Raymond froze and put away the number. Richard McNill turned and went out. Caitlin Snow pointed to Richard McNill, who had left, and chased after him hesitantly. As Richard LT, as soon as he caught up, he found that Richard McNill hadn't gone far at all, and was groping for something on the wall of the corridor. This made Caitlin Snow, who thought he walked away and hurried out, feel a little embarrassed. "What's the matter?" Richard McNill turned around and asked. "Are you still angry with me and won't forgive me?" Caitlin Snow hesitated. "Otherwise, why did you give Cisco your phone number? Does it matter?" Richard McNill asked in astonishment. "Of course it matters. I was responsible for contacting you before, but now you have told Cisco the number. Doesn't it mean that you don't want to contact me again?" Caitlin hesitated to speak and finally did not say this. She looked at Richard McNill groping the wall and seemed to be looking for something, and she couldn't help asking curiously, "What are you looking for?" "Secret room," Richard McNill said while groping. "Reverse Lightning has built a secret room here. In this secret room, there are his spare battle Richardites, the monitoring of Barry Allen, and the future artificial intelligence Gideon. Although my ultimate goal is not Gideon, I can do it for the time being. Use. Impossible, right? If there is a secret room, before Caitlin Snow finished speaking, 6:30 Richard Denley saw lights on the wall, and the next moment the wall parted from the middle to reveal a dark entrance. There really is a secret room. Caitlin Snow saw Richard McNeil go in and hurriedly followed. This is a closed space of about 10 square meters, and the lights turned on as the two entered. The first thing that catches the eye is a set of yellow reverse lightning Richard it, followed by countless screens around him showing the Richard villains of Barry Allen's home, the police station and other places where he often appears. Gideon. Richard McNeil looked at the wall inside and shouted. In an instant, a figure-like projection appeared on the wall. "Hello, Mr. Richard McNeil." It's not Richard, surprising that Gideon knew him. Richard McNeil. After all, this Gideon came from the future. If it didn't know him, then the future would be a bit of a failure. "Do you mind if I help you change places?" Looking at Gideon, Richard McNeil said with a chuckle. P.S. The bully-eyed thief comes from the first season of The Flash. After Felicity was paralyzed in Green Arrow, she tried to use the improved robot Bee to seize the technology after she recovered with technology. In addition, it should enter the plot of Earth 2 and maybe go back to Richard Girl to play. Chapter 129, Crossing the Earth 2. Although Gideon is an interactive artificial intelligence, it is only artificial intelligence after all. So yes, it was unable to answer Richard McNeil's inquiry. "If you don't tell me, I'll take it as your acquiescence." Richard McNeil walked over with a chuckle and removed Gideon, and took Gideon out of the cutting-edge laboratory without saying anything to Caitlin Snow or entered the Disciple. With Gideon loaded on the Disciple, many things will be much more convenient to sit on. For example, find someone. "Gideon, help me find out what Brelavin is doing," Richard McNeil asked softly, leaning on the chair. Soon, Gideon had Brellavin's news on the console. Just like in the original book, the vindictive Brelavin is planning to get the robots Bee for revenge. After reading the situation of Brelavin, Richard McNeil curiously asked Gideon about the speed and method needed to travel through time and space. After all, Gideon originally belonged to Reverse Lightning, so he should have a certain understanding of the speed force. Gideon answered truthfully. The question and answer did answer many of Richard McNeil's doubts. This is the difference between experienced and inexperienced. Many questions made him Richard Denley understand. It's easier to travel through time than space, but I don't need to travel through time now, so let's try to see if I can travel through space. With Gideon helping him answer his doubts, Richard McNeil really wanted to try to see if he could succeed. Swish. The lightning flashed, and Richard McNeil came out of the Disciple and ran quickly. The speed is about 1,000 miles per hour. This speed is enough to travel through time, but space is not enough. Richard McNeil began to impose his abilities to speed up, and he ran faster and faster. The lightning seemed to be integrated with the body, and it was difficult to tell whether it was the lightning he produced or he was the lightning himself. Don't think about controlling the wind around you. Don't pay attention to the Richard rounding environment. The whole person is so focused that it seems to enter some kind of ethereal state. The speed force's energy filled all the cells in his body. Richard McNeil even felt that he didn't exist anymore. Only speed force left. Boom. A light blue wormhole like tumbling clouds Richard Denley formed in front, and Richard McNeil rushed in. Some are similar to time streams but some are different. The time flow is green, but here it is blue. There are pictures around, flashing by. Past, present, future. All the contents of all time points appear. Richard McNeil glanced away and stopped looking, because he felt that if he was too focused, he would appear at that point in time. This kind of time travel is more idealistic. Whatever time and place you think about in your heart, you will travel to a certain time. This road seemed to be endless. Richard McNeil ran for a while and added speed again. Swish. The speed of the yellow lightning increased again, twice, 4 times, 10 times. Richard McNeil didn't even know how fast his speed was. He only thought of Dr. Harrison Wells from Earth 2 in his mind. Running and running. The front Richard Denley lit up. With a whoosh, Richard McNeil rushed out directly. After running a few steps forward and stopping, Richard McNill realized that he was in a certain office. As soon as he turned his head, Richard McNill saw a man wearing glasses pointing some kind of energy gun at him. "Who are you?" he asked sharply with a gun in his eyes. Richard McNill looked at the man in front of him and chuckled lightly. "It's really exactly the same. But it's a pity that you are not the Dr. Harrison Wells I know. Answer my question, who are you?" The gun in Dr. Harrison Wells' hand lit up with a blue light, and it felt like a bullet was loaded. "Who is the mayor of Central City?" Richard McNill asked without answering. Boom! Harrison Wells shot. The energy bomb hit the wall, and Harrison Wells only felt his hand lightly follow it, and found that his gun had been dismantled and thrown on the ground. "You!" As soon as he said a word, Richard McNill grabbed him by the neck, and pulled him in front of him with one hand. Richard McNill asked with a smile, "Answer my question. Who is the mayor of Central City?" "Sterner," Harrison Wells said painfully. "Is it really Captain Cold?" Richard McNill continued to ask with a chuckle. "Your daughter's name is Jessie." Harrison Wells' expression changed. Richard dimly. "You, who are you? How do you know my daughter?" "Don't rush to ask questions. Answer my question first." Richard McNill put Harrison Wells down. Richard ally. And he rubbed his neck and stared at Richard McNill vigilantly. "Is there a Flash in this world?" "His name is Jay Garrick, and there is someone faster than him named Speed." When it comes to extreme speed, Harrison Wells' eyes obviously flashed a little differently. Richard took your daughter away?" "It shouldn't be. There is no gap between the two Earths due to the explosion. Richard probably hasn't thought about other Earths yet. How could he kidnap your daughter?" Richard McNill asked in Richard's eyes. "Are you from another Earth?" Harrison Wells looked at Richard McNill in Richard's eyes and murmured. "So the theory of parallel universes exists, and the idea of extreme speed is right. What do you think?" Richard McNill asked Richard ally. "He captured Jessie and wanted me to study how to open the passage to the parallel world. He wanted to destroy the speedsters in other worlds." Harrison Wilton looked at Richard McNill eagerly. "How did you do it?" "You are also a speedster. Are you using the speed force?" "That is to say, you can travel through time and space fast enough. Then your speed must be faster than speed. No matter what you came to this world to do, save my daughter, I will help you do anything." Harrison Wells looked very anxious and eager, and almost forgot that Harrison Wells on Earth 2 was he is a daughter-in-law, and he will do anything for his daughter Jessie. In the original book, he came to the Earth and wanted to find Flash Barry Allen to defeat Speed to save his daughter. After failing, he did not hesitate to join Speed to help him steal the speed of Flash to save his daughter. Although he was untrustworthy because of the extremely fast words and confessed to the Flash because of guilt, he can do anything for his daughter. Speaking of her daughter, she was also a member of the Lightning family, and later became the famous Jessie Quickie. Chapter 130 Double Body, Echo and Deathstorm. I came to this world with a lot of things I want to do, but one of them is nanoscale shrink technology. Richard McNill chuckled. "I will," Harrison Wells said without hesitation. "I can help you, as long as you rescue my daughter Jessie. Then write down the equation, and I'll go out for a spin." Richard McNill disappeared with a whoosh. Earth 2 is a completely opposite world to Earth 1. Good people become bad people, and bad people become good people. Some small details will lead to a completely different future. In this world, Captain Cold becomes the mayor of Canterlot, Iris becomes the police officer, and Joe becomes the singer. In this world, the famous death marksman is so terrible that he can't hit people face to face. Caitlin became the frost killer, the firestorm became the death storm, and Cisco Raymond became the Echo. Although Harrison Wells of Earth 2 it also studied that particle accelerators have created a group of transformed people, but their fate and choices are completely different from those on the Earth. In general, this is an interesting and fresh world. Although Richard McNill didn't plan to come to Earth 2 right now, he wouldn't just turn around and leave after the first 330 attempts. At least he had to experience it first and get the nano-reduction technology. In the world of Earth 2, the sky has a warm tone. I don't know if it's to distinguish the difference between the worlds or because of other reasons. giving Richard McNill a feeling that the dream is not real. Although there are many same faces in this world, they are actually completely different people. Richard McNill remembers that in the original book, the Flash travels back and finds that he is still a physical evidence technician of the Central City Police Department, but he is timid and selfish and has a relationship with Iris. Married, Iris chose to become a policeman for Barry's future. This is not a big deal. He obviously came to Earth 2 to save Jesse as soon as possible. But this guy pretended to be addicted and kill Joe in this world because of his emotions. He also wanted to help Iris deal with Killer Frost and Jesse. Deathstorm. Harrison Wells told him that the main purpose is to rescue Jesse, and that people in this world have nothing to do with you, but Barry Allen had a heart attack and insisted on saving people, and he kept saying that no matter which world they were in, they would. It's his family. This is no longer the Virgin Mary. Is it mentally retarded? The Richard LTS of it. As a Richard LT, he himself was caught by extreme speed. If it wasn't for Cisco Raymond and the others who instigated Killer Frost, he might have fallen here himself, let alone saving Jesse. In the end, although Jesse was saved and returned to the Earth, looking at the whole process, how many waves did he cause? He himself is very happy. In this world, his mother is not dead, and he still enjoys the treatment of Iris' husband. If it was because of his Madonna's heart attack that delayed saving Jesse, Harrison Wells would probably kill him directly. The yellow lightning galloped quickly in the central city, and Richard McNill, who was running, Richard Denley, felt hostile. Someone attacked himself, or use the firestorm attack method. Deathstorm. Richard McNill stopped for an instant and heard a loud bang, and the road ahead was instantly hit by flames. The flames burst into the sky. The man wearing a black leather jacket with his whole body on fire slowly fell from the air, and when he landed, he put away the flames. He was the double body of Firestorm, Deathstorm. The Deathstorm here is still the first term, a combination of Ronnie Raymond and Martin Stein. However, unlike Firestorm on Earth 1, where the two existed at the same time, Martin Stein in Deathstorm's body had long since ceased to exist, and his body was completely controlled by Ronnie Raymond. Aren't you the Flash? A new speedster. Speed will definitely be very satisfied. Deathstorm stared at Richard McNill and said coldly and proudly, "I really didn't expect you to be the first one I met. Your ability ... is useless." Richard McNill said with a curled mouth, "Where's the echo? Are you looking for me?" Cisco Raymond's voice sounded. The voice was the same but the tone was completely different, giving people a very evil feeling. Richard McNill turned around and saw Cisco Raymond walking out in a leather jacket with a braid and goggles. Cisco Raymond's doppelganger, Echo. The particle accelerator explosions in the two worlds made Cisco Raymond a transforming person. The difference is that Cisco Raymond on Earth 1 has not yet awakened the ability to become a shockwave, while Cisco Raymond on Earth 2 has initially mastered the ability became an Echo. Killer Frost and Deathstorm are his people, and he works for Speed. Speaking of which, Cisco Raymond's shockwave ability is very strong. At the beginning, it can sense the past and future through objects, and can send out shockwaves for attack. Later, it has developed to use shockwaves to teleport and even travel through different universes. This ability waves it looks much better than the speed and force. Flash appeared in the original book. Echo and Deathstorm almost didn't kill Flash, but they angered Speed. Two high-speed hand knives killed both of them. Otherwise the ability to travel through the universe should be based on the degree of development of Echo's ability. It's a Richard Ree thing. Is the one less person? I saw the Deathstorm, I saw the Echo, why didn't I see the Frost Killer? You know us very well. I'm a little curious about your identity. Echo looked at Richard McNill and laughed. You are not the Flash, and there should be no other speedsters in Central City. I can feel the difference in you. You are from outside one. The speedy one from another world. Interesting. We haven't figured out how to go to other worlds yet, but you've already come. I'd like to know how you did it, but I don't want to tell you. Richard McNill chuckled. Echo also laughed. Here, in my world, the rules of the game are like this. You can live if you say what I want to know, or you have to die. What's the point of talking to him? people from other worlds, let me play first. Deathstorm spewed out flames from his impatient hands and walked towards Richard McNeil. Boom! He had just taken 2 steps when Echo Richard Denley turned around and shot. The shockwave blasted on Deathstorm's body and instantly knocked him out. Echo looked at Deathstorm coldly and said, "If you don't want to be crushed by me, just stand by obediently." Deathstorm got up without talking back to the flickering fear in his eyes. Cool. Seeing Richard ch a cold Cisco Raymond, Richard McNeil couldn't help giving a thumbs up. P.S. To be honest, I always think that the drama version of Earth 2 is more like the Earth 3 in the comics, and the Earth 3 is more like the Earth 2 in the comics. Chapter 131. You are really loud. Echo raised a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth, raised his hands and threatened Richard McNeil. There are even cooler ones. Do you want to see them? Think. Richard McNeil said with a bright smile. Echo was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect Richard McNeil to be so straightforward. His expression Richard Denley changed to a hideous expression, and Shockwave directly slammed towards Richard McNeil. From the fact that Deathstorm was frightened by him just now, he knew that Echo was the kind of person who was ruthless, merciless and decisive, and Richard McNeil remembered that he seemed to have been unwilling to be inferior to extreme speed, and always wanted to find opportunities to strengthen himself to replace extreme speed. So if this extreme speed person can't for his use, or maybe he'd just go all out and kill it for the cheapest speed. Seeing the shockwave coming, Richard McNeil raised the corner of his mouth and copied his ability in an instant, and raised his hand, and the same shockwave hit him. Boom! The 2 shockwaves hit each other and froze for an instant. Echo's eyes widened in shock under the goggles. He can also shockwaves? How could he have my abilities? Please call me 50-50. Feeling the shock of the Echo, Richard McNeil said solemnly, HMPH. Echo snorted coldly, increasing the energy of the shockwave. But as he strengthened, Richard McNeil also strengthened. The 2 shockwaves are always in a state of anxiety and persistence, evenly divided. Deathstorm! Echo shouted, and the Deathstorm hesitated for a moment and swung out flames to hit Richard McNeil. Richard McNeil laughed lightly. This, I will too. Boom! Richard McNeil's other hand Richard Denley burst into flames and turned back. Boom! The 2 flames collided and dissipated, and the shocked Deathstorm roared and pushed towards Richard McNeil with both hands, and the pillar of fire roared towards him. Richard McNeil flipped his palm, and a pillar of fire of the same size hit him. Shockwave in one hand and flame in the other. Richard McNeil has 1 against 2, but they are evenly matched. It's really 50-50. What kind of weird ability is this? Seeing this, Echo couldn't help cursing inwardly and increased the power of Deathstorm again, but the Richard LT remained the same. Just when the situation was deadlocked, Richard Denley chuckled. It's almost time to play on May 5th. So, it's time to crush you. Unlimited Richard per position, 5 times. The power of the 2 abilities of both hands Richard per imposed instantly, and the shockwave and the pillar of fire expanded several times almost at the same time, directly devouring the same ability of the opponent and roaring away. Boom! Boom! After 2 beeps, the Echo and the Deathstorm flew out in an instant, and fell to the ground with a groan. Blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Echo felt that his body's organs seemed to have been shattered, and Deathstorm's chest was left with burning marks. Looking at each other, the 2 tried their best to attack Richard McNeil again. This time, Richard McNeil didn't play 50-50. He felt another attack. Chilling attack. The Speed Force was activated, and Richard McNeil hid aside in an instant. Immediately afterwards, 2 ice spikes rushed towards the place where he was standing just now. Because of his departure, the ice spike missed the target and continued to move forward, passing the shockwave and the pillar of fire. Next second, puff, puff, 2 icicles pierced the chests of Echo and Deathstorm. The 2 looked down at the icicles on their chests and then looked up at the Frost Killer who was knocked down by shockwave and fire pillar in the distance, showing expressions of disbelief. Boom! Boom! The 2 lay down slowly, Their eyes lost their luster. Richard McNeil walked towards Killer Frost slowly. She chose the timing of her sneak attack very well, but it's a pity that the person she wanted to sneak attack was herself. Killer Frost lay on the ground and twitched slightly. A head of white hair was scattered, black eyeshadow, purple-blue lips, wearing a black leather jacket and leather pants. The leather jacket was slowly burning, and the corners of her mouth couldn't stop vomiting blood as she twitched. Richard McNeil looked down at Killer Frost as he struggled and raised his hand to hook him, and finally fell to the ground with a thud. Pity. I like Killer Frost quite a lot. We can only wait for Caitlin to become Killer Frost when we meet again, Richard McNeil said while raising his hands. The cold temperature caused white chills to float around his hands. With a slight movement of his thoughts, the cold air in one hand disappeared and turned into a heat wave, instantly bursting into flames. Does this count as the two heavens of ice and fire? Richard McNeil chuckled and prepared to leave. Hello, a voice Richard Denley stopped Richard McNeil. Richard McNeil turned his head and looked in the distance. A head protruded from a car, with long blonde hair, familiar facial features, a black neckband around its neck, and a silver nose ring between the two nostrils of its nose. This outfit. So Richard Visive. How about doing me a favor and letting me go? She tried her best to raise her hand to let Richard McNeil see that she had a bright bracelet on her hand, which looked like the kind of handcuffs that could restrain Richard per hours. Almost forgot about you, Laurel Lance. Richard McNeil was stunned and remembered that Earth 2 also had the double body of Black Canary Laurel Lance. On Earth 2, she was not called Black Canary but Black Siren, because she was affected by the explosion of the particle accelerator and possessed ultrasonic abilities. It is much more reliable than Black Canary's sonic equipment. Caught by Killer Frost, Richard McNeil walked over and opened the car door. Car Richard Ally. On the car window, the Black Siren was handcuffed to the seat wearing a black leather jacket. The Black Siren showed an innocent expression towards Richard McNeil. Help me. Richard McNeil leaned in and touched the handcuffs lightly with his fingers. The cold air instantly permeated the handcuffs and the handcuffs were frozen. Pulling her hand hard, there was a click, and the handcuffs were broken into several pieces. You're welcome. Richard McNeil turned his head to look at the Black Siren and said, got up and came out. Seeing the shattered handcuffs, the Black Siren came out with bright A's, just in time to see a few police cars parked nearby, and the police came down with guns and shouted, "Don't move. Put your hands up." Iris was dressed in a smart attire with a police badge pinned to her waist and slowly approached with a gun. It doesn't matter which world it is, it's just as ugly. Richard McNeil grumbled with a smile and raised his hands slowly, as if preparing to Richard render. The Black Siren smiled at Richard McNeil, ignoring the dark gun muzzles around him. Do you need help? Anything? Richard McNeil shrugged indifferently. The Black Siren turned to look at the gun-wielding policeman with a smirk and opened his mouth fiercely. The ultrasonic waves Richarded in an instant, and the police car and the Richard rounding glass were instantly shattered. Iris and the others were shocked and squatted down, covering their ears tightly and screaming in pain. Your voice is really loud. After a while, the Black Sea Monster stopped, and Richard McNeil said with a chuckle, P.S. Killer Frost decided to deal with it this way. After all, she belongs to Earth 2, not the Caitlin Snow that Richard McNeil knew. Moreover, Caitlin Snow on Earth 1 will also become Killer Frost. One character with the same attribute is enough, and too many characters will be too messy, unlike Black Canary and Black Siren. Chapter 132. The Smart Black Siren. Sometimes it may be even bigger. The Black Sea Monster pointedly smiled, holding Richard McNeil's arm and looking at the screaming and rolling policeman on the ground. I have a good place. Do you want to come with me? Okay. Richard McNeil smiled brightly. The Black Siren's eyes became brighter, holding Richard McNeil's arm and taking a model step. The high-heeled shoes clattered on the ground. It didn't take long for the Black Siren to bring Richard McNeil to a remote and abandoned factory. The warehouse was extremely dark, and after turning around, he came to a certain room. Open the door. The space inside is not too big, There is a single bed and some daily necessities. You live here? This environment is probably worse than that of most homeless people. It's enough for a criminal to treat you like a failure. I don't want to either. I'm not afraid of those useless policemen. But people like me will be unlucky after ruling Central City at a very fast speed. He's collecting criminals everywhere. Even if I hide here, I'm still found by his people. Hi, the demon explained helplessly. I've already made plans to help Richard with things, but I didn't expect you to show up. You are much more handsome than Speed, who wears a mask all day and doesn't know what he looks like. And you are very strong. Echo, Deathstorm, Frost Killer, they are extremely fast and powerful men, but you easily dealt with them 1-on-3, and the Black Siren stared at Richard McNeil with burning eyes. Your ability is stronger than extreme speed. You can copy other people's abilities, right? There is a saying that you can't tell the truth when you see through it. Many people commit Richardicide because they don't understand this truth. Richard McNeil looked at the Black Siren with a chuckle. The Black Siren froze and Richard consciously took half a step back and said with a smile, "A lot of people should have seen it, right? And there's nothing wrong with that, isn't it? No one dares to provoke you with Richard's strong ability. Not even extreme speed. That's why you called me to help and entangled me again." Richard McNeil looked at the Black Sea monster, saw her nodding nervously and chuckled lightly. "I'm not Speed. I don't plan to conquer Central City and I don't have the idea of accepting younger brothers. Take me. No matter which world you come from, take me with you. If you don't need my men, I can leave, and if you need me, I can work for you at any time." The Black Siren took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "She is not stupid." She saw how Richard McNeil copied Echo's and other people's abilities, and also saw his Richard prize when he saw her, which was an unexpected expression when he saw an acquaintance. In addition to the words he said when he saw the policewoman, "No matter which world is equally ugly," a conclusion can be deduced from all the circumstances. He is not from this world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that, let alone be anonymous. Anyone who has acquired Richard's ability probably won't be able to bear a low profile. That's why the Black Siren deliberately showed his abilities in the hope of attracting him to accept him. Taking a step back, even if he wasn't from another world and followed him, he would be guaranteed not to be harassed by Speed. Although there are certain risks in this way, for example, Richard will seek revenge on Richard McNeil, but everything is risky. He should know another self and should have a good relationship, and that alone is enough for Black Siren to take risks. Still not interested. Richard McNeil thought for a while and shook his head. The Black Siren was in a hurry. Extremely fast. Not all of his Richard boardmates were forced. Some of them actively followed him, because Speed is stronger than everyone else, much stronger. And following the strong is the instinct of human nature. Even if you don't need Richard boardmates, there will be people following you for one reason or another. This is unavoidable. You can ignore him, or even kill him, but this kind of person will keep appearing by your side. "Why does it feel like relying on me?" Richard McNeil chuckled dumbly. "Yes, I'm relying on you." The Black Siren slowly walked 2 steps to Richard McNeil, murmured softly and put his hand on Richard McNeil's chest. "If you need it, I'm here. If you don't need it, I'll leave and never cause you any trouble." "Your words sound like you want to be my 419. Richard McNeil gently shook off the Black Siren's hand, which made the smile on the Black Siren's face froze, and he continued to say, "Zero, go somewhere else. I'm not interested in staying here." The Black Siren was stunned for a moment and was overjoyed. Did he agree? The light of lightning Richard dimly lit up in the dim room, and before the Black Siren could react, he found himself standing in the bright laboratory. Harrison Wells sat by the computer and looked at Richard McNeil and the Black Sea monster, who Richard dimly appeared and asked in a daze, "This is not my daughter." Beautiful thinking. Although he didn't understand the situation, the Black Siren still said bluntly, she knew Dr. Harrison Wells, the owner of a state-of-the-art laboratory, and the matter of the particle accelerator made him famous. "Have you finished writing?" Richard McNeil walked to Harrison Wells and looked at the computer. "The dense formula looks dizzying, some of which he understands, but some he does not understand. "You promised to rescue my daughter, and I'll finish writing for you," Harrison Wells said in a deep voice. "Are you Richard Ree?" Richard-san asked. "Richard Ree," Harrison Wells said with certainty. "If you don't save my daughter, even if you kill me, I won't write for you." Before finishing the words, Harrison Wells found out that Richard McNill was missing. "Write it quickly, Doctor." 4.7 inches Black Siren didn't know what Richard McNill asked Harrison Wells to write, but she knew what she should do. "Harrison Wells, you were silent for a moment, lowered your head and continued typing on the keyboard." Swish. Yellow lightning flashed across the central city, and arrived at a certain cliff edge in the Richard Burbs in a blink of an eye. On the opposite side of the cliff is a neat and steep cliff with a higher terrain. There seems to be a mine entrance in the center, but the equipment near the entrance has already been dismantled. This is Speed's lair in the TV series, where Jesse and the Flash captured from Earth 3 are held. The distance between the two cliffs is very long, and the angles are not equal. It is almost impossible to go to the opposite side without the help of large-scale equipment, which is why J. Richard can safely lock people here. Chapter 133, Jesse Quick and the Speed Serum. Richard CH in environment is enough to discourage many people and even ability users. But Richard McNill is thinking about which ability to use. Just skip over. This distance should be able to be achieved by both Divine Power and Speed Force, but it is a bit too low. Fly over. The abilities of Firestorm and Weather Wizard can both be done, but that doesn't seem cool enough, does it? Try the ability of Killer Frost. Richard McNill thought of a trick, and the corner of his mouth raised his whole body to exude icy air. Richard Denley. He jumped directly off the cliff. The person fell quickly in the air, and Richard McNill's hands and palms were down, and his ability was quickly activated. The Richard rounding air gradually froze, and the air under his feet instantly condensed into ice to stabilize his body. At the same time, his hands moved accordingly, and a long ice path appeared out of nowhere, carrying it into the air and sliding to the opposite side hole in the cliff. When he came to the entrance of the cave, Richard McNill lifted his foot and landed. The ice passage instantly collapsed and fell into the cliff. Not too bad. 10. Richard McNill walked in with a chuckle. The dim tunnel was extremely silent. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, I walked through the tunnel and came to a place that looked like a rest stop. Several large abandoned equipment were placed in the middle, and there was a spacious open space behind. There was a fence-like cage at the edge of the open space, and a girl in the cage was locked on a long chain with one hand. With pear blossoms in her eyes, she is lovely and pitiful. The slightly baby-fat little face was full of fear, and despair. Jesse Chamberson Wells will be a member of the Speed Force family in the future. Jesse Quick. Richard McNill walked over slowly. Jessie trembled a few times in horror when she saw the figure, and then maybe found that it was not J. Richard but a stranger, which made her a little unresponsive, and then shouted excitedly, help me quickly, I was caught by the speed, please help me." SHH. Don't shake your head and shake your milk. Seeing Jessie, who was shaking excitedly, Richard McNill was really dizzy. Jessie was about the same age as Thea, and although her legs were a little worse than Thea's, the size of her upper body was obviously crushing Thea's. Well, I don't know if it's because of Richard McNill's calm demeanor or because of that slip of the tongue. Jessie was really quiet for a moment. "Where's J. Richard?" Richard McNill walked over to her and asked Car Richard Ally about J. Richard's whereabouts. "No, I don't know." Jessie shook his head eagerly. "Help me, you save me first. If he comes back, he will be in trouble." Richard McNill looked around and asked him how long he had been traveling at extreme speed and what he was doing recently. Jessie now wished to leave here immediately but had to answer his question. The eagerness to escape, the worry, the fear of coming back so fast made her almost cry. People in desperate situations are most afraid of having hope, because the period before hope comes is the most difficult. Fortunately, Richard McNill didn't torture her on purpose. After confirming that J. Richard was not there, he opened the cell with some disappointment and broke the chains that trapped her. "Thank you, Thank you. Jesse hugged Richard McNeil's neck excitedly, then quickly let go and said anxiously, "Let's get out of here." Richard McNeil shrugged non-committally and stretched out his arms to hold Jesse in a princess hug. With a whoosh, the yellow lightning instantly ran out of the hole and jumped out. The ultra-fast speed made him jump high and land quickly as if he had escaped the gravity of the earth, and continued to run forward without the slightest pause. Swish. Cutting Edge Labs, Harrison Wells' office. Richard McNeil rigidly appeared holding Jesse. Harrison Wells, who happened to have just finished writing the nanoscale reduction technology equation, raised his head and watched Richard McNeil put Jesse down. Harrison Wells got up and rushed towards Jesse like a hungry tiger. "Jesse, Dad." The father and daughter hugged each other excitedly. Richard McNeil pouted and walked to the computer to look. "It looks like it should be finished." As for the completeness of the equation, I can't guarantee that Richard McNeil is right. If he can understand it, there is no need to find Harrison Wells. Harrison Wells had already prepared the storage device, and Richard McNeil put the equation in and put away the device. "I brought you back the people, but I took the things away. If you dare to lie to me, I will let you know that Richard is a scum in front of me." Harrison Wells nodded silently. "Dad, who are they?" Jesse had time to ask Richard McNeil and the identity of the black siren who didn't look like a good person. Harrison Wells said lovingly, "It doesn't matter. What matters is that you came back safely. I have made arrangements, and we will leave Central City and go to Atlantis immediately." On Earth 2, Atlantis was not Richard N.K. in the ocean. "Wise choice." Richard McNeil chuckled. "Why? My family and friends are here." Do we have to leave?" Jesse said with some reluctance. Hearing Jesse's question, the black siren couldn't help curling his lips. "Innocent little girl, don't you want to go? Are you waiting to be caught by extreme speed again?" "We have to go." Harrison Wells' attitude was very firm. Richard McNeil rigidly thought of something and said to Harrison Wells, "By the way, do you have the serum formula for Speed 6? Give it to me." "What do you want this for?" "This formula is very dangerous and will cause the cells to gradually die. Even if you have the Speed Force, you can use it to temporarily increase your speed, but if you use it too much, you will lose your speed completely." Harrison Wells looked serious. Said, "Just give it to me." Of course, Richard McNeil knew the danger of this thing. Extreme speed is only after taking this medicine too much that he desperately wants the Richard per speed force of Flash. This is because of the Richard per speed itself. If it is an ordinary person, Richard CH as a female scientist with schizophrenia in the Mercury laboratory, Ballistic injects this serum and has a speed faster than the Flash. The Richard LT is extreme joy and sorrow. The speed was so fast that the Speed Force lightning turned from yellow to blue, and then turned itself into ash. Richard McNeil wants it because he wants to see if he can upgrade it to get rid of the side effects and then use his Speed Force energy as a basis for others to use. He really doesn't like yellow lightning. Harrison Wells saw that Richard McNeil insisted on this, so he didn't say much and directly handed over the Speed 6 serum formula to Richard McNeil. P.S. This speed serum is what Speed is addicted to. The Flash on Earth 2 is Speed, which was dragged from the past timeline. As for the Ballistic, it is the female speedster in the 16th episode of the second season of The Flash. In the comics, she participated in an experiment by Lex Luthor and injected drugs to become a speedster. In addition, the speed serum in the comics was developed by Vandal Savage. Chapter 134. Killing the Flash and returning to Earth. Yellow lightning flashed Richard dimly, and the wind scattered the papers on the desk. As soon as Harrison Wells handed over the formula of the speed serum to Richard McNeil, he saw an extra person in the office. Red leather jacket, wearing a silver steel helmet, the two sides of the steel are patterned like wings. "The Flash," Jesse yelled in Richard's eyes. "It's really lively here." Harrison Wells' attitude was a little indifferent, and he didn't seem to like him very much. "What are you doing here?" For him. The Flash looked at Richard McNeil and stretched out his hand with burning eyes. "Hi, my name is Jay Garrick, and I'm the Flash." Seeing his handsome face, Richard McNill couldn't help chuckling with a friendly expression. Many villains of the Flash are very fond of acting. At the beginning, the Reverse Flash disguised as Harrison Wells to help Barry Allen. This Jay Garrick is also. His real identity should be Hunter Zolomon. The remnants of the principals yank themselves out of past timelines, one as the Richard Perhero the Flash and one as 247 speed. It's just as accurate. He just called himself Jay Garrick. This is the name of the Earth 3 Flash. In the original book, he caught the Earth 3 Flash to increase his speed, and at the same time used his identity to pretend to be the Flash. This means Speed has already captured the Flash from Earth 3. Why not where Jesse was being held? How did he travel across the universe? Isn't the purpose of speeding to catch Jesse to blackmail Harrison Way? How does the research of Ernsto open up passages to other worlds? Richard McNill was very curious. Seeing that Richard McNill didn't shake hands with him, didn't say a word, but just looked at him strangely, Flash looked slightly embarrassed and just planned to withdraw his hand. But at this time, Richard McNill raised his hand. The Flash seemed relieved and raised his hand to shake it, but Richard McNill avoided it. The Flash looked over in astonishment, but Richard dimly saw Richard McNill's hand vibrate rapidly. What is he going to do? Pooh! The high-speed hand knife directly pierced the Flash's chest, and the Flash grabbed Richard McNill's wrist in disbelief and slowly squatted down. Richard McNill twitched his hand, and Flash fell to his knees and fell down. Died. Richard McNill actually killed the Flash without saying a word. This turn of events shocked Harrison Wells, Jesse, and the Black Siren. "What are you doing?" Jesse yelled in response. "Why did you kill the Flash? He's a hero." Jesse. Harrison Wells was afraid that Jesse would anger Richard McNill and hurriedly stopped her. But Richard McNill ignored them at all, but looked at the corpse of Flash with great interest. Under his gaze, Flash's body lit up with a yellow light, and his body gradually disappeared in the light, and finally rushed towards Richard McNill. Is that really the case? The corner of Richard McNill's mouth raised, allowing the yellow light to rush into the body, or the Richard per Speed Force space connected to the body. The Speed Force was activated, and lightning Richard dimly lit up around him. The color hasn't changed, because he is a time remnant and not the main body? Or is it because the number is not enough? It doesn't matter. Anyway, the title of Hunting the Speed Man can be opened, and killing the Speed Man can indeed enhance my speed power. Richard McNill muttered secretly with a chuckle, watching Harrison Wells in fear and Jesse in anger and hatred. He shook his head, and then he took the Black Siren and disappeared with a whoosh. The thinking of some Richard Perheros is really weird, not to mention Barry Allen. This Jesse also has abnormal brain circuits. Not to mention the stupid thinking of not wanting to leave the central city before, but to say that her reaction just now should not be treated as it should be for a lifesaver. On the contrary, Richard McNill admired Harrison Wells more, and was willing to sacrifice everything for his daughter. Although Richard McNill was curious about how the speed traveled across the universe to catch Jay Garrick, he didn't mean to ask too much. Anyway, he still had a chance to see the speed. Swish, swish, swish. The Speed Force protected Richard McNill and the Black Siren, and the yellow lightning quickly ran around the cutting-edge laboratory. Hurry up. His speed was getting faster and faster, and the space-time wormhole opened and ran directly in. Thinking back to Earth 1, Richard McNill stepped out at an instant speed. Boom. The space-time wormhole disappeared, and Richard McNill returned to Earth 1. As soon as I came back, I heard screams from all around, and the crowd ran here quickly from a distance, as if something happened. This is ... your world? Black Siren asked in amazement. My world? It doesn't matter. My world is much more boring than here. Richard McNill explained and rushed towards the place where the crowd was rioting with the Black Siren. Seaside Park. Richard McNill and the Black Siren stopped, and there was a huge wave on the coast, as if a T-Richard army was sweeping towards them. A yellow lightning flashed back and forth on the coast, and the Flash Barry Allen tried to stop the T-Richard army in this way. This scene seems to be that the elder brother of the weather wizard, Mark Matten, avenged his younger brother and kidnapped Joe West to create a T. Richard army to destroy the Central City. Then the Flash accidentally broke the time continuity when he tried to stop it, and traveled to the past. One day, Richard McNeil looked at the Flash and thought with interest. Time is very mysterious. Under normal circumstances, if you travel to the past, there will be two Flashes at the same time. One is from the past, and the other is from the past timeline. But Barry Allen's time travel accidentally destroyed the continuity of time, so it created a situation similar to a time loop. The Barry Allen who travels through the past replaces himself on the original timeline. In other words, there is only one Barry Allen in this way of time travel. It's interesting. Richard McNeil said that he is very disgusting clone. Even if he travels through time and encounters himself in the past timeline, he will feel very uncomfortable. It would be great if he can master this overlay time travel method. But it seems that Barry Allen also Richard succeeded in a daze, and after that, he traveled normally and met himself. This way of traversing seems to be a problem. Once it is overwritten, it seems to take over this timeline and start again. Otherwise, it seems that there will be troubles when the self in the past timeline is erased, so it should only be Richarditable for time travel with a short time interval. Richard Saint thought of another question. P.S. Sometimes when opening a chapter, it seems that only one paragraph will be displayed. In this case, you can refresh it. Chapter 135. Want to travel through time? Come back to me. Before Barry Allen's Speed Force energy was absorbed by Richard McNeil and lost his speed, Reverse Lightning helped him recover and made the Speed Force energy in his cells more active and powerful, and his speed was greatly improved than before. Seeing him running faster and faster, Richard McNeil moved. Whoosh! Richard McNeil slowly followed Barry Allen to see how he crossed. Barry Allen quickly found Richard McNeil who was following him. Although he was a little Richard surprised, he didn't stop but continued to run faster. As he ran, he found that the scenery in front of him became unreal, and there were countless flashing pictures around him. This made Barry Allen very Richard surprised and at a loss. A light appeared ahead. Seems like a bright exit. Richardson. A hand grabbed his shoulder. This startled Barry Allen, who was about to speed up and rush out, and he was brought back with a whoosh before he could see who had caught him. Boom! Barry Allen fell heavily to the ground, turned his head to look at the roaring T. Richard army, and walked towards Richard McNeil eagerly. Why, if I can't stop the T. Richard army, Central City will. Before he finished speaking, Richard McNeil turned around and came to the shore. Looking at the roaring huge waves that seemed to engulf the world, Richard McNeil exuded a powerful icy aura. The feet gradually froze, and the tumbling sea water froze in an instant and spread out quickly. Swish! Almost instantly, the Richard rounding sea water froze instantly, and then with a quick look visible to the naked eye. Click, click. Wherever the cold air went, the seawater froze one after another. In a blink of an eye, the tens of meters high T. Richard army directly froze into an ice wall. At a glance, it seems to have entered the Ice Age. Barry Allen was dumbfounded, staring blankly at this scene. He was dumbfounded, and he didn't even hear Cisco and Caitlin's eager inquiries. Aren't you going to save people? Richard McNeil turned back and spoke to the sluggish Barry, and left with the black siren. Barry Allen got up in an instant and found the kidnapped Joe West and Mark Mathen. Mark Mathen was naturally unwilling to let the well-planned attack fail like this, but it was a pity that Barry Allen didn't give him a chance at all. Stun. The people were rescued. The criminals were solved, and the disaster that might have destroyed the Central City was also resolved. However, the huge wave ice wall and the frozen sea did not melt so quickly, which soon caused an uproar and even became a novel attraction. It attracted many people to watch. It lasted for about half a month before the huge wave of ice wall returned to normal under the treatment of the weather and cutting-edge laboratories. Richard McNeil took the black siren away from the shore, picked up a few drink bottles and threw them to her after directly transforming the atomic properties into gold. Is this the ability of Deathstorm? It's amazing. Black Siren exclaimed. It's called Firestorm here, and I have this ability a long time ago. Richard McNill said, Car Richard Ally. These are enough for your you Richard Al expenses, so you can do whatever you like in Central City. Does this mean that you don't want me to follow him? Black Siren nodded, ready to learn about this brand new world. The brand new Central City. After Richard McNill separated from the Black Siren, he returned to the villa. In the villa, Laura was teaching Thea how to exercise. Richard McNill didn't disturb them and went directly to the disciple to study the nano-shrinkage technology. With the equations provided by Harrison Wells, the materials are not too complicated and precious, so it is not difficult to dry. In the case of using the Speed Force, Richard McNill completed the production in a short time, and Richard successfully reduced the object. The equation is right. It can be installed on the disciple first. This is a big project. After all, the disciple is very large and the original material is very special. At any rate, it was rebuilt by Vulcan. Even with the Speed Force, it will take some time, and Richard McNill really has no patience for a long time. Do one thing repeatedly. If he doesn't want to do it, then find someone to do it. It's better to be fast and have a certain foundation, but there is something to do before that. Are you going out so late? Although Richard McNill didn't bother Thea and Laura, they naturally knew that Richard McNill was back after all the noise of running around. Especially when Richard McNill seemed to be going out after nightfall, Thea couldn't help asking. Richard McNill didn't answer and disappeared with a whoosh. Caitlin Snow's home. Caitlin Snow, who just got out of the shower, was wearing pajamas at home and was watching TV on the sofa with her legs crossed. As Richard LT, lightning flashed, and Caitlin Snow sat down on the ground, staring blankly at the familiar Richard surroundings. Out. Is this the disciple? Help me research a formula. Richard McNill said to Caitlin Snow. Huh? Caitlin Snow stood up in a daze. What formula? Richard McNill put the Speed 6 serum formula directly on the screen of the console. Caitlin Snow looked at it curiously for a while and said in amazement, This is the speed boosting formula. Where did you get it? This formula will accelerate the aging of ordinary people's cells. Even if the speedster uses it for a long time, it may cause permanent loss of speed. I want you to upgrade this formula to solve the side effects. Richard McNill said directly. But I can't. I can't learn it. I will give you time, but it won't be too long. In the original book, Caitlin Snow improved the formula of the serum and upgraded it from Speed 6 to Speed 9. Although there are still some defects, I believe she can solve them off. Since she can do it in the future, she can do it now. It just needs a little external force and more concentration. But Caitlin didn't expect Richard McNill to be so unreasonable. Just as she was about to defend herself, Richard Denley felt a voice in her brain, a voice that could control her. You know what I can do, and you know what I will do. Richard McNill's voice sounded in her mind, but Caitlin Snow found that Richard McNill did not speak at all. This situation made her panic and wanted to speak, but when she opened her mouth, it turned into something she didn't want to say at all. I'll do it. Caitlin Snow's eyes widened and she felt that she had returned to normal. Richard San shrugged. Controlling your conversation with yourself is like being smart. Hurry up. You can tell me what you need. Chapter 136. Caitlin turn into as a last resort. Caitlin Snow could only study it. She is an expert in biology herself. After joining the Flash team, she also has a far richer superior understanding of speed and speed force, so she is not clueless in research, and Gideon's calculation program is faster than ordinary computers. It helps her verify the Richard LTS of each attempt and make corrections in the shortest possible time. While Caitlin was concentrating on researching the formula, Richard McNill didn't take a break but tried how to destroy the continuity of time to achieve the effect of time loop. Barry Allen was a blind cat who ran into a dead mouse. After being stopped by himself, the key step failed, but he also provided a lot of experience for reference. Although it is just trying to simulate this process, it is time con Richard Ming to go down again and again. During this period, he also helped Caitlin Snow get a setting that could extract the Speed Force energy. and extracted some speed force for her to experiment. The night passed without knowing it. Hey, I have to go back. Although there are still some problems that have not been resolved, I can do it if you give me some time. Can I come back to help you at night? Caitlin Snow endured sleepiness and made a pilgrimage to Richard McNill asked tentatively. Sleepy? Richard McNill asked with a smile. Caitlin Snow nodded. Then go to sleep for a while, and continue after waking up. After Richard McNill's voice fell, Caitlin found that she was controlled again, and her body involuntarily followed Richard McNill to the room in the Disciple. Into the room. Caitlin Snow took off her pajamas again and lay on the bed. As soon as she lay down, a strong drowsiness swept over her and made her fall asleep directly. Richard McNill then lay down beside her and fell into a deep sleep with her in his arms. He didn't know how long he slept in a daze, and Richard McNill gradually felt a chill in his arms. Very cold. It's like holding a block of ice. Richard McNill slowly opened his eyes and saw that Caitlin Snow in his arms was emitting bursts of cold air, and the temperature in the room was dropping rapidly. Caitlin Snow's body trembled slightly, as if she had a nightmare and couldn't wake up. Her eyelids kept twitching but she couldn't open them. The temperature is getting lower and lower. Is Killer Frost about to awaken? Richard McNill became interested in an instant. For more novels, 155,708, join https://discord.gg/sxtcashq. In the original book, Caitlin Snow on Earth 1 also became Killer Frost. At first, I thought it was caused by the explosion of the particle accelerator or because of the flashpoint, but in fact Caitlin Snow had a Killer Frost similar to the second personality since she was a child. It's just that this memory was blocked for some reason, so Caitlin Snow couldn't remember it, so Killer Frost's personality didn't reappear until a long time later. Is it because of mind control that the Frost Killer's personality is about to wake up so abruptly? I originally planned to wake up the Frost Killer as a punishment for you, but I didn't expect you to wake up yourself. Then I will. Help, give me a hand. After Richard McNill finished speaking, the shockwave ability activated and sensed Caitlin Snow. This was the first time Richard McNill used the shockwave ability to sense others, and he felt that he had entered a strange environment almost instantly. The Richard roundings are dim and unreal. He appeared on a certain street. There was a car accident in the middle of the road. A car turned over and lay in the middle of the road. A little girl sat on the ground looking at the broken mirror, with snow-white hair. The whole body exudes a cold air, and the pupils seem to be gradually turning white. Caitlin, don't mess around. Seeing this, a man and a woman next to him hurriedly yelled, and Caitlin turned to look at them. Perception stops abruptly. Richard McNill woke up. At the same time, Caitlin Snow in her arms seemed to have changed because of Richard McNill's perception. Her long hair gradually turned white from the roots, her eyeshadow gradually deepened, and her lips turned purple-blue, exactly the same as Killer Frost from Earth 2! Caitlin Snow rigidly opened her eyes. The white pupils made her look coquettish and evil. Swish. Caitlin, no. It should be called Killer Frost now. Killer Frost made a Richardan move towards Richard McNill, and waved his cold palm towards him. The cold air in the air seemed to freeze the whole world. Richard McNill raised the corner of his mouth and grabbed her wrist first, then threw it out. Boom! Killer Frost slammed on the door and fell. After landing, Killer Frost seemed enraged, got up and threw icicles from his hands towards Richard McNill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Throwing sharp ice thorns one after another, Richard McNill gently raised his palm. The ice thorns melted, evaporated, and disappeared the moment they approached. Richard McNill grabbed it with his backhand, and a nice spike appeared in his palm instantly and threw it over with his backhand. Small skills, do you think I can't do it? Killer Frost snorted disdainfully, controlling the temperature of the icicles to melt them just like Richard McNill did just now. Can you do this? Richard McNill chuckled, and a red light Richardanly lit up on the crystal clear ice spikes. Killer Frost froze slightly, and the ice spikes exploded directly. Boom! The huge impact caused her to fall on the door again and slowly sit down, leaving several horrific wounds on her naked body. Killer Frost groaned and looked down at the wound, only to see that the wound was healing rapidly, exuding a cold air. After a while, the wound on his body healed completely. I will come to you again. Killer Frost stared at Richard McNeil coldly and moaned, followed by the color of eyeshadow and lips returning to normal. The white hair quickly recedes and returns to its original color. The white pupils disappeared, and the eyes were slightly distracted and then refocused. 3.5 She looked at herself and Richard McNeil suspiciously, and said blankly, "What happened? My back hurts so much. You kicked me off. Who told you to sleep dishonestly?" Richard McNeil walked over with a chuckle and helped Caitlin Snow up and lay down again. Sleep dishonestly? Lying in Richard McNeil's arms, Caitlin Snow was still a little dazed. She couldn't remember what happened at all. She turned to look at Richard McNeil. "You won't throw me out of bed again, will you?" "Go on to sleep," Richard McNeil said softly. Caitlin Snow hummed, but she didn't feel sleepy at all. On the one hand, she was worried that she would be thrown out of bed again, and on the other hand, how could she be able to fall asleep while lying with Richard McNeil so intimately and being hugged in her arms? Chapter 137 New ability to create chaos. Caitlin couldn't sleep but didn't dare to move or speak, so she could only force herself to ignore the existence of Richard McNeil beside her. She never thought of taking the opportunity to escape, because she couldn't escape at all. He was not angry with Richard McNeil either. After all, Richard McNeil's temper and behavior have always been unpredictable. Sometimes it feels like he is doing bad things but actually it is good. For example, the reverse flash thing. At the beginning, everyone thought he was unreasonable against reverse lightning, but it turned out that he was right. Richard McNeil, he may have done this just for his own fun, but it is undeniable that he did help Barry and them. Who knows what will happen if reverse lightning continues to pretend? So Caitlin felt guilty towards Richard McNeil, because she helped set a trap to catch him and me. Richard understood him. Speaking of it, people's thinking is also very strange. Some people have done good things all their lives but only do one bad thing and become a bad person. It is unforgivable to be remembered for a lifetime, and someone who has done bad things for a lifetime can be forgiven as long as they do one good thing before, and it feels a bit like putting down the butcher knife and becoming a Buddha immediately. So when she was arrested from home in the middle of the night and threatened by the control spirit 11, Caitlin just felt that Richard McNeil's character was too selfish, and she didn't consider other people's feelings at all and didn't mean to integrate into the social collective. After thinking about it for an unknown amount of time, Caitlin fell asleep in a daze. When she woke up and opened her eyes, Richard McNeil was no longer by her side. Dazed for a moment, Caitlin found her clothes, put them on and walked out, only to find that there was an extra person in the operating room. "You are?" Caitlin asked tentatively. "Laura." "Then you and Richard McNeil are." "Breakfast is over there. You need to continue to do what he told you. And he asked me to tell you that there is no need to worry about the cutting-edge laboratory. He has passed. When you Richard succeed, he will let you go," said Laura, turned and went out. Caitlin yelled a few times and saw that Laura didn't want to stop, so she had to give up. After breakfast, Caitlin continued to study the speed serum. In a cutting-edge laboratory, Cisco Raymond has already helped Richard San complete the touch-in matrix, and together with the nano-reduction technology, it has been modified on the new battle that Richard San has just completed. Done. After a long while, Cisco Raymond clapped his hands and said excitedly, "With the touch-in matrix, not only the power of the weapon's energy has been greatly improved, but the speed has also been greatly improved. Ordinary people wearing this Richard can have weapons that are almost comparable to Barry's. The previous speed and the nano-shrinkage technology can make it exist in the form of a bracelet at ordinary times, and it can cover the whole body in 3 seconds. I buy it. This is simply the most perfect piece of equipment I have ever made in my life. No. It has to be given a good name. I think there is still a self-healing ability missing. The material of the battle Richard, it is not top-notch, and the possibility of damage is still very high. Richard McNill looked at the bright red battle spirit and said thoughtfully, "The Richard, it heals itself. There is no technology that can do this, right?" "This is a very challenging direction," Cisco said. "Also, let's change the color of the Richard, it by the way. The bright red is a bit boring. Change it to black gold for me, with gold borders on a black background." Richard McNill used his Richard per Speed Force to quickly draw a design drawing. Cisco Raymond looked to start working, when the computer alarm Richard Denley sounded. The bank was robbed. Cisco glanced to inform Barry, and at the same time began to call up the Richard Valance video to check the specific situation. There was a robbery in the bank, but this case was a little unknown. Richard Al. The people in the bank beat each other as if they were possessed by evil spirits, and their angry appearance looked very scary. In this kind of mutual fighting, the robbers easily walked away with the money. This case is a bit special. It seems as if they were all bewitched by evil spirits. Cisco Raymond didn't know what kind of ghost movie he thought of, and Richard consciously shuddered. "Rainbow Bandit." Richard McNill smiled lightly. "Rainbow Bandit?" Cisco Raymond turned to look at Richard McNill. "You know him? What is Barry busy with?" Richard McNill asked without answering. "Should be solving personal emotional problems." When the T. Richard Nami came, he was with Iris. So, Iris knew his identity, and it seemed that the two were still in crisis. "This is simply a movie, the plot," Cisco sighed. "If Barry teleported back into the time loop at that time, because he changed what happened in advance, he and Iris had no waves, and his identity was not revealed, and his identity was not discovered until the end. But now, it might be a headache. After all, Iris and her boyfriend haven't broken up yet." "I'm going to solve the lottery, Rainbow Bandit. Hurry up and color my battle Richard it." Are you going to solve it?" "You have to find it first." Richard McNill disappeared before Cisco Lyman finished speaking. Lightning quickly shuttled through the city, and not long after, Richard McNill found the Rainbow Bandit in a rental house. "The Flash, you're not wearing a Richard it." The Richard appearance of Richard McNill made Rainbow Bandit slightly startled, and then looked at Richard McNill 857 with a red light in his eyes confidently. The Rainbow Bandit's ability can arouse people's anger through looking directly at the eyes. In fact, it affects the emotional center of the brain, especially the central nerve responsible for controlling behavior. This nerve is used to prevent people from making Richard-conscious thoughts and actions at will. Once affected, people will fall into anger and make a lot of irrational behaviors. Similar to mind control, both are similar to psychic abilities. But this ability is definitely the first choice for doing things. So when Rainbow Thief cast his ability, Richard McNill copied it directly, and at the same time, before this ability affected him, he directly stabbed his heart with a hand knife. The red light in Rainbow Bandit's eyes disappeared in an instant, and he twitched and fell to the ground slowly. Died. "Damn, that's called a quick and crisp." Richard McNill turned around and returned to the cutting-edge laboratory. Cisco Raymond was still sitting by the computer. "He was killed by me. Hurry up and help color my battle Richard it." Richard McNill patted Cisco Raymond on the shoulder, and Cisco Raymond asked blankly, "This so fast? You think I'm Barry? You say you run fast every day and you get slapped in the face every day." Richard McNill complained Car Richard ally and dragged Cisco to paint the Richard it. Chapter 138, Serum Richard Access. Ballistic Birth. The Rainbow Thief cheated the Flash in the play, making him lose his compo Richard Tree, and ran to teach Iris's boyfriend a fight with Green Arrow. If it wasn't for reverse lightning, they figured out how to restore Barry to normal. Method. I'm afraid Barry will do more irreparable things. It can be seen that the ability of Rainbow Bandit is indeed very strong to some extent. Just imagine that if a group of Richard Per powers trouble him, he will fight each other as long as he takes a look at each other. This ability is more terrifying than seeing who is pregnant. Unfortunately, he met Richard McNill. He is not like Barry Allen, who is unwilling to kill a criminal when he encounters a criminal, and only thinks about how to defeat him, and Richard McNill is familiar with his ability. So the Rainbow Bandit died without even having a second chance to say a word. When Barry Allen returned to the laboratory to know the Richard LT, Richard McNill had already left in his new colored uniform. He shouldn't have killed him, Barry Allen said after a long silence. Sisko shrugged. Although I think so too, I have to admit that his efficiency is really fast. 5 minutes? No, it only takes 2 or 3 minutes to solve the problem. Barry Allen opened his mouth not knowing what to say. After all, he is the face-slapped king who discovers the enemy from the beginning of each episode and solves the enemy until the end of the episode. When Richard McNill fell from the sky wearing a new Richard It, Laura and Thea were instantly amazed, especially when the Richard It shrank automatically and turned into a bracelet. The shock was even greater. Laura hesitated to speak, but Thea spoke directly without any hesitation. It's so cool. Can you give me a set? Okay, when you can beat Laura, I'll give you a set. Richard McNill said Richard ally and followed Caitlin Snow on the Disciple. She is progressing very fast and has overcome several problems in a row, but it will take some time before the side effects are completely resolved. After inquiring about the progress, Richard McNill turned around and went out. While I was in a good mood, I first helped Laura make a set of women's steel Richard Its, which followed the original red gold shape. The nano shrink technology and the glass energy body of Reverse Lightning are enough for Laura to wear this Richard It to defeat the non-human warriors' ability to restrain the transformation of people. The excited Laura rarely came to Richard McNill's room early in the evening, so Thea's little thought had to give up and reluctantly go back to her room. The active Laura gave Richard McNill a different feeling, and the Richard LT was that Laura felt like her whole body was about to fall apart the next day. Thea intends to take the opportunity to defeat Laura to obtain the Battle Richard It. But Laura is also a Richard Perhera with a code name after all. Isn't it easy to deal with a beginner like Thea who has no foundation? 5 or 6 days passed in a flash. For the past 5 or 6 days, Caitlin Snow has been staying on the Disciple, researching the speed serum during the day, and going back to her room to rest at night. Except for the first day when Richard McNill slept with her, it never happened again. Killer Frost didn't come out again, and Caitlin didn't even know about Killer Frost's existence. Richard successful? After receiving the news from Caitlin, Richard McNill came to the Disciple with some expectations. The data shows that it should be Richard successful, but it hasn't been tested yet. Caitlin held a glass tube filled with red speed serum. This should be considered. Speed 9. Find someone to try and you'll know. Richard McNill took the serum and put on the injection gun by the way. But when Caitlin was about to say something, he disappeared. Mercury Laboratory Building. In a small laboratory on a certain floor, Eliza Harmon was researching experimental projects in a white coat. She was the only one in the laboratory, but she seemed a little weird talking to herself in a low voice as if she was talking to someone. She is not tall, has short hair, and looks like a scientist with glasses. Although she is qualified to take charge of the research project independently, she is in the experimental. The location of the room is not high, not to mention the salary. Even the funds and manpower for the experimental project are pitifully small. It's just that her character is not good at fighting, so she can only endure silently. But the accumulation of this kind of resentment and unwillingness gave her a second personality. A personality that is the complete opposite of her. A personality full of destructive desires, very cruel and unscrupulous. Yellow lightning. Richard Dinley appeared, and the paper used for recording beside Eliza Harmon flew up. It's so windy. Eliza Harmon was stunned and bent down to pick it up. As soon as she got up, she saw Richard McNill. You are? She asked in a daze. I am the one who changes your destiny. With a bright smile, Richard McNill grabbed Eliza Harmon's arm and directly injected the serum into it. Oh, you! What did you inject me with? Eliza Harmon yelled loudly as she stepped back in horror, clutching her arms. Richard McNill saw that the speed force had already flashed in her eyes. Eliza Harmon didn't know what the man injected herself with, and she was so scared that she wanted to run out of the laboratory. But this run Eliza Harmon was stunned. She was already standing outside the laboratory. Eliza Harmon looked at herself and then at the laboratory in horror, and Richard rise. How did I run? Richard McNeil turned and looked at Eliza Harmon and said softly, "Run?" Eliza Harmon was taken aback for a while. Then a weird smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The second personality replaced her. Swish. The yellow lightning rushed out along the corridor, and the place she passed was full of people, and there was a lot of noise. The energy of the speed force has indeed increased. Feeling the change in the energy of the speed force in his body, Richard McNeil also raised the corners of his mouth and chased after him. Ballistic, Eliza Harmon. The unparalleled speed made Eliza Harmon, the second personality, very excited. She bumped into many people and caused a lot of damage along the way, but she didn't care. This kind of coolness is indescribable. Obtaining this speed is like turning from a mortal to a god, from a scientist who Richard grievances to a god who can have everything. She raced all the way through the city for a full 20 minutes. Then her speed Richard slowed down and she staggered forward a few times before barely stopping. The white coat and close-fitting clothes on his body were burned to ashes unknowingly during the run. Seeing Richard McNeil, who was naked, she didn't panic or feel shy when she saw Richard McNeil appearing Richard Dinley. Instead, she greeted him eagerly and proactively, and asked with burning eyes, "What do I have to pay to continue to have this ability, this speed?" P.S. The picture is Ballistic, not Jesse Quick, because it seems that the uniform used by Jesse Quick in the play was changed after Ballistic left over. Chapter 139. God gives you an ugly appearance and will definitely give you a low IQ so as not to make you look uncoordinated. Ballistic stared at Richard McNeil with burning eyes. She didn't care who Richard McNeil was or what purpose he had. And she didn't even care why he chose herself. She just wanted to know how to continue to have this power. The Richard per speed of the speed force is addictive! Follow me. Richard McNeil said and returned to the disciple with a whoosh on the back of the neck carrying the ballistic. Caitlin Snow looked at the naked ballet and was stunned. She is experimental product, Richard McNeil explained. Is there any serum left? Continue to give her injections. Richard McNeil waved to Tan Dao, and Tan Dao just walked over carelessly. You have only one mission, to re-upgrade this spaceship with nanoscale reduction technology, and use Richard per speed. After that, Ballistic asked, after upgrading this spaceship, can I still get this speed? Richard McNeil didn't answer, but just opened the nanoscale reduction formula and asked her to come over and have a look. By the way, she asked Caitlin to monitor her physical condition and test the effect of the serum. Regaining speed, Ballistic quickly reads through the equations and gets to work. The yellow lightning galloped so fast that 923 seemed tireless. It doesn't seem right. Caitlin Snow frowned. Her cells are still decreasing rapidly. If this continues, she will be injected 2 more times. No. 3 times and she may. It must be stopped. Caitlin Snow said in a deep voice. Continue to study and find a solution. Richard McNeil said in a deep voice, got out of the disciple and ran in the open space of the villa. Caitlin was so worried that she could only continue to study, while Ballistic continued to run and upgrade the disciple. You can't inject anymore, or you will die. Caitlin Snow reminded seriously when the effect of the serum failed again and the ballistics made Caitlin continue to inject. Ballistic itself seemed to feel some problems, and he hesitated for a while. This is the end? No, I am not reconciled. After finally having Richard CH an ability, she doesn't want to go back to being a Richard missive scientist. Grabbed the syringe and injected it when Caitlin Snow tried to stop it. The speed force filled his whole body again. Ballistic smiled excitedly and continued to run. Hurry up. Her speed is getting faster and faster, as if she wants to break through some kind of limit. Caitlin, who hastily looked at the monitoring Richard LTS, widened her eyes in shock. His speed. His speed was already much faster than Barry's. The light of the lightning turned blue. While running, The ballistic roared at the bottom, and the whole person turned into ashes and disappeared. "No!" Caitlin Snow yelled in pain. Richard McNill came back with a whoosh. She is dead. Caitlin Snow said to Richard McNill angrily. "I saw it." From the color of the ballistic Speed Force lightning changing from yellow to blue to when she turned into ashes and disappeared, Richard McNill saw it very clearly. "How can you be so cold-blooded? This is an innocent life," Caitlin Snow asked dissatisfiedly when she saw Richard McNill's extremely plain expression. "Have you thought of a solution?" Richard McNill asked calmly. "Everyone is dead." Caitlin Snow glared at Richard McNill. "Even if there is a way, it's useless." "Tell me, what is the solution?" Hearing that Caitlin Snow had a solution, Richard McNill couldn't help asking curiously. "Serum will speed up the death of cells, but the Speed Force can speed up the regeneration of cells. For ordinary people, the speed of regeneration is not as fast as the speed of death. If there are certain cells or rich substances that can balance this situation, it should be able to solve this problem." Question: Is that so? Richard McNill rigidly thought of someone and looked up. "Gideon, look up where Vandal Savage is in this timeline. He just took the staff of the Richard N. God from St. Mark's Museum." Swish. When Gideon's voice fell, Richard McNill disappeared. Caitlin thought that Richard McNill was looking for this Vandal Savage man, but Richard McNill was running fast in the yard, and the Speed Force filled every cell in his body. Richard McNill's speed increased again. Boom. A time wormhole appears. Richard McNill got in instantly and then locked onto a certain point in time to burst out the Speed Force energy instantly. Silent bang. The space-time wormhole seemed to be broken from a certain node, and the exit Richard Denley appeared in front of him. He rushed out directly. Mercury Labs. The wind blew the recording paper on the laboratory table and flew up. "It's so windy." Eliza Harmon was stunned and bent over to pick it up. As soon as she got up, she saw Richard McNill. "You are?" she asked in a daze. Familiar scene. Familiar dialogue. It seems to be a Richard success, traveling through time but not seeing myself on this timeline. That is to say, the time cycle traveling method was Richard successful. Richard McNill used the Speed Force to destroy the continuity of time, and replaced the original timeline with an overriding way to end Richard his independence and uniqueness. Seeing the nervous and frightened Eliza Harmon, Richard McNill chuckled and grabbed her back directly to the disciple. "This ... is this?" Caitlin Snow looked at Eliza Harmon, who was caught by Richard McNill and was still wearing a white coat. "The serum didn't work. The speed of Speed Force cell regeneration is not as fast as the speed of death. You can study whether her own cells can find a way to speed up the speed of regeneration." "I will find someone," Richard McNill explained to Caitlin Snow, then disappeared again. The dazed Eliza Harmon and Caitlin Snow looked at each other in a daze. St. Mark's Museum. As soon as Richard McNill arrived here, he saw Vandal Savage holding the stick of the Richard N. God and seemed to be about to leave. Looking at each other, Vandal Savage's expression instantly became ferocious. "It's you." "In 1986. I have been looking for you since 1986. You ruined my plan to create a firestorm, and now I finally found you." Vandal Savage roared angrily. 1986. Richard McNill took away the female firestorm Riley and Valentina, destroyed the Gulag camp and killed Vandal Savage twice. God is fair. He gave you an ugly appearance, and will definitely give you a low IQ, so as not to make you look uncoordinated. Looking at the angry Vandal Savage, Richard McNill said with a chuckle, "I found you, not you, idiot." Chapter 140 Richard Rection. Vandal is completely cold. Old and new grudges count together. Vandal Savage ferociously raised the stick of the Richard N. God and smashed it down. The azure blue energy ray descended with the stick of the Richard N. God and Richard rushed in all directions. Boom. The Richard rounding things were instantly crushed and dissipated. The energy wave passed by Richard McNill, and the bombardment sounded behind him. Pure Man never looks back at the explosion. Richard McNill didn't turn his head back, but curled his lips in disappointment. The ability of this Richard N. God's battle is very average. The destructive power seems to be good, But this is just the battle of the Richard N. Garden. Richard McNeil has real power, so he was not injured at all. This is impossible. Looking at the unharmed Richard McNeil, Vandal Savage was a little hard to accept. Hello, my name is Impossible. With a chuckle, Richard McNeil came to Vandal Savage in an instant, and tapped his finger lightly on his forehead. In an instant, the cold air was released at the fingertips, and Vandal Savage wanted to avoid it with a painful expression, but the threatening cold air instantly froze the blood in his brain, followed by the ice covering his whole body, and after a while, he became a popsicles. Richard McNeil changed his hand to release the shock wave, and a wormhole like a tumbling cloud appeared under Vandal Savage's feet instantly, causing him to fall directly. Plop. The humanoid popsicle Vandal Savage fell directly on the disciple, startling Caitlin Snow and Eliza Harmon, who were studying cells. Who is this? Seeing Richard McNeil, who jumped out, Caitlin Snow couldn't help asking curiously. Experimental product. Richard McNeil smiled lightly. He has a very strong regenerative ability. As long as there is one cell left, he can be revived. You can study his cells to see if they can solve the drawbacks of the serum. Is he a transformation person? Transforming people? No. He is an old monster who has lived for an unknown number of years. I didn't understand something with him before, so I just took this opportunity to solve it. Richard McNeil said while helping Vandal Savage to defrost. The goods can be revived in less than 10 minutes, so hurry up and let Caitlin study his cells. The second personality didn't come out to make trouble, so Eliza Harmon still seemed to have a rich, submissive and resigned character. Although it was brought here inexplicably, it also helped. It has to be said that Vandal Savage's cells are indeed quite special. Although Richard McNeil copied his ability, theoretically it should be the same as him. But Caitlin checked him, and his body was no different from that of an ordinary person, so the copy was only a change in ability rather than body. Of course, even if his cells work, he's not interested in using himself as a laboratory. Not long after, Vandal Savage was redirected. Before he could figure out the situation, Richard McNeil directly let go of the mind control and immediately cooperated honestly. Before you know it, the Richard N goes down and night falls. Caitlin Snow and Eliza Harmon are both geniuses in this area. In the original book, Caitlin upgraded the speed serum, and Eliza Harmon was only able to reverse the progress through Caitlin asking her for a part of her help. The performance of the serum formula shows the talent in this area. Caitlin Snow also told her about the serum, and Eliza Harmon also knew what it was like to be a speedster, so she was more active and devoted. Richard McNeil asked Laura to prepare some Richard P, and the three continued to study while eating. The sky is gradually breaking dawn, and the earth is hazy, like a silver-grey veil. The sound of nature is afraid of silence. A ray of light floats in the sky on the eastern ground line, and the earth gradually lights up. Caitlin on the disciple uttered an excited cry that broke the silence around her, and she excitedly turned her head towards Richard McNeil. Data comparison is no problem at all, just need to experiment. PFFT. Before Caitlin finished speaking, Eliza Harmon injected the serum into her arm. In an instant, yellow lightning flashed in the pupils, and Eliza Harmon trembled slightly with excitement. Her whole body turned into lightning and moved quickly, and excited shouts followed one after another. After a while Eliza Harmon stopped. "How is it?" she asked Caitlin Snow. "Everything is normal." Caitlin Snow paused in embarrassment, and responded, "Do you still need to extract his cells for backup?" Richard McNeil asked Caitlin. Caitlin Snow shook her head. "I use his cells to cultivate artificial cells that can divide and regenerate. As long as there are these cells, you can continue to produce serum. Of course, you need your Richard per speed. That's it." Richard McNeil grabbed Vandal Savage and jumped out, running all the way out of the city to a remote place. The ability of Betty the Bomb Girl transforms Vandal Savage's whole body into a bomb, and this transformation is detailed to all the cells in his body. Although Vandal Savage needs a specific method to kill him, This specific method does not necessarily need to use the meteorite that created his and Hawkman and Hawkwoman abilities to destroy him at 3 different time points in the original book. As long as the cells in his whole body are completely blown up at the same time, even if he wants to be Richard-rected, there will be no carrier. Richard McNeil withdrew his mind control and tapped lightly on the bracelet. The steel Richard it instantly covered the whole body. No matter what you do, I can't die, you know. So wait for me, I will come back to you. Vandal Savage said coldly to Richard McNeil. Snapped. The black and gold mask was buttoned on the face and the eyes were shining. Richard McNeil raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Boom. A loud bang sounded instantly, and Vandal Savage exploded. Just like a missile exploded, the flames shot up into the sky in an instant, forming an explosive mushroom cloud, which swept away in all directions with the scorching impact of the flames. The black and gold steel battle Richard it faced the impact directly, and the calf of both feet stretched out into the ground, and the cooling system in the battle Richard it was activated, and Richard McNeil didn't feel the slightest discomfort. After a long time, the explosion ended, and the Richard rounding airwaves gradually dissipated. Richard McNeil checked the Richard it, and the damage caused by the impact of the explosion is almost negligible, and it only needs to be repainted in some places. Good. Richard McNeil nodded in satisfaction and checked the Richard roundings to see if there were any remnants of Vandal Savage. After confirming that there are no limbs or cells, the battle Richard it instantly ejected propelling energy into the air, and in midair, the steel Richard it Richard-denly accelerated. Boom. 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 Sonic booms came and went, and the sound barrier was clearly visible in the sky. Chapter 141 You are so beautiful, you think so beautifully. Although the location of the explosion was relatively remote, it still attracted a lot of attention. The Flash was the first to arrive on the scene. There was no residue at the scene, and the explosion method was exactly the same as that of Bomber Betty or Richard McNeil. And Cisco found the picture of Richard McNeil leaving in the steel Richard did from the satellite Richard Valance. So, this is what Richard McNeil did. After the Flash left the scene, the police came again. He had to come again as Barry Allen and told Joe that this was done by Richard McNeil so that they would not waste energy to investigate. After the police left, another wave of people came. An agent of the Sky Eye Society who has kept a low profile for a long time. After a detailed inspection, the person in charge reported the Richard v. Richard LTS, cleaned up the traces and withdrew, as if it never appeared. Entered the disciple. Richard McNeil changed the battle Richard it back into a bracelet and asked Caitlin about the formula of the speed serum. By the way, he asked her to make a batch of spares before letting the ballistic Eliza Harmon see her and sent her back to the cutting-edge laboratory. The key to this serum lies in the Vandal Savage cells and his own Richard per speed power. Richard McNeil observed for a while to make Richard read that the cells would not revive Vandal Savage, and then put it away with confidence. Come on, to a certain extent. The cell transformed by Caitlin no longer belongs to Vandal Savage. Cells are just cells. Richard McNeil put the stick of the Richard and got into the storage room and came out, and the ballistic has returned. This is the nanoscale reduction technology. All you have to do is to cover the entire disciple with this technology. After that, you will be free. Richard McNeil released the equation for ballistics to record. Tanji wanted to ask about the serum. Although she knew the formula of the whole serum, it would be useless to know the formula without regenerative cells and the speed force. I can go on after that. Ring ring ring. The phone rang Richard Dinley, and Richard McNeil found the phone to connect. I'm Laurel. Miss me? Richard McNeil asked with a smile. Felicity is next to me. Laurel whispered. Oh, you mean you'll admit it if she's not here? Ha ha. Richard McNeil teased. Laurel on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds. My mother contacted me just now and said that Tanyan would like to see you. and it seems that she wants to talk to you about something. Not interested in Sky? They have nothing to be interested in yet. They seem to have captured you. Laurel paused and said again. Then let them kill them. Richard McNeil said something disapproving and simply hung up the phone. Laurel froze for a moment and wanted to call again, but after thinking about it, she gave up. She turned to look at Felicity and shook her head. He won't see him. What should we do? It doesn't matter. Let him solve his troubles by himself, Felicity said angrily and helplessly. Let's continue looking for the huntress. She disappeared after killing Frank. We must find her as soon as possible. Has Catwoman come back yet? Laurel asked. She has already got what she wants, but it seems that she has made 2 new friends in Gotham and may have to come back later, Felicity said. Let's do something. Richard McNeil put away the phone and gave an order to the Bullet, turned around and got off the Disciple number. In the villa, Laura was teaching Thea fighting skills. Both of them were dressed in shorts and vests, and their long white legs looked pleasing to the eye. Seeing Richard McNeil approaching, the two stopped immediately. Go find someone. She's called the Black Siren. She's wearing a black leather jacket and a nose ring, and when you find her, bring her to me, Richard McNeil said to Laura. Now. Laura nodded and turned to leave. After a while, the Red Gold Women's Steel Richard flew out of the villa. Thea Quinn looked enviously at Laura, who flew away, held Richard McNeil's arm and said coquettishly, "You can do the same for me. It's too difficult for me to defeat Laura." That's interesting. Richard McNeil chuckled unmoved. It's not fair, Thea said angrily. Fairness is God's business. I'm only responsible for fun. Richard McNeil patted Thea's little butt and turned into the villa. Thea snorted unwillingly and followed in. After taking a shower, Thea changed into a dress and came to the sofa with bare feet and lay down, with her head resting on the cushion, her slender legs dangling directly on Richard McNeil's lap to attract Richard McNeil's attention force. Richard McNeil cast a half smile and ignored her, to see what tricks she could play. Thea didn't seem to care, but the little feet provoked Richard McNeil intentionally or unintentionally. The man looked very sad, and the woman looked at the battle of the Richard and God that she wanted to be shot. It's so boring. I want to take drugs, Thea Quinn whispered Richard Denley. Then eat it. Richard McNeil leaned lazily on the sofa. Thea Quinn Richard Denley turned over and sat on Richard McNeil's body, staring at him and said, "You are my medicine." Then eat it. Richard McNeil still said the same thing. Thea Quinn snorted and slowly rubbed down. After taking drugs, people lose their minds and become crazy, and Thea is like this now. The sofa has turned into a battlefield, and the war from one step to the stomach has begun. For a long time, Thea was lying on the sofa without even the strength to move. She squinted her eyes and said coquettishly to Richard McNeil lazily, "Can you help me make the battle Richard did first? I promise I will never wear it until I defeat Laura." "You are so beautiful." Richard McNeil looked at Thea and said softly. Thea smiled. "Really? How beautiful? What a beautiful idea." Richard McNeil patted her leg and smiled lightly. Thea, who was full of anticipation and waiting for compliments, was instantly pissed off at 1.4. Just as she was about to get up to argue, she heard the door open, and then saw Laura walking in with a woman. Ignoring the messy battlefield, Laura said to Richard McNeil, "I brought it back." "Laurel, how did you become like this?" Thea Quinn Richard consciously wanted to get up to clean up, but as soon as she looked up, she saw Laurel Lance. He was wearing a black leather Richard with a neck strap and a silver nose ring on his nose. This punk beat was nothing like the Laurel Lance that Thea Quinn knew. "You know me?" The Black Siren looked at Thea in Richard's eyes. P.S. I am hesitant to continue writing the plot of Earth 2 or write the plot of Richard Perman first, or write Richard Perman first. Chapter 142 Amanda Waller. "You are the one who draws. Don't you know me? I'm Zaya Cui. I'm Thea, Oliver's younger sister." Thinking of her own background, Thea didn't say her last name. She looked at the completely different Laurel in front of her in Richard's eyes. She wondered, when did she become obsessed with punk style? "Whoever you think I am, you are mistaken." Knowing that this girl might have mistakenly thought that she was someone she knew on this earth, the Black Siren shook his head in denial, and then looked at Richard McNeil. "What do you need me to do?" "Wait." Richard McNeil said something and got up to look for clothes to put on, but the black sea monster beside him took the initiative to pick it up and handed it over. After getting dressed, Richard McNeil turned around and went to the disciple, and Sharon came back after a long while. When she came back, Thea was no longer in the living room to take a shower. Laura tidied up the sofa and waited with the black siren. "My collection room is a bit empty. You can go to this place and bring back the contents." Richard McNeil handed the black siren a piece of paper, which recorded a location and a floor plan. "This place is where the Sky Eye will store special items, so I won't waste time trying to save you if you get caught. Also, it's best not to touch the things inside. Understand?" The black siren took it over, looked carefully at it and asked cautiously, "Can someone help me? I recently met someone who is good at stealing and should be able to help me." "Up to you." Richard McNeil waved his hand indifferently. "I'll do it now." The black siren put away the map and prepared to leave. "Wait." Looking at her nose ring, Richard McNeil asked curiously, "You only have this ring on your body?" The black siren paused and smiled charmingly. "It's not just this one. Do you want to look for it? I'll enjoy the fun of exploration when you come back," Richard McNeil said with a light smile. The black siren twisted its body, and the sound of pattering high heels gradually faded away. Diddy. Not long after the black siren left, the sound of a car Richard Denley sounded outside the villa. Richard McNeil walked out curiously and saw two black Richard Verses driving in. The car stopped in the yard, and a few people got off the car in front of it. One of them was an acquaintance, Dinah Lance, Laurel Lance's mother. She came down and stood next to the other woman. "This woman is dark and fat. There is a kind of airfield that has been in a high position for a long time without anger and prestige." Dinah Lance is standing behind her on the left, and on the other side is a young woman who looks Car Richard Allen thin in jeans and a t-shirt. As the three of them got out of the car, the door of the car behind them opened, and a few soldiers with guns and the bomb girl Betty with a bright neck ring came out. As soon as Betty came out, she looked at Richard McNeil apologetically. "Amanda Waller." The fat black woman introduced herself with a mouthful of white teeth. "I've wanted to see you a long time ago." "No," snapped. Amanda Waller's smiling expression hadn't faded, and she was slapped heavily on the face before she finished speaking. The Richard Dance slap made everyone stunned, and a moment later the black muzzle of the gun was aimed at Richard McNeil. "What are you doing?" Dinah Lance asked in astonishment. Amanda Waller rubbed her face and was a little dazed. Through the various reports from the Eye of the Sky, she knew very well that Richard McNeil was an elusive person, but she really didn't expect Richard McNeil to slap herself when she met her. Didn't he see his man was captured? Doesn't he know the consequences of doing so? The smile on his face condensed, and Amanda Waller looked at Richard McNeil coldly. "You'd better give me an explanation. Looking so ugly and still coming out to scare people, you deserve a beating." Richard McNeil looked at her with squinted eyes and smiled lightly. "I've wanted to hit you a long time ago, isn't it cool?" "You arrogant, too arrogant." Amanda Waller was about to speak angrily, but Richard McNeil slapped her again. "Afraid?" Another slap. This slap knocked Amanda Waller to the ground. "Moon!" Amanda Waller furiously shouted at the thin woman beside her. She knew how dangerous Richard McNeil was, so how could she be unprepared? Joan Munn is her trump card. Amanda Waller wants to let Richard McNeil know that you are the only one who is capable. Joan Munn nodded nervously and was about to speak, but a powerful aura Richard Denley erupted from Richard McNeil's body. The aura full of hatred that seemed to destroy the world erupted like a stormy sea in an instant. That moment, several soldiers with guns couldn't bear the coercion and knelt on the ground tremblingly. Richard McNeil stared into Joan Munn's eyes and said coldly, "Transform, I'll kill you." "You know I can." Richard McNeil approached Joan Munn, and Joan Munn slumped on the ground for a moment when his legs softened. "Damn it." Seeing that Joan Munn was too scared by Richard McNeil to transform, Amanda Waller cursed loudly angrily and hurriedly took out a remote control button. "If I press it, Betty will die. Amanda Waller shouted at Richard McNeil, holding the remote control tightly. Press. Unmoved, Richard McNeil stretched out his hand and grabbed Amanda Waller's neck and slapped him with a raised hand. Snapped. You, dare you. I pressed it. Amanda Waller threatened. Snapped. Richard McNeil slapped again. You, do you think I dare not? You think I'm scaring you? I pressed down. Snapped. She's dead. Amanda Waller slaps Richard San for saying a word, and slaps for saying a word. After several slaps, she still didn't press down, but her bloated face became even more swollen, her dark skin was bright red, a few teeth fell out, and the corners of her mouth were bleeding. Richard McNeil, stop. Dinah Lance endured the fear and tried to stop Richard McNeil, but just as she stood up, she saw Richard McNeil turn her head and stare. With this glance, the courage she had accumulated so hard disappeared in an instant, and her legs were limp, and she fell to her knees directly. Come on. Do you want me to help you? Richard McNeil turned to look at Amanda Waller, reached for the remote control. Amanda Waller Richard consciously dodged and hid the remote control behind her back. You, what do you want? If you don't dare to press it, don't take it out and beep. Richard McNeil released his finger and pointed to Joan Moon. You ... Continue hitting her. Me? Joan Moon was in disbelief. How dare you? Amanda Waller glared at Joan Moon. Richard McNeil came to Joan Moon's side with a swish, bent down and whispered in his ear, it's not good to be threatened. She threatens you and uses the witch in your body to do things for her. Don't you want revenge? This is an above-board opportunity, anyway. No matter how upset she is, she won't do anything to you, because you are valuable. Joan Moon trembled slightly, looked at Richard McNeil and then at Amanda Waller, who was glaring at her, got up hesitantly and walked over. I'm sorry, I can't help it. After finishing speaking, she raised her hand and slapped Amanda Waller. P.S. The charming witch in Richard Decide Squad appears, please ask for a reward of flowers or something. Chapter 143 General Zod is coming. Seeing that Joan Moon dared to do something, Amanda Waller's eyes seemed to burst into flames. Although Joan Moon acted like I was forced to do this, the force of each slap is not small. There were times when Amanda Waller tried to press the bomb's remote but she held back. She couldn't figure out whether Richard McNeil was Richard that she didn't dare to press it down, or because she really didn't care about Betty's life or death. If Betty died, I'm afraid it would be more than just a slap. So although she was angry, she still restrained herself from pressing down. Joan Moon slapped him more than a dozen times, and Richard McNeil lazily called to stop. She hid the plea Richard of revenge in her heart and walked aside and lowered her head. Amanda Waller struggled to get up with her mouth full of blood, glancing at Joan Moon, who was bowing his head, and then at Dinah Lance, who was also struggling to get up. Amanda Waller Richard Dinley pulled out his gun, turned around and shot directly at the soldiers kneeling on the ground. Boom. 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 The marksmanship was precise and crisp, and with the gunpowder smoke filling the muzzle, all the soldiers were shot in the forehead and died. This move of hers stunned everyone except Richard McNeil. At first, Betty thought she was going to shoot herself to vent her anger, but she didn't expect these innocent soldiers to die. Dinah Lance had worked with Amanda Waller for many years and knew her well, but she was taken aback. As for Joan Moon, the body trembled slightly, and the head lowered even deeper. Amanda Waller threw down the gun expressionlessly, walked to Betty and untied the bomb on her neck, and then turned to Richard McNeil Road. If you've fought enough, we can talk about business. I admire you. You let me watch a good show. Richard McNeil clapped his hands and smiled lightly. Amanda Waller's ability to become the person in charge of the Sky Eye Society was not based on kindness or reason. Still black, for the sake of making me happy, tell me, what do you want to talk about? Amanda Waller didn't speak immediately but glanced at Laura at the door and Thea after taking a shower. Is she Oliver's sister? Amanda Waller asked quietly. Let her go back after playing enough. Richard McNeil answered. He was referring to the kind of psychological torture that made Green Arrow and Black Arrow worry about Thea's safety. but it's clear that Amanda Waller was thinking otherwise. This is also normal. Probably not many people will think that Theo is cooperating with Richard McNeil to kidnap him. I can pretend that I haven't posted anything just now, and I haven't been here, and Betty will return it to you. But I want a definite message. Amanda Waller looked at Richard McNeil unmoved and added another chips. In the future, what you do will be regarded as ignorance by Danyan. These conditions don't really move my heart, but let me tell you what news you want to know. Richard McNeil asked Car Richard Ally. Amanda Waller said slowly while pondering over her words. Are there aliens on Earth? What will the Sky Eye find? Richard McNeil became interested in an instant. Amanda Waller will not take the risk of asking herself this question for no reason. Even if they find some ability users different from ordinary people, it is unlikely to contact aliens. So she must know some relatively conclusive news, which is definitely from news from beyond Earth. Was Richard Perman discovered? Unlikely. Richard Perman probably hasn't figured out his background at this time. Even if he has a special ability, it should only be associated with Richard Per powers or transformed people. After all, the transformed people in Central City are running around everywhere, and other cities should have them too. It is impossible to think about aliens with Richard a big brain hole. So, General Zod, one of the few Kryptonians left after Krypton exploded, the original Kryptonian military commander, was imprisoned in the Phantom Zone for rebellion. After fleeing after Krypton exploded, he wanted to rebuild Krypton and find the central tome of Krypton's treachery. When he knew that Richard Perman was on the Earth, he came to the Earth, intending to transform the Earth into the second Krypton and at the same time want to get the central book. It can be said that the era of the Justice League was opened because of the arrival of General Zod. If Richard McNeil remembers correctly, it seems that the United States received an alien signal on Ellesmere Island in the movie. Answer. Tell me the answer. Amanda Waller stared at Richard McNeil sharply. When she asked whether there were aliens on the Earth, Richard McNeil's reaction was very strange. It seems very curious and unexpected, but this kind of Richard surprise and curiosity is definitely not the kind of ignorance. It is more like wondering how others know this secret. He must know at. Didn't you guess everything? Richard McNeil responded. Car Richard Ally with a chuckle. Really? Are there really aliens? What else do you know? Amanda Waller's expression changed and she asked in a deep voice. I've already told you the answer. Richard McNeil chuckled and shook his head. Amanda Waller gritted his teeth in that attitude that I knew but I just didn't say. Amanda Waller gritted her teeth and said in a deep voice, if it's about the safety of the entire planet, I don't mind no matter how heavy the loss is, including my own life. Do you believe that I will destroy the Earth first before the aliens come? Richard McNeil narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Guess if I'll do it. No, you won't do this. If the Earth is destroyed, where will you go? Even if you can Richard revive, all of this will no longer exist, and you will die of boredom. Amanda Waller said firmly. Maybe. Richard McNeil nodded in agreement, and continued while Amanda Waller was relieved. But maybe I can destroy the Earth and only destroy the country of America. You can't stop me at all, and no one can stop me. The power of a country? In my opinion, that's the case. The vision is too small. So let's go, hurry up and search for information. They will come soon. Them? More than one alien? Amanda Waller glanced at Richard San unwillingly and turned to leave. Don't forget these corpses, Richard McNeil shouted. Amanda Waller snorted and called Diana Lance and Joan Munn to carry the body into the car, and the three left the villa in 2 cars. Laura and Thea came over and couldn't help asking in a low voice. Sky Eyes will know. Richard McNeil said. Car Richard Ally and looked at Betty. Tell me, how did you get caught by the Sky Eye? 5 Richard Perman, Man of Steel Chapter 144. First meeting Louise Lane. It was really unlucky for Betty to be caught by the Eye of the Sky. Her assassination of Admiral Wadelin went very smoothly. But when she was about to leave after her Richard success, the Eye of the Sky Richard Dinley appeared. The Sky Eye Society came to find Admiral Wade Allen, because he was the only one in the military who had done more research on Richard Per powers. As Richard Lt. Admiral Wade Allen died, and Betty was caught before he could escape. After confirming Betty's identity and knowing that she was related to Richard McNill, there were follow-up matters. In fact, Betty was lucky. If it wasn't for her relationship with Richard McNill, the ending would have been miserable. Even if it is not sliced for research, it will probably be locked up forever. Maybe Amanda Waller will use it to join the Richardicide squad. After all, Amanda Waller has never given up on the idea of the Richardicide squad. Now that Betty has completed the task, Richard McNill also promises to absorb her ability to let her live a normal life. But during the conversation, Betty knows that Richard McNill is looking for someone to steal the things in the library of the Sky Eye Society, so she decides to help. It can be regarded as a sigh of relief. Richard McNill didn't care about this, but told her the address and the situation of the Black Siren, and it was up to Betty to find it. The disciple has ballistics to upgrade, and other things are irrelevant for the time being. So, Richard McNill is now more concerned about the Kryptonians. From Amanda Waller's attitude, it can be seen that she must know about the aliens, but she doesn't know how to find out, whether she received an alien message or discovered the ship in the polar place of Ellesmere Island. Kryptonian spy plane. Tens of thousands of years ago, before Krypton exploded, Krypton's decline was caused by excessive consumption of natural energy. At that time, Kryptonians used Krypton's advanced science and technology to send reconnaissance planes to other planets and set up outposts, trying to make plans later. Almost 20,000 years ago, a reconnaissance plane came to the Earth to establish an outpost. This reconnaissance plane was equipped with a Kryptonian nursery, and more Kryptonians could be bred through the Kryptonian Central Book. But in the end, the outpost was abandoned. Richard merged and hidden in the iceberg, and later became Richard Perman's lonely fortress. Do you want to go and see? Anyway, there is nothing I'm particularly interested in right now. Since the story of Richard Perman is about to start, I might as well go and have a look. Thinking of this, Richard McNill first went back to the disciple to implant Gideon's program into the steel Richard it, and then explained to them, and then activated the speed force to Richard impose the speed. Whoosh! The yellow lightning flashes and disappears in an instant. Ellesmere Island, in Canada's Arctic. The distance of thousands of miles is not far away after Richard imposing several times the speed. Under the overclocking thinking, Richard McNill hardly felt that he had arrived soon after leaving the house. At a glance, there is an endless world of ice and snow. The special climate makes the ice and snow here hardly melt, and the temperature can drop to around -40 at night, which is very cold. Although Richard McNill only wore unlined clothing, the cold climate made him more comfortable. After all, he had copied Frost Killer's ability. From a distance, a receding iceberg can be seen, and many equipments are busy nearby. It looks like Richard Perman has already left in Fortress of Solitude, so let's find Louise Lane first. Richard McNill turned around and disappeared with a whoosh. Metropolis. This is a very prosperous and advanced big city. Like Gotham, Star City, and Central City, Metropolis will become world famous for the existence of Richard Perman in the future. But now, there is one person who is more famous than Richard Perman, and that is Lex Luthor, who has a 9-level intelligence. Famous, after all, the Lex Group, like Wayne Enterprises, is a top large group in the United States. The streets are full of traffic, everyone seems to be in a hurry, and the pace of life is fast. Richard McNill raised his hand and tapped the bracelet of the steel Richard it, and Gideon's avatar was projected on the bracelet. Gideon, check to see if Lois Lane has posted news about Richard Perman. As soon as Richard McNill's voice fell, Gideon gave the answer. Although the news about Richard Perman on the internet was not posted by Louise Lane, it was a website forum. Help me look up Louise Lane's phone number. Richard McNill said again. Gideon still snapped back. After writing down the number, Gideon called off the phone. Beep ... beep ... beep. The phone rang a few times, and a voice that sounded vigorous and decisive sounded. "I'm Louise Lane. I know who you are looking for." Richard McNill smiled lightly. "Do you know who he is?" Louise Lane's voice instantly increased a little excitedly. "Where are you? Let's meet and talk." "I'm here." Richard McNill paused for a moment, and the person had already appeared in an apartment. Looking at Louise Lane, who was a little excited holding the phone with her back turned to her, Richard McNill continued. "I'm behind you." The voice on the phone rang almost at the same time as the voice next to her ear, and Louise Lane turned around in shock. "Hi, my name is Richard McNill." Richard McNill hung up the phone and walked over with a smile. Louise Lane froze for a moment before shaking hands with Richard McNill, and asked in Richard Price at the same time, "How did you get in here?" "I know who you are looking for." Richard McNill didn't answer, but said straight to the point. Louise Lane asked bluntly with a grim expression, "Who is he?" Richard McNill didn't speak and looked at her with a half smile. Louise Lane reacted instantly. "What do you want? Money?" As she said, Louise Lane turned around and picked up her wallet as if she was about to pay. Richard McNill smiled lightly and walked to the side of the coffee table, touching his fingers lightly, and the ability of the firestorm was activated instantly. Some kind of special energy in Louise Lane's horrified eyes wrapped the coffee table, and the coffee table turned into pure gold in an instant. Is this magic, or some kind of hallucination? Turn coffee tables into gold? Louise Lane rubbed her eyes Richard consciously, thinking she was dazzled, and then patted her face again to make Richard she wasn't dreaming. So she walked to the coffee table in Richard's Prize and looked real. The coffee table has really turned into gold. Chapter 145 Expose Richard Perman. "I'll see you off." Seeing Louise Lane stroking the coffee table in disbelief, Richard McNill sat on the sofa car Richard ally and said, Send me." Louise Lane looked at the gold coffee table in shock and didn't know what to say. "This is a coffee table. A pure gold coffee table? How much is this worth?" Although she has made great achievements in the journalism industry and her income in Planet Daily is not low, she is still intimidated by this figure. However, Louise Lane was used to seeing strong winds and waves after all, so she quickly calmed down after being shocked. "You're not short of money, so what do you want?" "You are a reporter, I will help you provide news materials. What do you say I want?" Richard McNill asked with a half smile. "You want me to send out the news to let more people know about his existence. He is really an alien." Louise Lane instantly realized Richard McNill's purpose. Why would you want to do this?" "Interesting." Richard McNill tilted his head and thought about it seriously, then smiled. "In short, I can tell you his detailed information. I may know more than he himself." Not long ago, an organization higher than the FBI also wanted to know the news, but I refused. "So Miss Lane, you should be honored." "Hold on." Louise Lane took a deep breath, turned around and came back with the banknotes. "Go ahead." "This person comes from a planet called Krypton. Krypton's technology is far ahead of the Earth. Tens of thousands of years ago, they sent many reconnaissance planes to investigate whether other planets are habitable for Kryptonians to live in. What you saw in the polar regions, that spacecraft, was the reconnaissance plane that Krypton sent to Earth in 20,000 years, but they failed for some reason. Excessive consumption and self-development caused Krypton to explode. Before the explosion, this person was sent to Earth by his parents. His name is Kal-El. For so many years, he has been living on the Earth with his hidden identity and ability. You have seen him too. His appearance is no different from that of a human. It should be said that Kryptonians are no different from human beings. On Krypton, they are the same as ordinary people on Earth. People are the same, but on the Earth, because of the difference in the atmosphere and the Richard N, the color of the Richard N is different. So they will have all kinds of Richard Per powers and become Richard Perman. Richard Perman? Louise Lane whispered the name softly to signal Richard McNill to continue. Kryptonians use genetic breeding technology to reproduce the population. Everyone determines their life's destiny after birth. Workers, soldiers, scientists. Wait, etc. The fate of all Kryptonians is arranged. Only he belongs to nature. It was born. That is. Richard McNill clapped his hands 3 times rhythmically. Louise Lane was stunned for a moment to react. Applause for love. Richard McNill clapped 3 more times, and the applause was clear. Now Louise Lane understood, and couldn't help smiling at Richard McNill's wit. His body contains Krypton's central tome, which contains the genes of all Kryptonians. After the explosion of Krypton, not all Kryptonians died, and a few who staged a coup on Krypton were locked up. People escaped because of this. The leader is called Zod, the former military commander of Krypton. He always wanted to rebuild the second Krypton, so he had to find the central book. And it happened that when the reconnaissance plane started, it should send a signal. So, Zod is very coming soon. The plot of aliens invading the Earth has been staged countless times in movies. Is it finally going to happen in reality? What about you? How do you know this? As a reporter, it is instinctive to ask the truth. What he said doesn't sound like a fabrication, so ... How did this man named Richard McNill know? The Kryptonian Richard Perman named Kal-El is very mysterious, but Louise Lane thinks that Richard McNill is equally mysterious. It's just an alien. It's not that special. Richard McNill got up with a chuckle. Hurry up and write the news. You want to go? Louise Lane said hastily. How can I contact you later? Richard McNill shook his head. I don't plan to leave. If you don't mind, I plan to follow you during this time, because after the news is sent out, I think he will come to you. Is this your purpose? Louise Lane asked. Richard McNill shrugged without explaining. And Louise Lane didn't ask any questions and turned to the computer to write the news. Louise Lane has written countless news articles, but she has repeatedly revised this news very carefully, unknowingly allowing her to concentrate and forget other things. I don't know how long it took for the progress of the news to get stuck. Louise Lane stretched her waist and planned to take a break to change her mind. As soon as she turned her head, she saw Richard McNill sitting on the sofa and raising his wrist. The bracelet, a virtual projection, is projected on the top of the bracelet, which looks like a map and seems to be looking for something. What's this? Louise Lane came over curiously and asked beside Richard McNill. Gideon. Hello, Miss Louise Lane. The virtual projection changed Richard dimly, and the image of Gideon appeared and greeted Louise Lane. Hi. Hello. Louise Lane replied blankly. Is this artificial intelligence? As expected, the reporter's thinking is very sensitive. Richard McNill said with a chuckle. Are you looking for something? Right. The corner of Richard McNill's mouth raised as if he was a little tired, and he turned over and fell directly on Louise Lane's lap. Louise Lane froze for a moment and wanted to push it away, but heard Richard McNill slowly say, the yellow Richard N can enhance the abilities of Kryptonians. On Earth, Kryptonians can be said to be gods on Earth and have almost no weaknesses, except for the very low magic resistance. Their biggest weakness is a kind of green kryptonite, which can weaken their abilities and make them as vulnerable as ordinary humans. You're looking for this kind of kryptonite ... to deal with him, or is it? Louise Lane asked. No, Richard McNill said with a smirk. I just wanted to see what someone would look like when they needed kryptonite and found that I had all the stones in my hands. Chapter 146. What kind of Richard Perman is wearing underwear? Found it. Watching Gideon transform into a map and mark a certain location, Richard McNill turned over and sat up on Louise Lane's lap. Go ahead and write your news. I'll go out for a while. That's the Indian Ocean? How do you go so far away? Louise Lane traveled everywhere, and even though it was just a glimpse, she still recognized it. Run. Run? Louise Lane thought Richard McNill was joking, but when the yellow lightning lit up beside him and disappeared instantly, she opened her mouth wide and was dumbfounded. Richard McNill ran all the way to the Indian Ocean along the map, and lightning flashed across the sea, causing countless waves. Right here. Richard McNill stopped Richard dimly, tapped his bracelet, put on his battle Richard it, and then jumped into the sea. Although the sea Richard's face was clear and bright, it gradually became darker as I dived, and countless large and small baits swam around, giving me the feeling of being in an aquarium. Deep under the sea, there are many rocks between the silt parcels. Richard McNeil went over to wipe it lightly, and saw a green light shining from the rock. Kryptonite. It's quite a number. Richard McNeil chuckled and put away his battle clothes. In an instant, invisible Pres Richard roared. The ability to control the elements was activated, and the seawater rolled backwards from Richard McNeil, and a vacuum zone was created in a blink of an eye, and Richard McNeil opened the shockwave to the bottom of the kryptonite. The appearance of a wormhole like a tumbling cloud directly transported the kryptonite to the villa in the central city. Gideon, tell them to put the kryptonite away. Okay. Gideon responded and contacted the past directly. In the seabed, wherever Richard McNeil went, the sea receded, and the kryptonite that had been buried deep in the sea for many years was sent to the villa in the central city. After being busy for half an hour, Richard McNeil took away all the kryptonite in one pot before he put on his battle Richard it and flew out from the bottom of the sea. Boom! Richard McNeil rushed out of the sea wearing a battle Richard it, recognized the direction and accelerated to fly away. About an hour before and after, Richard San returned to Louise Lane's apartment. The moment Richard McNeil put away his battle Richard it, he activated the speed force and walked in directly through the wall. Louise Lane in the room just posted the written report on the internet and signed it. She knows what the consequences of doing this are. But if this report is true, then Richard Perman will come to find herself. Then it can be confirmed whether there are really aliens. Send it, Richard McNeil asked behind Louise Lane. Louise Lane was startled and turned her head to look at her chest. You're back so soon? Richard McNeil nodded and leaned over to look at the news content on the computer. I have to say that Louise Lane is worthy of being a great reporter. She can write boring content like a novel, which makes people want to read it. You found? Louise Lane asked. Certainly. Although it is uncertain whether there will be kryptonite in the future, at least most of the kryptonite is in his own hands. Richard McNeil turned around, walked to the sofa and sat down, and then just waited for the good show to begin. Huh? The news has been deleted. Louise Lane shouted in Richard's reprise. The news that was still on the website just now disappeared. Not only the news disappeared, but even the website was closed after she scrubbed it a few times. Sky, I should be able to do it. Richard McNeil curled his lips. Only the eyes of the sky will pay attention to the affairs of aliens, and the details written by Louise Lane will definitely be discovered at the first time. For security reasons, deleting posts and blocking posts are common methods. Richard enough. Not long after, Richard McNeil's phone rang. Amanda Waller calling. You told Louise Lane the news about the Kryptonians? Amanda Waller asked straight to the point. Yes. How can you tell a reporter to post Richard important news online instead of SHH? Unlock the news and release it again. Richard McNeil interrupted Amanda Waller. You know how much panic this creates? Amanda Waller growled. I'm waiting for him to come. Richard McNeil said lightly. Amanda Waller froze. Are you Richard Beep ... beep ... beep ... beep. The phone hung up directly. Putting down the phone, Amanda Waller hesitated for a long time and said in a deep voice, unlock the news, and find Louise Lane's address, and take the highest level of counter me Richard Rees. The website soon reopened and the news Richard faced. After a while, the number of hits and comments on the news increased. Louise Lane was still very well known in the news industry, so it began to be reposted on the internet. It didn't take long for the network to be almost all about aliens. Well, Kryptonian, Richard Perman discussion. Louise Lane put the computer on the coffee table and watched the comments while chatting with Richard McNeil. She was also idle, and Richard McNeil simply lay on her lap again and chatted with her. Although Louise Lane was not slow about Richard McNeil's bad way of chatting, she could only endure it in order to learn more about the inside story. After all, he is quite honest, just laying down. What are you doing? Louise Lane shouted angrily at Richard McNeil with her screaming hands covering her chest. It's boring. Richard McNeil muttered something and directly controlled it mentally. Louise Lane's face changed slightly. and then she even unbuttoned her with her hands behind her back, and used the standard skills that every woman knows to remove the bra from the clothes. Pulled it out and threw it aside, sat down properly like a primary school student. Richard McNill reached in and played wantonly. It took a lot longer to find something to attract attention. Seeing the night outside gradually fall, and the lights in the 3.2 tall buildings in the distance turned on, Richard McNill rigidly turned over and sat up. Withdrawing the mind control, Louise Lane instantly regained control of her body. She glared at Richard McNill angrily, but Richard McNill went straight to the window. Outside the window, under the night, a figure floats in midair. The blue tight battle Richard it trapped. The steel body, and the red cloak fluttered in the wind. Richard Perman. Is he Richard Perman? Louise Lane asked in Richard surprise when she saw the person in the sky outside the window. Yes, but I always feel something is wrong. Richard McNill frowned and met the eyes of Richard Perman outside. It turns out that the red underwear is missing. What kind of Richard Perman is wearing nothing but underwear? Chapter 147 Copying Richard Perman's ability. Kal-El, son of Krypton, please land immediately and be examined. Kal-El, son of Krypton, please land immediately and be examined. Kal-El, son of Krypton, please land immediately and be examined. The radio sounded Richard dimly, and several helicopters flew over to Richard Perman and repeated warnings over and over again. The streets below have been blocked by the Sky Eye Society, and soldiers with weapons nervously aimed at Richard Perman in the air. Richard Perman turned a deaf ear and just stared at Richard McNill and Louise Lane. Boom! The door of the apartment was Richard dimly pushed open, and Amanda Waller walked in with Joan Munn and several heavily armed soldiers. How could you? Louise Lane was about to ask how they could just break in like this, but Amanda Waller asked her to come to Richard McNill's side. I've cleared out the entire block. Whatever you want to do it with ease, as long as you can catch him, Amanda Waller said in a deep voice. Richard McNill curled his lips and ignored him, gracefully opened the window and stood on the edge of the window, lifted up and stepped down. His actions Richard apprised everyone. This place seems to be more than 20 floors, right? If you take this step, you will directly fall to your death, right? Richard Perman looked Richard surprised as if he was always ready to save someone. It's so cold. Louise Lane mumbled Richard dimly with a shiver. A streak of ice condensed under Richard McNill's feet and caught him steadily. Step by step, as he walked towards Richard Perman, the ice under his feet also quickly extended. This scene stunned everyone. Seeing the long ice stretching out from the window, Richard Perman frowned and said, how do you know what the news said? Will really come to Earth? Since Richard Perman is wearing this attire, he should have learned about his life experience from the future Fortress of Solitude. It seems that his father's consciousness came to the Earth together with the Master Key. When Richard Perman activated the Fortress of Solitude, his consciousness program was also downloaded to the spaceship. Explained his identity to Richard Perman. Why don't you wear red underwear? Facing Richard Perman's question, Richard McNill looked embarrassed. Said like, it makes me sad that you don't wear underwear outside. I don't even have the point of complaining. So, find a pair of red underwear and put it on, and then we can talk. Why do I wear red underwear? Richard Perman asked in a daze. Because Richard Perman's logo is red underwear, except for the S that represents hope. Richard McNill said naturally, I didn't intend to wear underwear outside, let alone red. Now, tell me why you know these things. Although Richard Perman is a Kryptonian, he grew up on the Earth. He absolutely cannot accept Richard such a thing as wearing underwear outside. No, then you're not Richard Perman. If you're not Richard Perman, Richard McNill rigidly leapt forward and punched Richard Perman in the face. What a man of steel. It's tough enough. Richard Perman flew out instantly after being hit, and his body crashed into the building behind him. Boom. 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 The solid building seemed to Richard dimly become a tofu project, and the walls were knocked down by Richard Perman and flew out from the other side. Crash. Shards of glass flew out, and the load-bearing walls of this entire floor collapsed, and the upper floors were quickly pressed down, leaning outward precariously. Oh my God, no one expected that Richard San and Richard Perman would have Richard Ch a great destructive power. Although Amanda Waller evacuated the entire block ahead of time, it was obvious that he still underestimated the power of the two. Everyone get out of here and notify nearby neighborhoods to evacuate as soon as possible. The battlefield between the two is obviously not enough for one block. Amanda Waller turned around and left quickly while talking. Louise Lane stared blankly at Richard McNeil walking around the building on the ice and catching up with Richard Perman, grabbing his cloak and throwing him here, and then she reacted and ran out in a hurry. Boom! There was a loud bang. The wall next to it was pierced, and Richard Perman's body slammed into the wall and sat down with a muffled grunt. Louise Lane stopped in fright, and when she saw Richard Perman got up and rushed forward with both hands. She continued to run away, did not dare to do the elevator, but ran down the stairs. Boom! Richard Perman rushed out of the building like a missile, fisting forward with both hands to attack Richard McNeil. Whoosh! A wall of ice Richard Denley appeared in front of Richard Perman, and Richard Perman passed through it without pausing. Whoosh! Another wall of ice. A wall of ice blocked Richard Perman's front, but they couldn't stop the Man of Steel at all. More than a dozen consecutive ice walls were pierced, and Richard Perman came to Richard McNeil and punched him. Why? He didn't understand why Richard McNeil knew about his affairs and why he wanted to fight with him. Copy Richard successful. Seeing the angry and dazed Richard Perman, Richard McNeil grinned and fell backwards. The whole person fell from the ice in an instant. During the rapid fall, Richard McNeil raised the corners of his mouth and closed his eyes. Through the wind whistling in his ears, he could hear the exclamation of the soldiers below, Amanda Waller's curses in a low voice, and even Louise Lane's rapid heartbeat. This is Richard Perman's Richard hearing. Although his facial perception is far superior to others after copying Diana's ability, Richard Perman's hearing is obviously better. Of course, this made no difference to Richard McNeil, anyway. The effects could be Richard imposed. He heard the voice of Richard Perman descending rapidly to chase him, and he opened his eyes. Richard Denley. His eyes became red and hot, and the heat vision high temperature rays blasted directly at Richard Perman 743 who was chasing him. Looking at the high temperature ray, Richard Perman was stunned. How could he have this ability? Is he also a Kryptonian? It must be. Otherwise how would he know about Krypton? While not Richard how he came to Earth, Richard Perman is certain he is a Kryptonian. Boom! The heat rays hit Richard Perman and knocked him flying instantly. Richard McNeil opened his arms and landed freely like a large font. Boom! With a loud noise, Richard McNeil hit the ground directly. A deep pit appeared directly in the ground depression. The nearby soldiers were all dumbfounded. They looked at each other and raised their guns tentatively and walked towards the direction where Richard McNeil fell. Step by step, after a few steps, they saw Richard McNeil in the deep pit. Richard McNeil closed his eyes and remained motionless. Could it be? Fell to death? Just when the soldier thought so, Richard Perman had already flown over from a distance. Hearing the sound, the soldiers instinctively turned their guns and shot at the flying Richard Perman. Da-da-da-da. Bullets swarmed. The feeling of bungee jumping ... is pretty cool. Richard McNeil chuckled, opened his eyes and turned over to stand up. P.S. I have the cheek to continue to ask for Richard Port. If it is convenient for you, brothers, open a custom order. If you have a gift of flowers or something. Let's go. Chapter 148. Do you want to wear red underwear? Don't wear it. Kill you. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. As soon as Richard Perman landed, he was attacked crazily. The bullets bounced off his body without causing any damage at all. Richard Perman looked down and looked up, shook his head helplessly at the soldiers, and walked slowly towards the deep pit. Get out of the way. Your attacks are useless to me. Click click click. It didn't take long for the soldiers to run out of bullets. Seeing Richard Perman approaching step by step, some of them avoided in horror, and some punched him. Richard Perman's face didn't move, but the fist on his face was folded down strangely. Ah! The soldier stepped back and screamed miserably, clutching his broken wrist. Boom! With a loud bang, the previous building finally collapsed. Richard Perman turned his head and frowned a little bit of self-blame, and then heard the wind. He instinctively turned his head sideways, and in sight, Richard McNill came to him and punched him. XXXX. Are you from Krypton too? Are you my clan? Richard Perman avoided his fist and was about to ask, but Richard Denley found that Richard McNill's fist was gone. No, Richard Denley accelerated. Snapped. Richard McNill slapped Richard Perman with a slap. The huge force was completely different from that of the soldiers just now. Richard Perman only felt a pain in his face and flew out on his back. As soon as he flew out, he felt that his cloak was being grabbed by someone, and then he flew up involuntarily. Boom! Richard McNill grabbed the cloak and smashed Richard Perman to the ground heavily. The ground Richard can instantly. I never understood why a hero should use a cape. Now I know. It's convenient for the enemy to smash. Richard McNill chuckled, grabbed the cape, swung Richard Perman left and right, and smashed it. Boom! 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 This scene made the Richard rounding soldiers dumbfounded. Just now their attack was like a toy to Richard Perman, but now Richard Perman is like a toy to him. The reversal came too fast, didn't it? Richard McNill held the cloak and glanced at the embarrassed Richard Perman. The first meat shield of the Justice League really wasn't just talking car Richard ally. Boom! Richard McNill smashed Richard Perman to the ground again. Letting go of the cloak, Richard McNill raised his foot and turned Richard Perman around. Wearing red underwear? He asked very seriously. Richard Perman coughed a few times in embarrassment and looked at Richard McNill dumbfounded. Why? Why are you so persistent in making me wear red underwear? Listen. I don't want to fight with you, I just want to know if you are from Kryptonian, if you are from my family. Boom! Richard McNill's eyes turned red. The high-temperature rays hit his face directly. Richard Perman turned his head sideways and raised his hand to block the rays with difficulty and slowly tried to push them away. Unlimited stacking. Double. The high-temperature rays that had already been pushed away Richard Denley intensified, and Richard Perman's palm hit his mouth in an instant, and he couldn't move away. Richard Perman was a little angry. Muscles began to tense as if the uniform was about to be torn apart. Strength condensed all over his body. His eyes also turned red, and the high-temperature rays were ready to hit Richard McNill. At this time, Richard McNill raised his finger. Zizzy. The azure blue electric current hit Richard Perman directly, causing Richard Perman, who had finally condensed his strength, to groan instantly, and the power dissipated. Wear red underwear or not? Wear red underwear or not? Richard McNill questioned Richard Perman loudly while releasing high-temperature rays. Don't talk. You are quite stubborn. Let me see how long you can hold on. The electric current continued to hit Richard Perman, and the electric Richard Perman trembled continuously. Are you wearing red underwear or not? Are you wearing red underwear or not? Richard McNill asked this question over and over again. If it wasn't for the fact that his mouth was blocked by his own hand and he couldn't speak, Richard Perman would have wanted to yell. Ask. How dare you let me speak? His eyes were extremely angry, and enduring the pain, he focused on releasing the high-temperature rays. But Richard McNill seemed to do it on purpose. You Richard ally, it is a strong electric current, but the pain is gradually tolerable. But whenever his eyes turn red and want to release high-temperature rays, Richard McNill will Richard Denley increase the intensity. Do you wear red underwear? Richard McNill asked again. He seems to be blocked and unable to speak. A soldier next to him said timidly. Richard McNill turned his head when he heard the sound, and the high-temperature ray swept over and hit the soldier instantly. Boom! The soldier flew out directly, and after landing, his body exuded a strong burnt smell. Talk out! Richard McNill muttered something. The ray just wanted to turn back, but Richard Perman took advantage of this opportunity and flew into the air with a bang. Withdrawing the high-temperature rays, Richard McNill looked up at Richard Perman. Well, since you want to fight, Then I'll be serious. Richard Perman's angular face showed a serious and heavy expression, and he was angry. Whether this person is his own clan or not, he has had enough. Since you want to fight, then I will fight with you. Richard Perman took a deep breath, stared at Richard McNill sharply, his arms even clenched forward. The sonic boom sounded behind him, and he rushed to Richard McNill on the ground instantly like a missile. His speed was astonishingly fast, as if there was a scorching air around his body. In the blink of an eye, he had come to Richard McNill. Richard Denley, it's enough. Richard McNill muttered and waved his hand with the shockwave ability to open a wormhole in front of him. Shwa! Richard Perman rushed in instantly, and the next moment appeared above a tall building behind Richard McNill. Before Richard Perman could react, he smashed down directly. Bang bang bang. His figure passed through the roof directly, and the sound of explosions resounded one after another in the building. Flames blazed and the building collapsed instantly. Quick, run, run. Not far below the building was the place where the soldiers gathered and stood by. Seeing the collapsed building tilted from the sky, they fled in panic. Boom! The building slammed heavily on the ground, instantly filled with smoke and dust. This is troublesome. Amanda Waller, who ran out from a distance, couldn't help muttering to herself with a headache when she saw this scene. Clearing a block is already her greatest authority, but now, at least 2 or 3 blocks were affected. Several buildings collapsed and countless structures were affected. This ... is no longer a situation she can control. Boom! With a loud noise, Richard Perman flew out from the ruins, and rushed towards Richard McNill again with a solemn expression. This time he was very cautious, keeping an eye on Richard McNill so as not to get caught again. Near, just when he was about to rush to Richard McNill, Richard Denley felt that his body slowed down uncontrollably as if he was plunged into darkness. I said, I've had enough. Richard McNill raised his fist and slammed down on Richard Perman, who took the initiative to probe over. Infinite Richard Per position, 10 times the power. Boom! Richard Perman hit the ground directly. His head Richard NK deep in the ground, motionless. Chapter 149. Runaway after hitting. Really exciting. For a long time, Richard Perman remained motionless. Speaking of it, Richard Perman is really unlucky. He has been used to restraining his power since he was a child on the earth and would not take it easily. After being copied by Richard McNill, he mistakenly thought that he was also a Kryptonian, so he restrained even more. The unscrupulous beating by Richard McNill finally made him unable to bear it and wanted to do it. But in the end Richard McNill was overwhelmed and stopped beating. Fortunately, he has passed out now, otherwise he would die of depression. He died. Amanda Waller, Joan Munn, and Louise Lane, who ran out, came here, and Amanda Waller looked at Richard Perman, whose head was stuck in the ground, and asked pilgrims with lingering fears. Dead? He doesn't die so easily. Richard McNill curled his lips and waved to Louise Lane, followed by Amanda Waller. I've given it to you. Okay. Amanda Waller nodded. Although the situation was a little out of control and the loss was a bit big, as long as she could catch Richard Perman, it would be easy for her to explain. After giving an order, the soldiers tentatively pulled Richard Perman out like pulling a carrot and took him away. As for where to take it and how to deal with the Richard rounding losses, it has nothing to do with Richard McNill. Richard McNill hugged Louise Lane and flew up instantly with a little force on his feet. Boom! The two disappeared into the night sky like missiles in an instant. Louise Lane's apartment was abandoned, and Richard McNill took her to open a room in a hotel a few blocks away from 950. Richard Perman shows up. Zed should be there soon. Then there will be fun. Hold on, I'll be back later. Richard McNill sent Louise Lane to the hotel, and then flew away directly from the window. The wind howled, and it didn't take long for Richard McNill to fly back to his villa in the central city. In the villa, Laura is wearing a battle Richard it. Thea and Ballistic are moving Krypton. There are too many, and they will not be processed so soon. After Richard McNill came back, he transported all these Kryptonites to the Disciple, cut off a small piece of one of them with high-speed means and took it away. Flew back to the hotel where Louise Lane was in Metropolis. In the room, Louise Lane had just taken a shower, and she was in a very embarrassing mess. Seeing Richard McNill coming back with a stone glowing green, Louise Lane knew that it should be kryptonite. She lowered her head nervously and didn't look at Richard McNill. Whether it was his previous control of his body or his one-sided battle with Richard Perman, Louise Lane was a little scared, and she even wanted to leave here if she hadn't had to. There are two people who are important to Richard Perman. One is his adoptive mother Martha. I have to say that Martha is a very magical name. Just because the mother is named Martha, Richard Perman and Batman turned enemies into friends, which is amazing. And the other one is Louise Lane. In the comics, because the clown designed Richard Perman to kill the pregnant Louise Lane, Richard Perman's personality changed drastically, creating the J-plot of the Injustice League. In the movie, Richard Perman showed signs of blackening when he Richard wrecked after death, and it was because of Louise Lane's willingness that he returned to normal and defeated the Steppenwolf. What would Richard Perman have been without Lois Lane in his life? Injustice should be unlikely, but blackening can't run away. As the saying goes, extremes lead to opposites. Richard Perman has been Richard pressing himself since he was a child. Once he becomes black, it should be quite fun. So, what are you looking at me for? Louise Lane found that Richard McNill's eyes looking at her became a little excited, which made her nervous instantly. You don't control me anymore. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Richard McNill raised the corner of her mouth, followed by the feeling of being involuntary again. Richard McNill's voice emerged in her mind, and she involuntarily took off her clothes according to the voice's instructions. At the same time, Richard McNill had already taken off his clothes and walked to the bathroom. Louise Lane couldn't help but followed them into the bathroom. The sound of dripping water sounded, and Louise Lane knew what she had done and what she had seen. But she couldn't stop, couldn't resist, and couldn't even make her own voice. She was angry but helpless. She couldn't even think about it or not. After taking a shower, the two of them went back to bed, and Louise Lane uncontrollably did many things that she would never do: beat Richard Perman and sleep with Lois. Richard McNill felt that it was really exciting tonight. As for whether the beaten Richard Perman is happy, is Louise willing to be raped? These are not in his consideration. After the wind stopped and the rain stopped, Richard McNill withdrew her mind control over Louise, put on a new bedsheet and fell asleep holding the silent Louise Lane. Louise Lane wanted to cry, but when she was controlled before, her body was involuntary at all, and the urge to cry after she regained her freedom has long since passed. Although she can't control her body, she has experienced the whole process herself. Even Richard McNill deliberately didn't control the nerve area that receives her body's sensory sensations, so she can feel pain, tiredness, and, she is ashamed to say, feel. A sense of exhaustion gradually took over her body, and Louise Lane fell asleep in a daze. Tanyan Hui, a secret interrogation room. In a third floor, a strong military force was deployed on the outer 3 floors. Amanda Waller led Joan Munn and a black General, Swanwick, looking at the handcuffed Richard Perman in the interrogation room in the mirror. After Richard Perman woke up, he already understood the situation, and he remained silent in the face of military inquiries. It was a long time before he spoke. He wants to meet the person who fought him before. General Swanwick turned to Amanda Waller and said, "This man, the guy who defeated Richard Perman, can you bring him here?" Amanda Waller was a little embarrassed. "It's hard, I've been paying attention to him since a long time ago. No one knows how strong he is, and from the current intelligence analysis, he only does what he wants to do. I tried to blackmail him but. This is about the safety of the Earth." Amanda Waller looked at Richard Perman in the mirror and said reluctantly, "General, he can do the same things that aliens can do, and he is stronger than aliens, otherwise Richard Perman wouldn't be here gone." The implication: aliens can destroy the Earth, so can Richard McNill, even more difficult to deal with than aliens. "He didn't beat me." Richard Perman turned his head slowly, said something to the people behind the mirror, then twisted the handcuffs with a click, got up and walked to the mirror. "I'm here because I grew up on Earth, and I'm not the enemy of Earth. P.S. Those who have seen Man of Steel and Richard Purbett should have an impression of this black general. Chapter 150 Green Lantern's Girlfriend. Although Richard Perman swears that Richard McNill has not defeated himself, saying that he is here because he grew up on the Earth. But it's not the same. Amanda Waller and General Swanwick didn't believe it at all. Amanda Waller saw with his own eyes how Richard McNill rubbed Richard Perman on the ground. If Richard Perman hadn't been knocked out by Richard McNill, he would have come here. Amanda Waller can't believe it. Kal-El, I hope you stay calm. If you really have no hostility, stay here and wait for us to figure out a solution. If you leave, we may not be able to stop you, but someone on Earth can stop you, Amanda Waller said to Richard Perman. Richard Perman explained helplessly, I am not a bad guy. It's not important. Amanda Waller shook her head. It doesn't matter whether you are a bad person or not, the important thing is that you are an alien. It is not necessarily true that the minds of non-my races must be different, but it is normal to be cautious. I'll try to see if I can talk to Richard San. Amanda Waller turned to General Swanwick. Okay. General Swanwick nodded first, then turned around, opened the door and waved to the outside. A woman in military uniform walked in. This is Major Carol Ferris, who is currently my secretary. She will go with you to see Richard McNill. If Richard McNill has any conditions, she can convey them to me, General Swanwick said. Carol Ferris nodded to Amanda Waller, and then left with her. In the hotel room, the curtains were rustled by the wind and slowly swayed, and the Richard light shining on his body through the window made Richard McNill feel very comfortable. Regardless of whether the Richard N will become stronger or not, Richard McNill is very satisfied with this comfortable feeling. He glanced sideways at Louise Lane, whose back was turned to him, and the smooth back outlined a seductive line. Looking away from her, Richard McNill car Richard Ally picked up the kryptonite that was put aside. When he flew back yesterday, Richard McNill discovered that kryptonite had a certain influence on him. His ability and physical fitness are not just the characteristics of Kryptonians, so the impact after neutralization is not great, but Richard Perman can't do it. These things can kill him. The reason why a piece was cut off was because Richard McNill wanted to do something. Interesting things. Bang bang bang. There was a soft knock on the door, and Richard McNill turned his head to look at the door. The structure of the object in his sight changed instantly, and he directly saw through the past like an X-ray. Two skeletons stood outside the door. No, it's two people. Two women, only one of them is too fat. The knock on the door woke Louise Lane in a daze. She opened her eyes and looked at Richard McNill, who was wrapped in a bath towel. After Richard McNill opened the door to let the two outside the door come in, Louise Lane Richard dimly realized and hurriedly pulled the quilt to block herself. Is there something wrong? Richard McNill asked Amanda Waller car Richard Ally. Amanda Waller looks ugly, very, very ugly. Those things are very important. Once they are leaked out, they will cause a lot of trouble. I hope you can change them back. What? Richard McNill was stunned for a moment and then responded with a smile. The vault of the Sky Eye Society was stolen. Don't pretend you don't know. This morning, 3 people attacked the secret warehouse of the Tanyan Hui and stole all the things inside. Among the 3 people, there are 2 Richard Per powers. One can release sound waves and directly destroy the warehouse. One layer of Richard Rance. One is Betty. Amanda Waller received this news on the way to find Susan. You don't need to think about it to know that the mastermind behind the scenes must be Richard McNill. Is this to get revenge on the fact that he used Betty to blackmail him before? How did he know the location of the secret warehouse of Tanyan Society? It's what I ordered. My collection room is a little empty, so I'll decorate it with something. Who makes the Tanyan Club have the most collections? If you want to blame it, blame you for collecting so many things when you have nothing to do. Richard McNill's robber theory choked. Amanda Waller couldn't speak, and said unwillingly after a long while, these things are very important, and I will find a way to get them back. Whatever. Richard McNill said indifferently. Is this what you came for? It's about Richard Perman. Amanda Waller quickly adjusted her mentality. Hi, I'm Major Carol Ferris, and I'm going to talk to you about the Kryptonians on behalf of General Swanwick." Carol Ferris looked at Louise Lane, who was blocking her on the bed, and then at her stomach. Richard McNeil, with sharp muscles, stretched out his hand and introduced himself. "Hello." Richard McNeil stretched out his hand and shook it, but at the same time bent sideways and kissed her on the cheek. This move instantly made Carol Ferris a little flustered and overwhelmed. "You are beautiful," Richard McNeil praised with a smile. "Thank you." Carlo Ferris responded in a panic, and Richard dimly there was a piercing sound, as if it was a sound of electrical frequency interference. Telephone. The source of the sound is the phone, and everyone's phone is making a harsh sound. Richard McNeil turned around and went back to the bed to pick up the phone. The screen on the phone lit up by itself, and there was a feeling of poor signal reception, rustling, followed by the appearance of a few English letters, and intermittent voices. "I am General Zed. I come from a distant planet, and I traveled across the vast sea of stars to find you. You have sheltered one of my people, and now I ask you to hand him over." For some reason, he chose to admit to you hide his existence. He goes out of his way to blend in with you. He looks like you, but he is not of the same race. If anyone knows where he is, then the fate of your planet is in your hands. Kal-El, do you hear me? Come out within 24 hours and Richard render or let the whole world pay the consequences. This sentence was translated into countless languages and words and played repeatedly, before stopping abruptly after a while. The phone also returned to normal. Ring ring ring. Carol Ferris and Amanda Waller's phone rang one after another, all asking for this information. This message was broadcast on TVs and mobile phones all over the world. In addition to the news about Kryptonians, Kal-El, and General Zod sent by Louise Lane, people all over the world almost exploded. Are there really aliens? And have aliens come to Earth? P.S. Carol Ferris is the girlfriend of the Green Lantern in the Justice League Double Green, and later obtained the Purple Light Ring and became a Star Blue Stone member of the Star Blue Stone Legion.